Danny's in Epsom. Danny, what would you like to say?
James, I think what really worries me is, I don't know why you have to keep repeating yourself over in the intros, but I think people like you are
Crikey, mate. That's the takeaway, is it, from the news that we're stockpiling food and blood? You think I repeat myself too much?
No, I think you do, yeah, just for effect. and what worries me is that people like you created Brexit.
Go on.
Yeah, the new London types. The
new London types. Yeah.
You created Brexit, and now you spend every day moaning and whinging.
Yeah, the thing is that I appreciate you need to do this because you're feeling really stupid and you're not ready to admit it yet in public. But you can't say that the people who've been proved right when they said it's a mistake are responsible for people like you making a mistake, Danny. Do you know what? I am such a martyr. I would take that burden if it made even the slightest sense. But when people say don't put your hand in the fire, and then people like you put their hand in their fire, and then you turn around to me with your hand all pussy and blistered, and you say, that's your fault, that is, you just look like a clown, Danny.
No, I don't. But
with a really sore hand.
Yeah, listen, it's people like you that vote.
People like you, here we go. No, mate, I told you it would be a disaster.
Listen, let me have my say, and you can reply. It's people like you in Blair's 13-year government that allowed mass immigration from outside the EU.
Here we go.
We didn't tap new EU member states, multiculturalism,
diversity, here we go. So, all right, stockpiling food and... Mate, Danny, I don't need to listen. I've heard it all before. Your whole life is somebody else's fault, and it's my fault that Brexit's a disaster, and mass immigration and all of this malarkey, it's all the fault of London, which has the highest immigration in the country and voted to remain, but it's all London's fault that we voted to leave. Danny, if you had a brain cell, it would die of loneliness.
Why are you being so rude?
Pardon?
Why are you being so rude?
Because I think you deserve it.
No, I'm saying, like Nigel Farage himself said, that one of the biggest growth factors for UKIP was the fact that what Blair's immigration policy under his 13-year government.
Yes, but
you know it. Look.
Mate, racist lies are always going to be persuasive and seductive to stupid, angry people.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with immigration, is there, James? But that's not what we've had. We haven't had money for immigration. We've had mass uncontrolled immigration. It's obvious and clear.
Dan, you're just repeating meaningless phrases on the morning that you've realised you voted to create a country which has to charge its government with ensuring the continuing supply of adequate food. It's on you, Danny.
Yeah, but it's not. It's on you because you...
Yeah, of course, it's on me for saying this is going to go really badly. It's gone really badly. Danny thinks it's the fault of the people who said it's going to go really badly. Let's run through that analogy of the fire again. Here's Danny in Epsom, right, standing in front of a fire. Here's James O'Brien. He says, Danny, mate, don't put your hand in the fire. I promise you, even if there was uncontrolled mass immigration ruining the lives of people who are in favour of immigration because you think London is somehow responsible for what this country has done, don't put your hand in the fire, Danny. Danny, don't put your hand in the fire. Danny puts his hand in the fire. He turns around to me and says, it's your fault my hand hurts. Danny, do you realise how silly you sound?
One of the biggest topics in the last 6 general elections on the doorstep is immigration.
Yeah.
And people are being ignored. And it's people like you that make...
People like me. Here he is with his burning hand. It's all my fault. Look at the pus dripping from his fingers. It's all my fault. Danny put his hand in the fire. Well done, Danny. Timothy's in York. Timothy, why do you think they didn't tell the local MPs and council what they were doing?
Oh, I really think that's not a big issue at all, this whole M26 car park thing. I mean, any divorce, it's always going to be messy. It was never going to be straightforward, but it's a step in the direction that this country needs to go in.
It was going to be really, really easy, you remember?
No, it wasn't. And
but all the Brexit campaigners said it would be really, really easy. I mean, don't make me read you all the quotes again.
Okay, but that's not why I voted Leave, and it's not why any of the people I know voted Leave.
The free trade agreement that we will have to do with the European Union should be one of the easiest in human history. That's Liam Fox. John Redwood, getting out of the EU can be quick and easy. The UK holds most of the cards in any negotiation. That's John Redwood. Here's Farage. To me, Brexit's easy. Here's Gerard Batten. Trade relations with the EU could be sorted out in an afternoon over a cup of coffee. Here's David Davis. We can do deals with our trading partners and we can do them quickly. I would expect the new Prime Minister on the 9th of September. That's 2016 to immediately trigger a large round of global trade deals.
For the World Trade
Boris Johnson, everybody is suddenly wrangling about the terrors of the world outside. Actually, there are plenty of people who now think the cost of getting out would be virtually nil and the cost of staying in would be very high. Michael Gove, we have 4 years more or less between now and the date of the next election. We can easily conclude a new settlement with the EU in that period. Douglas Carswell, I think we could very easily get a better trade deal than we have.
I've never refuted this.
At the moment,
are we having a discussion?
Paul Nuttall, it will be easy to negotiate a trade deal, and of course it's in the European Union's interest, just as it is. No, I'm just pointing out that when you said nobody said it would be easy, you were mistaken.
No, I'm not on about politicians, career liars like yourself. I mean, you're pushing an agenda, they're pushing an agenda.
Right, okay. So you don't think that any of those people influenced votes? You don't think any of those influenced votes?
You're not a man of the people, James. You live in a nice area which hasn't had any of the negative effects of globalism, of immigration.
Okay, so
you don't
why
live
do you?
In the real world,
so,
James.
Mate, we're talking about.
I earn in a month.
We're talking about a 20 kilometre. Well, mate, it's not my fault, is it?
No, it's not.
I've done well and you've done badly. Why are you taking it out on me?
I'm not.
So talk to me. Okay, let's pretend that I'm the most important person in the room, and you tell me now how Brexit's going to improve your life.
Okay, it's a long-term strategy, how I see it. I want people on lower skilled jobs. Is
that you?
No, it's not me.
So how's it going to improve your life? Because you've insisted on talking about mine, so now I'm interested in how it's going to improve your life, Timothy.
In many ways, I don't.
Well, let's count. Let me count the ways.
It's more to do with how I see the world and how I see myself and how I see countries. And you clearly.
So how's it going to improve your life then?
I won't have to deal with all of the people like you.
So you think somehow Brexit will involve me retiring, and you don't have to deal with me, Timothy. What model radio do you have?
I don't have a radio. I use my phone.
Okay, so if you know the button on the top left of your keypad on your phone, if you just turn it off, then you don't have to deal with me.
This isn't what I wanted to speak about.
You don't have to deal with me at all.
I wanted to ask you why you're a globalist and why.
What does globalist mean, Timothy? What does globalist mean?
It means all different people living in all different countries. It means no trade barriers. It means no borders. It means terrible things.
Right. Should we go back? Because this is a bit tricky for you, obviously. So let's go back to how your life is going to improve, Timothy.
My life will improve by not having bloody rude neighbours.
Yes.
My whole town.
But you're incredibly rude.
The last 10 years.
You're incredibly rude.
The last 10 years has seen my town change completely.
Yes. What town is that?
York.
York. So after Brexit, what are your neighbours going to do?
Well, personally, I would like to see a lot of the Europeans here that are doing jobs such as labouring, warehouse work. I would like to see them go home.
Okay.
It's not because I dislike them as people.
It's been promised that they won't have to. It's been promised that they won't have to.
I know. But
so how is your life going to improve?
It's more of a moral point to me. It's like the
moral point you just made is that we should discriminate against people based upon their origins rather than their conduct or their character.
I think that we should put natives first.
Right. Okay. So how would that improve your life? What is it that you have been prevented from doing because you're a native?
I haven't been prevented. You're not seeing the point on purpose.
No. Well, tell me what the point is.
The point is that our country has changed a lot since 2004-3.
Yes, and you think for the worse, and I'm asking.
I think it's changed for the worse.
Yes, I know that.
Yes.
I've understood that bit. It's the rest I'm struggling with. So how is your life going to? How is your life going to improve?
My life will improve if our country starts going back to how it was. That's how
it was when?
When I was younger.
Oh, how old are you now?
EU invasion, before
how old are you now?
Migrant crisis.
Yes, how old are you now?
Mainland Europe.
Yes, Brexit isn't going to stop refugees fleeing Syria, but how old are you now?
They're not refugees, and actually, if you...
Okay, Timothy.
If you actually...
How old are you now, Timothy? How old are you now?
That's besides the point.
No, it isn't, because you said you want to go back to how things were when you were young, so I'm wondering how old you are now.
I'm 35.
So what year are you thinking was the halcyon days, the sort of rose-tinted memories that you have?
No, that's the thing, James. What do you see about the future?
So you were born in 1983?
look.
So
James,
what
we're
year are you
talking about the
thinking of
past
when you
now.
say
Let's
you want
talk about the future.
No,
James,
Timothy,
let's talk
you're
about the
talking about the
future.
past. I've already talked about the
Let's talk
future.
about
I
the
asked you
future.
how your life was going to improve, and you couldn't tell
How
me.
do you see
and
the
you said your
future of
life.
this
You said
country?
your life was going to improve by going back to what it was like when you were a child. So we're talking about the past because that's what you want the future to be. You can't change horses now. So what year are you thinking of when you say I want to go back to that?
I'd like to go back to the 90s, ideally, personally.
Which bit of the 90s?
All of the 90s.
So you want to go back
But
to
that's precisely-
all of the
I want to
90s?
ask
What, and
you
what,
is
what
I
do you
want to
think?
ask you what's
No,
the
no,
future
Timothy,
of
it
the
doesn't.
country
What,
if we remained. If we remained, I'll tell you what the future is.
okay, mate.
The
go on.
euro will collapse.
Yes.
The debt crisis in the South Med. All of those countries are being terrorised economically
Yes.
by Germany.
Right. Why are they all
Have
seeing?
you been to Greece recently?
What,
Have you
yes,
been to Spain
I was there
recently?
I was there about 3 months ago. Why do you think
terrible.
all these
It's
countries?
broken.
Well, hang on. When were you last in Greece,
The-
Timothy?
I was in Greece 2 months ago.
Okay.
in
Which
July.
bit? Which bit, Timothy?
I was on the island of Corfu.
Well, you were on a holiday in Greece.
Yes.
Okay. And this is your evidence of a country that's collapsing.
No, oh, you fool. That's not what I'm saying. Have you not seen the state of all of those countries? They're just not good, are they? They're not on the same standard as us, and they're being held back by Germany.
Why has
And
support for the European Union in all of these countries gone up since the Brexit vote, do you think?
According to whom?
Okay. Let's try another one then. In what ways do you think your life will improve, apart from your optimistic belief that there might be fewer foreigners in York?
It's not entirely that.
No, that's why I said, what else?
I just don't want to be involved in Europe. I don't see myself as a
But
European.
you just went to Corfu for your holiday. You can't get much more involved
Yes.
than that.
And I lived in Australia.
Well done.
And I've travelled
Okay.
Asia.
Well
and
done.
I love those
Well,
countries. and I
doesn't
love
that
the
make you a
people.
globalist?
No, it doesn't. It makes
Why
me
not?
a traveller. It makes me an Englishman.
Okay.
That's what the English do. We travel.
All right,
You know?
Timothy. You know you voted to stop English people having freedom of movement across 27 EU countries.
I would never want to work or live in Europe.
Okay.
Fact. I would only like
Well,
to
that's
live
fine.
or work
Yes.
in English-speaking ex-colonies,
But
such
you-
as Canada,
but you hate-
Australia,
but you hate it
New
here.
Zealand. I don't hate it here.
Well,
I think this country's
you have spent
broken
most
to
of
the
this
core.
call describing the country in the most negative and pejorative of terms. You don't
Well,
sound
it's
like a person
horrible.
who's very
You walk
happy
down
to
the
be here
street, It's terrible.
Okay.
It's terrible.
because of all the foreigners.
No, because of everything.
Well,
And
what
the
else
first
apart from the
step is
foreigners?
Brexit.
When you walk
Get
down the
rid of
street,
Brexit.
Timothy, we need
Then
to
we
calm
can
it.
change our government.
Okay. I'm going to try again to examine some words that have come out of your mouth. When you walk down the street, it's terrible, it's just terrible, but you're not talking about the foreigners. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the state of everything.
Yes, well,
This
so
country's
for
broken.
example,
For example, the state of the roads, funnily enough.
so you think that
Our
Brexit
government-
is going to
our
fix
everything-
potholes?
It's about...
Timothy, mate, go
Brexit boils
and
down-
have a cup of tea. Thank you very much for calling. I'm sorry you're so cross about everything, and I'm sorry you see me as personally representative of all the problems that have rendered your life so unhappy and so unsatisfactory. But please trust me when I tell you, it's going to get worse. Steve is in Bristol. Steve, what have you got?
Hello, James.
Hello, Steve.
I think it's all about the passport thing. I think it's all about because people are, whatever they voted for, are unsure what may or may not happen. I suppose for the people who voted for Leave, or for the people who now believe, who may have voted for Remain but now believe we should go, I think it's
There aren't any
fine
people like that.
At least, yeah, I voted Remain,
Don't-
and now I
don't believe
want
you.
it to go.
Don't believe you.
Oh, I did. I used to live in Switzerland for many years, and I wasn't sure what to do. I stood sat in the voting place, and for about another 10 minutes. Then in the end,
I can't really make out what you're saying. I'm not sure whether it's
Oh,
because
can you-
it's so confusing or because the phone line's so bad.
Can you hear me now?
I can, but then it got a weird noise in the middle of it. What did you do then to make it better?
I moved it slightly nearer my mouth. It may have been.
It's good work
How's
there.
that? Is
Yeah,
that
no.
okay?
Do you know what?
Is that okay?
I think on reflection, I do believe that you now support Brexit.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah.
I just moved my
Anyway,
phone,
but the point-
the mouthpiece nearer my mouth. Well done.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So anyway, I think democracy should be seen to be done, and I think all it means is the passport thing. It just means that it's a sign, at least a sign, that we will Brexit.
Yes.
So it's not so much about the colour, but the two words have to go, European Union, because that's what people voted for. But it doesn't make anyone particularly happy or anything. It's the physical thing. It's just a sign, a message, so to speak, that at least we'll leave.
Yes.
How we leave, we still don't know. That's all.
Okay. If we don't know how we're leaving, why are you so keen to do it?
How we leave it? Well, I mean, I think people who voted to leave, or me now, I want us to leave. It was pretty.
But you just said you don't know what you voted for.
No, I said people don't know what's going to happen. I think.
So don't know how we're going to leave, but you want it to happen.
Yeah,
you don't know what's going to happen.
We've got a parliament full of, not full, but lots of you're winding up.
So just to clarify, I'm not winding you up. I'm just holding up a mirror because what you just said is I don't know what's going to happen, but I really want it to happen.
Okay. Well, let me. Did I say that?
Yeah.
I said that.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well, the point being, a lot of people voted to leave.
Yeah.
But we now have a parliament or lots of people who don't want us to leave, and so it's not clear.
We had that all along.
What's going to happen? Because there's people, for instance, the BBC, not so much LBC, because you've put you're a Remainer, and whereas your mate Nigel Farage would be a Leaver, of course. So the LBC presenters.
Mate, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that the sign. It's a sign. That
all right, it's a sign. Let's leave it there. So it's a sign that we're going to leave, and we don't know what's going to happen, but we really want it to happen.
I want to listen, you kidding Minster area boy.
Merry Christmas.
And you.
12:37. Holy moly! Same number of votes as you. Matthew's in Bristol. Matthew, what would you like to say?
Hi there, James.
Hello, mate.
What I would say is that while there are obviously extremists on both sides of the camp, Leavers and Remainers, who will be adamant that they're right and they won't change their mind even when the evidence is there. And I would have to say, probably from your part, you would probably be classed an extreme Remainist. I would say that, you would find it hard to admit that some things that you might have said were wrong.
For example?
I think that's the case. Well, so for example, if it does turn out we do get a trade deal, and
I still think we will. I still think we will get a trade deal.
And there's also other things. I mean, what I do is I'm not necessarily supporting all those people that you just mentioned, like Lawson, because I don't think he's right. But I still stand by my decision to leave as a reluctantly, but because I can, and I think most people are moderate. We can see the benefits of the EU, but actually, I felt weighing it all up, I wanted to leave. So it's a bit like if you buy a house. You might look at all the benefits, and someone says to you, your partner says it's going to be great.
But I think I'm not going to badger you to give me examples of things that I'm wrong about, because you just go with your first example was completely false. I still think we'll get a trade deal. What I'm trying to work out today is how people can trust politicians who have completely and publicly undertaken a volte-face. And oddly, you're quite a good example, because you still think you've made the right decision because of the stuff you were told by these people.
No, because I voted for the reasons why I did. So, for example, I did want a fairer immigration policy. I'm not against immigration at all, but I do want a fairer immigration policy because actually people from outside the EU are indirectly or directly affected by the rules of the...
And the policy you're going to get will see EU citizens treated in the future exactly as how non-EU citizens have been treated in the past. So before that, it was two-tier. EU citizens had preferential treatment, which was reciprocated to us, of course, and your fairer immigration system sees the whole world relegated to the lower level with us having no freedoms at all.
No, so what I would say is that, for example, we've actually turned away nurses who were offered jobs in the UK, who actually had offers of jobs, but they were non-EU citizens. And because of the fact that every government, whether it be Labour and Conservative, want to reduce immigration, they've said, well, the only immigration we can really control is non-EU immigration. So they actually turned down 2,700 nurses between 2015 and 2016 because of that very reason.
Okay. I'll let that pass. Carry on.
Why? What do you mean let it pass?
Well, I think the nurses you were referred to were the ones that failed the language test.
No, they weren't. It was actually because they'd meet the cap to do. You see, the UK has a government, has a...
So why now are we spending £20,000 with agencies per capita to bring in 5,000 GPs from any countries at all, not just EU ones?
But what
if there's a cap.
Is they're saying... But that's my point. I'm trying to say is that if we get a fair immigration policy and we need nurses or we need doctors,
well, we
whatever
do.
It is we need.
We need them desperately. And the number of EU nurses applying to work here has just gone down by 95%, but things are going to be fairer.
So isn't it better, therefore, to choose it from a wider stock around the world?
No, the reason why it's gone down by 95% is because we've made them feel unwelcome. How have we made them feel unwelcome? By putting them on exactly the same footing as all the other countries in the world that you think will be somehow tempted to come here more.
But do you not think it would be fair?
Actually, we're just doing it with no. I don't think it would be fairer. I don't care where my nurses come from. I want as many good nurses as possible in the country. And freedom of trade, and freedom of movement is the deal that you do with the countries that are closest to you in terms of both geography and trade. Kevin is in Grimsby. Grimsby. Kevin, what would you like to say?
How are you, James?
Very good, Kevin. How are you?
Oh, James,
Kevin.
When you talk about Brexit, it brings all the Christmas cheer out and all the Ramoners, doesn't it?
Everybody rational is going to be a little bit worried about David Davis saying that these analyses were really, really important and that there were 58 of them and that he can't really do his job until they've all been completed, and then saying 3 months later that they never existed at all and he doesn't need anything like that. That's not a Ramona.
You know what? He's probably sat and thought, I wish I'd have just kept my mouth shut and basically not even mentioned about these impact statements.
Right.
I voted to leave, right? And I voted to leave as one of the normal guys on the street.
Yes.
When I ticked that box, get out of the EU, I ticked, I don't want to be paying any more money. I'm sick and tired of the immigration issue that we've got. There's not being a member of the EU benefits me not. I came on after the commercial break, and one of the commercials.
Not really allowed to talk about the adverts on the radio. There's rules about it. I don't know whether you're going to say anything that would break those rules, but I'd rather not risk it if it's all right with you.
Society, we've got a problem where we're struggling to look after our own people, and when we were a member of the EU, we still have this problem. Being out of the EU, we're still going to have this problem. So, as far as I'm concerned, David Davis is not the man to get there. But then again...
To get where, Kevin?
Sorry?
To get where? He's not the man to get there, you said. To get where?
He's not the man to do any negotiations or anything. But from the layman's terms, from my perspective, I'm only interested in two things. Get that letter handed over to say we're getting out, which was perfect, that was done. And now we've got, we need to negotiate this, we need to negotiate that. No, we don't. The figures that were just released in the car industry, car sales were down. We're still in the EU. They're down. They're going to still be down when we leave the EU. Nothing's going to change, and then they'll go back up.
Do you read the Grimsby Evening? Do you read the Grimsby Telegraph?
Do you know what? If I'm having a really happy day, I'll read it to get depressed.
Did you? Well, that's what the news does to sensible people. So don't feel bad about that. Did you see the report about the delegation from the Lincolnshire food industry going to Westminster?
Right. No, I never, but my wife probably does because she's...
This was where they called upon the government to provide Grimsby with exemptions from Brexit. The seafood should be given a special free trade status to ensure that the town's not damaged. And some of the detail in it, because companies like Young's and Icelandic Sea Chill, the biggest employers in Grimsby, they import 90% of the fish they process, which would automatically become subject to tariffs if we don't get our finger out quickly. They predicted a 20% labour shortfall as a result of Brexit. These are the people running the seafood industry in your hometown. They talked about the delays in fresh fish reaching the town's factories, import fees. A chap called Simon Dwyer, who speaks for the Seafood Grimsby and Humber cluster group representing the industry, biggest employer in your town, of course, called on the government to look at bestowing free trade status on the ports of Immingham and Grimsby itself in relation to seafood. Because, of course, customs checks and import tariffs on seafood coming in or out of those ports would, in the words of the people that run the industry, possibly destroy it.
Well, this is where good management comes in when you run a business, because I run a business.
They do run it.
When you're affected by things...
They do run it.
Yeah, no, but...
They run the fishing industry in your hometown, and they're describing Brexit as something they desperately need to be excused from.
I understand that, but what will happen is if it is affected when things take place, they'll sit around a table and they will figure a way around it.
Okay.
I mean, but as far as I'm concerned, in the normal...
You mean like David Davis is doing at the moment?
The people in the government couldn't run a pub, let alone run the government. But from a...
But the people in the industry who say, please, please don't do this, they should be the ones who are forced to do it.
Look, that's where you've got your for and against, and that's where...
No, that's the fishing industry in your hometown. I know nothing about fishing. I discovered that 90% of the fish that comes into your hometown is imported from the European Union. I didn't know that. You probably didn't either. So the people that run the biggest employers in your hometown are saying, please don't make us do this. And you say it's all right, they'll all sit around a table.
I used to live in Cleethorpes, and I used to see the lorries coming in delivering the fish from Aberdeen, down to the docks.
Yeah.
It just wasn't... It's not just...
How does that address what the fellas who run Youngs and Seachill have said, the fact that you used to see some lorries in Cleethorpes, Kevin?
Say that? No, lorries from Scotland delivering fish.
When you lived in Cleethorpes. That would presumably be the 10% that's not imported, wouldn't it?
No, well, you know what? There'll always be fish coming in. They'll resolve it. But what I'm trying to say to you is, from the guy on the street's perspective... The
guy on the street works for these companies, Kevin. The guy on the street works for these companies whose bosses are saying Brexit is going to be a disaster for your hometown.
I totally understand what you're saying, but see the guy in the street that imported leave? He's no interested in that issue.
What, whether he's got a job or not next year?
What affects us, right? And
it's his employer describing the possibility of going out of business. How can that not affect him?
Well, do you know what? Maybe the government can put some of that money in to the fishing industry.
But we've just established that you think the government is unfit for purpose, Kevin. That was your own observation at the beginning of this call.
The people that are running the government are unfit for purpose. I think.
But you want them to come to the rescue. You just said.
No, I don't. No, I don't want them people to come to the rescue. What I'm saying is the 50 million that they were paying into the EU, I'm sure they can divert some of that cash in to help the fishing industry.
No, they can't, because they've got to settle our bills with the European Union. Otherwise, on the world stage, our ability to strike trade deals, we'll look like shirkers. We'll look like con men.
You don't need to pay money to get a trade deal. You do that with discussion on a table.
Can you name one trade deal on the planet that doesn't involve finances?
Cars.
Pardon?
Cars. Vehicles.
What do you mean?
The vehicles that are
I said name a trade deal. So you need to say something like NAFTA, or you need to say something like SECA.
I'm giving you a trade. The car industry. The cars that are made in this country, we buy some of the parts from the EU. And part of the
tariff-free at the moment, tariff-free, because we're in a trade deal.
If they decide we're going to put a tariff on you, then we'll just put one back.
Oh, mate, do you know why we've got a tariff-free trade with the European Union?
Yeah, because we pay 50 million a day to be in the club.
We pay 50 million pounds a day to be in the club.
Yeah, we don't get it for free.
Oh, I can't. Let's just shake hands and say goodbye, Kev.
Are you not aware that we pay money to be in this club, and that's why we get?
That's why it's a trade agreement. You're supposed to be telling me about the trade agreements that you don't have to pay to be in, Kevin, and you've just described one that you do have to pay.
From the layman, I'm trying to talk from the person on the street, right?
Whose boss has said Brexit could close our business in Grimsby.
Let me put it this way. When we're in the EU, your pay packet doesn't change. See, when we're out the EU...
Mate, it's already gone down by 15%, your pay packet, since we voted to leave.
Mine's hasn't it? My business has increased.
You're not paid in pounds?
Yes, I'm paid in pounds.
And that pound is worth 15% less than it was before the vote. And most of the economic modelling is...
The pound was going down against the euro.
And the dollar, and every currency on the planet.
7 years ago, because I was doing business in Spain 7 years ago, and it went from 125 down to 117, and it's been down ever since.
Yes.
And that was way before we decided to have a referendum.
Yes, currencies fluctuate all the time, but there's not a single person in the world who doesn't credit the collapse in the pound after Brexit to the referendum result, except perhaps you, my friend.
It's not a 100% responsible thing because of it.
Okay, so anyway, just to clarify, the trade deal that doesn't involve paying, can you just run me by what that looks like, where it is?
What do you mean the trade deal?
The one that you were talking about a minute ago when you said you can have lots of trade agreements without paying membership fees.
How did it work before we were in the EU? Did it not work then?
I mean, people could still do trade, Kevin, but they had tariffs. And they had to, mate. Let's just leave it, shall we?
We're in the 21st century, James.
Pardon?
We're in the 21st century.
Well done, Kevin. Finally, something we can agree on.
Right, listen. See,
I am
before
listening, Kevin.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that the guy on the street that voted Leave, which was me,
Yeah.
right? The reason that I voted Leave wasn't it because of trade deals, wasn't it because of, you know, how much money we think we might get out of it or whatever. There's only a couple of reasons I voted Leave. One, we're paying all this money into the EU, and the guy on the street that's in austerity benefits not, right?
He's got a job.
Well, we're sick of it, right?
And the biggest employer in Grimsby has said that job is now under threat.
Well, do you know what?
So you're telling me, this is quite patronising, my friend, you're telling me that the ordinary man on the street in Grimsby deliberately voted to endanger his own livelihood?
No, sir. But listen, you're talking... What about all the self-employed people and all this, the other...
Why are you talking about them now? It's almost as if every time you say something, I respond to it and you move on to something else. What was reason 2, Kevin? Because reason 1 has boiled down to the ordinary man on the street in Grimsby.
Let me give you another example.
No, just give me reason 2, Kevin.
I know a girl that's just got a job in the hospital. She gave up a career she had in care. She went to work in the hospital. 3 weeks later, she was told, by the way, 7 years are in here. We only need 2 of you now because Virgin Health have decided that they're taking over and they want rid of you. She now needs to lose her job. Where's the EU help there?
You got me, mate. That's it. That's a brilliant reason to vote to leave the European Union.
No, I'm giving you my personal reason.
I know, and I'm saying it's a brilliant personal reason.
I'm sick of the immigration issues.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of 50 million a day in this club that's corrupt. Yes,
that's fine. I've got no beef with you. I think you should say thank you to me for making you aware of what the biggest employers in your hometown say about it all.
Well, great. Do you know what?
Just a simple thank you, and then we can have the news headlines.
Well, unfortunately, it doesn't affect me as far as Youngs is concerned.
Okay, but you are in Grimsby, and it is the seafood industry, and most people see a link between the two. But hey, you keep talking to the ordinary man in the street who lives in Grimsby but doesn't care about the seafood industry. Fish. Jonathan's in Salisbury. Jonathan, cheer me up.
Good morning, James. James, one of the questions you asked in your prelim was, somebody phone in and give us some reason for hope.
Yes.
That was what you said, wasn't it?
Reasons to be cheerful.
Be cheerful, yes, that'd be good. James, everybody's sitting around sort of trying to second guess whether we're going to do this and whether they're going to do that. But the fact is, at the end of the day, unfortunately, all comes down to money and power, whether we like it or not. I don't like it, but that's the way the world runs, and we all know it. And I think what we're seeing here is these talks are going to appear to be not going well at all until right towards the end, when the people with the real power and the money and things to lose and things to gain say to the negotiators, OK, we've had enough of this now, get it sorted. This is how it really is. I can give you a little tiny example, a microcosm of this negotiating procedure. I used to work for a company many years ago now, and I used to do claims. It was the construction industry, and I worked for about 6 months on a big claim, £750,000 against the main contractor. And I went in to see them at the end of all these months I've been working on it, and I didn't appear to get very far. And I came away and I told my boss how I got on. He then went to see the managing director of that company. Bearing in mind I'd put in a claim for £750,000, and he walked away and he walked back in the office and he smiled at me. He said, "Well done." He said, "They've just agreed to pay us £500,000.
We might be losing the room here, Jonathan. With the greatest of love and respect, we might be losing the room here.
Losing the room?
Yes.
In what sense losing the room?
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
But I'm talking about watching these negotiations appear to be going not too well at the moment.
Yes.
But right at the end, before the due date, if you like, the people with the real money and the power, Mercedes, Audi, BMW, lots of other people in Europe, will say, OK, this isn't going well. If you go on the way you're going, to their own people, the European negotiators,
yes,
we are going to lose billions of pounds or euros. They say, now, we're not having it. Now sort yourselves out and get in proper deal.
OK, so reason to be cheerful is that
I think so.
Big German companies will insist that the negotiators for the European Union do something differently from what they want to do.
Sensible instead of political, because there's money at stake, and it's the world.
You know they have spoken. The Confederation of German Automotive Industry has gone on the record several times on this issue,
Yes, it has.
saying they're prepared to take a hit because the consistency of the single market is, in the long term, considerably more important than the short term loss they might suffer if the deal is rubbish.
Yes, but we're getting pretty close to the cliff edge, and words are cheap, aren't they?
Well, it depends who's saying them, to be honest. If it's the Confederation of the German automotive industry describing the future of the German automotive industry, I love you like a brother, Jonathan, but I think those words they're not quite as cheap as Jonathan in Salisbury's analysis of the future of the German automotive industry.
Well, it's not just the car industry, is it? There's loads of other small companies, and they've all got a say. They've all got, they'll be talking to their governments and saying, look, have a word with these guys, because this is going to cost us a fortune. We don't want this.
Right.
Compromise, for God's sake,
Okay.
I think there's hope, James. I think there's hope. But I don't trust the European Union at all, I have to say.
Right.
Because they have.
Well, you have to trust them if you think they're going to buckle under pressure from all the little businesses in the German car companies.
No, because it's the greed and the power. I don't trust them, James, but unfortunately, in this case, I have to trust the greed and the power.
Right.
And it won't kick in till the last moment.
Okay, when's that going to be, do you think? Because it's March 2019 is the last moment, so what, are we talking February?
Yeah, that's right. Maybe 2 months before, something like that. Who knows? I mean, we're all guessing madly. But
I'm not. Okay. James is in Newcastle, for example. James, what have you got?
I've got regulation on things like bananas and food that goes to waste because it's substandard in the EU's eyes. So not really. Well, it's a budgetary issue. I don't know, but I think it's.
So what happens to the food at the moment?
Well, it's wasted. If a banana's not the right shape, then it's.
You're joking me.
No, I'm serious.
No, you're not.
I am because
you've rung in to talk about bendy bananas.
Yeah, well, it's better than bats and whatever else we've had, is it not?
No. It's actually worse because I hadn't heard about bats and washing machines before, but the bananas line has been rubbished from pillar to post for the last 20 years.
Well, food wastage in general is not something that could.
Well, that's the bit I don't understand. Food. So you think that bananas that don't measure up to a certain standard all get thrown away into a big bin?
They're not sold, or carrots that are a strange shape aren't sold in the same packets as the ones that are.
They are in other European countries.
5 inches long.
They are in Greece and France.
Well, I think things are improving because they've started selling them, but they sold them as a separate section of wonky vegetables that they could always be mixed in together.
That had nothing to do with EU membership.
There is an EU regulation on bananas. I'm not kidding you. It's a real life thing.
Yeah. Mind how you go, mate. All right. Mark's in Milton Keynes. Mark, what would you like to say?
Hiya. Just responding to what the gentleman said.
Yeah.
There are older people that do have the skills, but a lot of companies are looking for a certain type of degree. Well,
we don't know the details of Andrew's business, and if he's working in technology and IT, it's probably quite cutting edge, and not necessarily the case that the unemployed older people would be up to speed with all the latest developments. But tell me what you rang in to say.
I know people. We were on the work rope program that would run rings around people on computer programming and stuff.
Yeah, all right, okay.
For the last 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is the real element is facts. I voted out because of money. I don't know the accounts of the EU and where the money goes.
They've been published for the last 17 years.
But they're not externally audited.
They are.
But also the money, not externally audited, but the money coming in, back in, goes to various institutions and the other institutions.
Yes, I'm interested in what you think Amber Rudd is going to discover from her analysis of economic and social contributions and costs.
Well, we had Mr. Osborne saying some years ago that immigration was good for jobs, good for the economy, but I think that was from a business perspective. I would like to actually see the facts. I would actually like to see the open facts, and if she's going to actually do an independent investigation, then brilliant.
Why do you think it's taken so long?
Because they want to support the economy, not the people.
How do you separate the two?
Well, you either look after the people or you look after the businesses.
Well, what do you mean by the people? What do you mean by look after? I mean, the economy, to me, it's almost inextricable from the people. I think that's one of the problems with our society. But surely if the economy is doing well, then arguably that's one of the most reliable indicators of whether or not people are well off.
Well, we see people in poverty going to food banks on the one hand, and then we see a certain institution paying themselves, one person, £2 million. You know, what's the balance? You know,
mate, I don't know whether it's me or whether you're just sort of saying words in a sort of relatively random order. So you think there's a relationship between Chris Evans' wages and food banks? And,
yes.
and that's what Amber Rudd is going to discover when she undertakes a detailed...
Not necessarily to do with immigration, but the thing is, if you want to import a load of people that will work for less than I can live on, then maybe
but you said you liked facts.
Yes, that's why I say
now you've just invented something.
I would like to actually, for all the actual, where it's the accounts, the actual numbers of people coming in, going out, the actual number of people that are unemployed, that are skilled. Not everyone that's unemployed.
All of this, most of the things you've just mentioned, they're already available. How hard do you look, if you don't mind me asking? When did you last Google EU accounts audit?
As I say, they haven't been externally audited.
Well, has the British Treasury been externally audited?
Well, if I go to my local council...
Yes or no, question mark. Yes or no. Has the Treasury been externally audited recently?
I don't know.
Ross is in Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi has had quite a lot of mentions on the programme this week, Ross. What would you like to say? Sell me the blue passport. Tell me why I should be celebrating. Dancing a little jig.
Mr. O'Brien, it's not about the colour of the passport.
You must have misunderstood my question.
Okay, well... It's about the fact. It's more about how it came about that EU passports had to be standardised. Do you know how it came about?
Well, you mean like Croatia?
They will eventually have to fall into line.
When?
Sorry?
When?
I'm not sure when exactly, but I'm.
But
sure
you know that they definitely will.
I don't know that they will. No, but I'm sure they will because.
Right.
Do you know how it came about?
No, tell me.
The other
tell
27
me.
members had to have standardised passports.
Yes.
How did it come about?
I don't know, Ross. You're supposed to be telling me.
Oh, sorry. It came about through several council directives. The first beginning in 1974, then again in 1984, when the EU Council simply said that it has to have a uniform passport.
So why doesn't Croatia?
Well, I think I would imagine because it's a recent member state and it's been allowed a grace period.
But you would imagine that, but it's not true. You can imagine whatever you want.
Well, the point is that the EU issued these council directives, and we had to follow them.
We didn't have to.
Well, I think we did.
Well, you think wrong, my friend. Let's pretend you're right. Let's pretend you're right, and we had to have a burgundy passport. Why does that upset you?
It had to have the words European Union on it. That's what upsets me more.
Yes, but I asked about the burgundy bit.
As with the driving license. Do you know how that came about?
Ross, you've just proved that your kind of follow-ups to asking me whether I know something don't really leave you looking particularly knowledgeable. So I'm going to absolutely say no, I have no idea how that came about. Please tell me about driving licences as well.
Again, through an EU directive that was transposed into British law by a statutory instrument simply signed by the relevant minister without any debate or act of parliament at all.
Yes,
this is why I voted leave, so we don't have to have any more of these.
To take some words off your driving licence?
Sorry?
You voted leave to take 2 words off your driving licence and your passport.
Don't simplify it in that ridiculous manner. It's so that we don't have
Tell me again, Ross.
Transpose EU directives into British law without any kind of democratic process.
So the cut and pasting of all EU law that the government is to undertake shortly after March 2019 must really infuriate you.
Oh, the manner in which they're going about leaving, I don't like at all. But
no, I bet you don't, because it recognises reality. Just take me back again, and I apologise for oversimplifying things. But in terms of the passport and the driving licence, you voted to take the words European Union off them.
Again, that's a very immature simplification.
Okay.
I voted leave in large part because I don't want more EU directives transposed into British law by statutory instruments to be signed by the relevant minister.
Okay, so give me the things then. I can't do this anymore. Give me the things that you feel constrained by, or the laws that you don't like, or the things that you're really looking forward not to have to do anymore, Ross.
EU laws that I don't like. Well, where should we begin?
No, the things that you won't have to do anymore after we've left. I apologise if I'm being immature again, but the question seems really easy to understand to me.
Well, if we leave and we actually repeal a number of laws, there's all sorts of things. Take a small one from the EU landfill directive to the fact.
How does that affect you, Ross?
How does it affect how I put my bins out?
Yes, how will a change to the EU landfill directive affect you?
Well, because every week we have to recycle in a certain way, or we have to put food waste.
That's your council. That's not the EU that's doing that. All councils have different bin policies. But anyway, let's pretend you're right, Ross. Tell me how your bins are going to be a brave new world after March 2019.
Again, you're reducing it to the...
No, Ross, I'm taking what you give me, mate. I asked for something, you said bins, and now you're embarrassed that we're talking about bins, but it was you that wanted to talk about bins.
Well, it's simply an example of how the EU has extended its control over every...
And that's the best you've got, you think? So tell me what you're going to be able to do with your bins after we've left, Ross.
Well, it depends what the government decides.
What do you dream of? Tell me about your bin-based dream.
Decide whatever it wants,
yes.
Because it no longer has to follow an EU directive that was signed into British law by the relevant minister.
Okay, again, I'm sorry for being immature and simplistic, but just describe your bin-based dream to me. What is the future of bins in Abu Dhabi that makes you sort of glow with patriotic pride?
That's not what makes me... That's again, very immature. What makes me not glow with patriotic pride...
What are you looking forward to? I want to join you in this brave new bin-based future. What will I be able to do after leaving that I can't do now with my rubbish?
Well, again, it depends what the government...
Just tell me, Ross, please. What do you want the government to do? What is your bin-based Brexit bonanza?
What I want is that this government makes its own laws and that it doesn't have to transpose EU directives.
Statutory instruments. Yes, I know what you're reading from, but again, last chance. Bins. What does the future look like?
I don't know, because it's what the government decides. It will decide what it wants.
James is in Farnborough to fill one of them. What are we celebrating, James?
First off, James, thank God the Prime Minister was wearing some clothes yesterday. And nice shoes as well.
Anyway, carry on. We've got more important things to worry about.
Okay. I think an hour and a half into the conversation, probably a good time to start talking about the deals we can do with the rest of the world.
But hang on, before we do that, just remind me how many free trade deals we already have as a member of the EU.
That I don't know. I'm sure you do, though.
Well, hang on. You're ringing in to tell me what we need to celebrate. How many countries can we already trade with freely? Just roughly, take a guess.
We've got, I'd say a dozen. We've got one just done with the SETA one with Canada.
You're out by 400%. It's 50. We've got 50 trade deals already as a member of the EU. The minute that we leave the EU, we have zilch. Zero, nada. So how are we celebrating this again?
Because we will have trade deals.
But we've got 50.
With the rest of the world. Yeah, and who have we got these trade deals with, James? Have we got? Okay, I'll give you a list. Yeah, have we got a trade deal with India? Have we got a trade deal with America?
No.
Have we got a trade deal with Australia?
Yes.
We're tariff-free with Australia at the moment.
God, tariff-free. I'm not sure what the trade deal is, but yeah, we've got 50 trade deals.
And we're tariff-free with Australia. Are we tariff-free with China? Because when I import from China at the moment, I get hit with tariffs, so I don't think we're tariff-free.
That's under the term of a trade deal.
Okay, so we've got tariff deal with China.
No,
as well.
you keep saying tariff-free. You talk to me about trade deals. They won't all be tariff-free by definition. You know that. You're a businessman. You import stuff from China. So we've got 50 trade... hang on. I know you're embarrassed, but we need to clarify this, all right? We've already got 50 trade deals. I just want you to explain to me why I should be...
One little piece of a conversation, and then you start turning the screws. So you're saying, oh, right, tariff-free is not the same as a trade deal.
Never mentioned tariffs. We've got 50 trade deals. Why should we celebrate having zero but the freedom to make lots of new ones? I just want to know.
You want to know why it would be good for this country if we've got trade deals?
No, we've already got 50. Look, I'm going to have one more go at this. I know this hasn't gone as well as you hoped, but that's fine. Again, I'll say it, as I said to the other fellow, I do this for a living, you don't. You phone me up to tell me we can do trade with the rest of the world. We can make deals with other countries. I'm telling you...
We could do... Okay.
We've got... No, because you don't understand the question. You're proving that.
I understand.
You can't answer a question until I've asked it. We have 50 trade deals. Those deals were struck by a market that contains in excess of 500 million customers. Now, we can leave and start again with a market that contains about 60 million customers, and it's possible you can explain to me how, A, starting from scratch versus 50 is preferable than having 50, and B, how having a market of 60 million customers makes us a more attractive trade partner than having a market of 530. Now, I'll be quiet for 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. The EU... will never do a trade deal with America, okay? Which is, as far as I'm aware,
no, I'm being quiet. Planet. That's not the question I asked, but you carry on.
Okay, so what is better of having no trade deals and having 60 trade deals? That was your question. It's a non-question. Of course, there's nothing better of having no trade deals than 60 trade deals. That's not a question. We can have more trade deals. We can have better trade deals with countries outside of the EU, okay, than when we're in the EU. If Boris Johnson and friends get their act together and pull the rabbit out of the hat, that is what I'm celebrating, and it's to be seen whether that ends up fact or fiction. Yeah, I think another minute of silence from you, James, would be just perfect now.
37 seconds left, mate, and we're pulling rabbits out of the hat now.
Yeah, I'm not the politician. I'm not the politician who's got to do this. There are politicians and negotiators who are better educated than me that have to.
We haven't got any negotiators yet. That's one of the alarm bells that Whitehall have set off.
We've got no negotiators.
No.
Okay, I've got a couple of things, James. Really quickly.
We don't need trade negotiators because we've been negotiating our deals as part of the European Union, and all the British trade negotiators think we should have stayed in. But let's have another go at that.
You're a big fan. Okay,
I'm being quiet. He's off again.
Okay, you're a big fan of Newsnight. You've had a go yourself. And the Australian ambassador came on there a couple of weeks ago and said the Australian economy is doing so well because they have managed to sign about a dozen trade deals in 10 years, with the average trade deal taking 18 months. Okay? And that is why the Australian economy is growing and growing and growing.
We've got 50.
But are they the trade deals you want, James? So
well, then we're back to the other question that you failed to answer.
I haven't got the numbers.
You haven't got anything, but we can at least let's try and find another rabbit in another hat. And here's the deal: if you're doing a deal, right, as a member of a trading bloc with over 500 million people in it, and the country you're doing a deal with has got its eye on every single one of those potential customers, are you going to get, generally speaking, a better deal or a worse deal than a trading bloc with 60 million people in it when the other country is looking at 60 million potential customers?
100% a worse deal. 100%. Because you'll have a farmer in Belgium or a plum grower in Norway or
a plum grower.
Romania.
Okay, I think we've had our fun. Just before you go, I'm sure you can do basic arithmetic. 18 months, 70. What was it? How many trade deals? If we want to do 50 trade deals like your mates in Australia, and it takes 18 months per trade deal, well, then we'll be up and running in 75 years, James. Have a great day. Oh, man, I haven't got time to take John in. But, John, just say the bit about me being racist against the indigenous people of this country, will you? Because I haven't heard that for years.
No, you're clever talking on the end of the phone, the way you talk.
Yeah.
You won't listen to nobody.
No, I'm listening to you. Tell me that I'm racist.
You just said to a fella, your world at 48 and his world at 38, a million miles apart.
Yes.
Well, let me tell you, my world and your world don't ever come together. And you know why he won by 80?
But here you are talking to me.
Because he won by 80. No, you can't be cocky with me.
I'm not. I'm just pointing out that we've come together. You're now talking to me.
When you keep on saying about all the people that run the... Oh, yeah. You make me laugh. You don't know the facts of life, my friend.
Well, go on, educate me, John.
Learn them.
Educate me.
What?
I said educate me.
Educate you? You couldn't get educated because you've got a vision one way.
Yeah, go on. Tell me what I need to know.
Any other way but the way you want to see it.
Tell me what I need to know.
Unfortunately, I live in Bethnal Green. I go down Bethnal Green Road.
Yes.
Old Bethnal Green. Oh, where the academy was, where you keep talking about this school. It used to be Dainford School. But all my mates used to go. I look at it now, I don't even recognise the place. And all the people I used to know have all run away.
Are we talking about decorations or architecture?
Architect.
What do you mean you don't recognise your own street?
I don't recognise walking up and down. I do not know anyone here.
Okay.
I don't know a soul here anymore.
Have you tried being friendly? Have you tried being friendlier?
Whitechapel. What?
Have you tried being friendlier?
Be friendly.
Because you sound quite rude and angry to me.
Listen, rude and angry.
There's an echo on the line. Is there an echo at your end?
What?
Is there an echo at your end?
No.
What?
No.
Who?
So you're cocky. You're too cocky for your own good.
Oh, that's enough cocky,
you're
Tom.
a right flesh, no good slag.
That's me, mate.
And you get away with it because you can keep demeaning people on the end of the phone.
Who's demeaning you today, John?
You demean everybody.
How am I demeaning you, John?
Older people, you talk about the older people as if they're all lumps of...
No, but the problem is I don't, John.
You run them down,
mate, you're on the radio calling someone a slag, claiming that he's rude. But you're claiming I'm the rude one, John.
Well, I don't give a monkey if you think I'm rude. I'm a real person. I'm not one of you.
Well, I'm not a robot, John. Anyway, good luck recognising things today when you go out. All right, I wish you well. All right, I really do. I'm sorry you're so angry. I wish you could work out why, but there are sort of slight limits on how much rope I'm allowed to hang out while we're 2 minutes late for the news.
Rob's in Bromley. Rob, positives.
Hello, James. I just wanted to ring up. You finally got me. I've actually rung you up. It's the first time I've ever called you or the station.
Oh, lucky me.
And it is. Yeah, you're the
Come on, mate. Positives.
No, what I was coming to, you said that, I know this is all speculation, that Angela Merkel would be prepared to sacrifice the German auto industry.
No, I didn't.
On this altar.
No, I didn't.
You said that.
No.
I know, okay, so I'm not verbatim, but that's what you were saying to
no, it isn't.
A couple of calls back.
No, it isn't.
What did you say then about that? Because that's what I heard.
I quoted Matthias Wissmann, who's head of Germany's influential VDA vehicle industry group, who said last night, everything must be done to allow the unfettered flow of goods and services, but there is one clear priority. We must stand together among the 27 EU member states. So Mrs. Merkel has set out the German approach as preserving EU unity and the organisation's achievements ahead of protecting BMW, Daimler and Volkswagen, who she has briefed, her office have briefed, protecting them from the World Trade Organization.
You cut it down, you were talking to him to that, and that's what I heard, because I've still got my hearing. And I've still got my iPod.
She's not sacrificing the German automobile industry. She's simply not going to ring fence it from the impact of World Trade Organization tariffs under a hard Brexit. Because, well, mate, this is madness. We can't have a call about something I haven't said.
It is all speculation at the moment. But one of the things I was going to say, that the people who've taken absolutely no responsibility for this whole situation are the EU, who've kept their mouths shut. You said that everybody's run and kept their mouths shut.
What?
I think it was Charles de Gaulle. You know, when you were saying that
Robert, just give me the positives that you rang in to provide, mate. Come on.
I wasn't ringing up on that. That wasn't what I rang you up about.
Well, give me one anyway, then, as a well-informed Leave voter.
Well, the positives are that Charles de Gaulle was proved right. He didn't want to let us in the 60s because he said that that the British would destroy the EU.
So you're the same as the last fellow. The positive is that the EU is going to get destroyed.
No, I haven't got. That's not what I was calling in about. I rang in on that point. I'm telling you what I'm saying, and the fact that nobody has ever said that the EU have kept their mouths shut about why they are partly responsible for this debacle.
The EU have expressed, I mean, in pretty uncertain terms, deep regret and dismay at what's happening.
Okay, have you got that verbatim in front of you as well, do you?
Well, mate, I work on a news radio station. If you're not aware of what Jean-Paul...
verbatim, the one there with the other guy. But that's what I'm saying. Charles de Gaulle didn't want to let us in because he said that we'd destroy it. So obviously he had an idea of what we were like.
Okay.
And we want to
Rob, you know when you started off by saying that you'd never phone a radio station before?
Yeah.
I think you probably should have left it that way.
Okay, that's fine.
It's 11:16. What have we voted for, and how long will it take for the empty slogans and the meaningless sound bites to fall apart? For example, sovereignty. We had it all along. How do I know? I read it in a white paper published by this government about Brexit. Control. We're taking it back. How? By giving full control of our trading relationship with our biggest trading market, the biggest trading bloc, incidentally, in the world. The 27 people, the 27 countries remaining in it now get to decide what relationship we have. Will that relationship be better than the ones that members have? Maybe. Immigration. Yeah, great. David Davis said the other night that could go up. And we know, a little bit late in the day, I concede, but we know that actually there were restrictions and regulations in place that could have allowed us to exercise a lot more, quotes, control, end quotes, over immigration. 350 million quid a week for the NHS? Anybody? Hey, what else? What have we voted for? To wave goodbye to Scotland? To see the Republic of Ireland reunited and Northern Ireland no longer part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? We've got our country back and it's shrunk. Anna is in Croydon. Anna, should we do a funny handshake?
Yeah, sure. How do you do that, though?
Okay. Oh, I can't tell you that if you don't know already, Anna, honestly. So what is going on? Well, help me. I can't see the surface anymore. I'm so far down the rabbit hole, I'm getting scared.
I'm a very selfish Remainer who also believes that the Leave campaign just doesn't have a chance, unfortunately.
Because of corruption or because of votes?
Because I think there are far too many vested interests, commercial, financial, international, in the Remain campaign.
But what happens if Leave wins? What happens to these views if Leave wins? They don't just go away. They escalate. They move on to the next conspiracy.
Well, that's we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but I genuinely believe that the votes will be swayed towards a certain result.
Swayed or illegally tampered with?
Perhaps illegally tampered with, but I'm sorry to shatter your fantasies about democracy in the West.
You're not shattering my fantasies about democracy, Anna. You're claiming that you live in a Kremlin-esque society. You're claiming that you live in a country that has the same regard for democracy as North Korea. I think it might be your fantasy rather than mine, with the greatest of respect and affection.
Okay, well, you see, not all votes are manual pieces of paper that get counted. A lot of them are counted by a computer, and unfortunately, due to very sophisticated software and statistical manipulations, it is possible to not completely change the results en masse, but to slightly sway it towards a certain direction.
Using the computer software?
Yes.
Okay.
No? You Have you looked into how the votes are counted, James?
Yes, the same way they're always counted, so...
Well, unfortunately, in the 21st century, in 2016, not all votes are manual pieces of paper.
Okay, I mean, this is proof that it's rigged, is it?
It's not proof that it's rigged, no, but I honestly believe that, unfortunately, the Leave campaign won't be given a fair play.
Okay.
Sorry, James.
Why do you keep saying sorry? I mean, you say slightly mad things and then you apologise to me.
You sound very disappointed.
I'm not disappointed. Well, let me think of the right word. This is a very important moment for choosing the right word. Gobsmacked, actually. Gobsmacked.
Okay.
Not at what you're telling me, but at the fact that you're telling it to me. Do you see the difference, Anna? It's not. I mean, it's not these amazing truth bombs that you're dropping. It's the fact that you think they're truth bombs that I'm gobsmacked by.
Well, do you want to hear another funny fact? I'm actually from Russia myself, so and.
Well, then I can completely understand your lack of faith in democracy. But hey, we do things better here. Mike is in Alcutim in Portugal. Mike, what would you like to say?
Just going back to your point earlier where you said you feel sorry for Leave voters that are lying to themselves now.
Yes.
But I'm not lying to myself.
Then you're not one of the ones I feel sorry for, then.
Ah, that's okay then.
So why did you vote to leave?
I voted to leave the EU.
Yes, but why?
Why? Because I don't like the way the money is wasted.
For example?
Just going to their posh building for 4 days a month.
Right.
I mean, what is that all about?
It's a parliament.
Yeah, but why can't they continue doing what they're doing in the building they're in? Why do they have to move everything, all the paperwork, to another building for 4 days a month? Why is that?
Well, I suppose if we were in the European Parliament on a more robust level, we could be agitating to change that from inside, couldn't we? That's how democracy works.
Why would it be more robust level?
Oh, because we keep electing idiots to go to the European Parliament who've got no interest whatsoever in enacting laws or contributing to the legislative process. I mean, best illustrated probably by Farage's record at the Fishing Committee, which you know, of course.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do know that.
How many times did he turn up?
Once, is it?
Out of?
I don't know how many times. 23, 24.
So there's your answer. I mean, if there's things about the way things are done that we don't like, we should have spent the last 30 years behaving like honest brokers and wielding our power in that Parliament. I know less than you do about the mobility of paperwork and offices, but it doesn't sound like much of a reason to embrace £15 billion a year of extra costs, according to the government's own papers, simply to come close to trading in the way that we currently do now, does it? You're worried about wasting money. The government's own analysis says 15 billion quid a year just to do the paperwork.
Yeah, that's true, but this is an ongoing thing.
Well, so would that be? That would be £15 billion a year.
How do you mean, £15 billion a year? That's what it costs them to move, does it?
No, that's what the government said yesterday. It will cost British businesses to simply fill in the paperwork they need to fill in to trade in a no-deal environment.
So they actually said that is what it's going to cost and not what they think it's going to cost.
The government has done an analysis. They wouldn't claim it was biblical. Yes, but this is the government led by Boris Johnson, Mike.
Yeah, but we've all seen these reports of what could happen.
But this is the government led by Boris Johnson, and you've forgotten the script, because you're supposed to say that's a Remainer government. That was Theresa May, who didn't really want to leave. These impact assessments now are the ones that people like Michael Gove are trying to keep out of your hands. And the £15 billion reported either yesterday or on Monday, that's the government that is planning to do no deal, has commissioned or received that research. So I'm afraid that bit of the script where you pretend not to believe that Theresa May is an honest broker, that doesn't work anymore, my friend.
No, well, I don't believe Theresa May was an honest broker.
No, that's what I just said.
I think she was, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But Boris Johnson is, you see, if you're a Brexiter, and he's the head of the government that has received the advice that £15 billion a year is what it will cost. So unless I don't know how much it costs to do the thing you said with the paperwork, but if you really voted to leave the European Union because you're worried about money being wasted, well, you've done a bit of a boo-boo.
You think?
Well, I know.
Well, okay. That's your...
what other reasons did you have? It can't just have been the fact that they operate in two offices.
The continuous movement of people.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Portugal.
Okay, carry on.
So, yeah, our infrastructure in England at the moment is under great pressure to try and support what is there at the moment.
After 9 years of austerity and cuts, yes.
Well, austerity had to happen.
Did it? I mean, austerity is the idea. What are you going to say about borrowing? Because I have to warn you, I know how much this government has borrowed, and I know what the debt is now compared to when they took over.
Exactly, but you can't.
So it's not about that, then, is it?
Unless you can't keep borrowing and not have cutbacks.
Right, but they have.
Yes, they have. But this is something that has to change.
So Mike in Portugal voted to leave the European Union because there's too much freedom of movement. Is that how we remember this call?
Indeed.
Okay, mate. You know how that looks, right?
How does it look?
Okay, you don't. My bad.
Elizabeth is in Worcester Park. Elizabeth, what would you like to say?
James, we need to start thinking with our economic head on. Jeremy Corbyn has dangled a Christmas list of shiny things in front of the young people. They are never going to happen. He says they're costed, but we're all going to have to pay for them, either in our taxes, this land value tax. It's all got to be paid for. In fact, Clegg promised all these things years ago. They never happened, and they still won't. And then the young people will be disappointed. And we have to think economy, Brexit, and security.
Okay, well, you're the second caller to mention those things. So let's look at economy. Let's look at economy. 960 quid, 60 billion quid public sector net debt in 2010. It had risen to 1.5 trillion by 2015.
Maybe, but look at the amount of people that are now in work. You know.
Well, no, I'm looking at the economy like you told me to. The debt has gone up, not quite doubled as some people claim, but it's gone up to $1.5 trillion. From 960 billion.
Money under Jeremy Corbyn.
No, because you're
go up even more.
No. We can only talk about facts. You said look at the economy, so I am.
But we've got to look at his costings. He is going.
Well, where can I find the Conservatives' costings?
Amount of money.
Where can I find the Conservatives' costings?
Well, actually, they're not saying they're going to spend a lot of money. They're still talking.
Well, where are the costings? Because they weren't on my copy of the manifesto.
Well, I know they're not, because they want to do a green paper. They want to control.
So just to clarify, the party I should trust with the economy haven't published any costings, and the party I shouldn't trust have.
Well, let's go back to 2008.
No, let's not, because it's 2017.
Because that started with the Labour Party.
Well, Jeremy Corbyn wasn't. Well, Jeremy Corbyn was about as far onto the backbenches as it's possible to be. So I've looked at the economy.
Maybe he was.
This is brilliant.
We're going to go back to where we were, and if we don't think
where we were when during a global economic crisis, or during the sort of 12 years of economic growth before that.
The Exchequer, who took his eye off the ball, doesn't bear any responsibility for it at all. Come on.
Well, name me a country that did see it coming.
Well, that doesn't make it right, does it?
No, you said he took his eye off the ball. That means everybody else had their eye on the ball. That's what the figure of speech means. So what country saw it coming?
A loose economic.
I'm going to keep asking you the question until you tell me the countries that kept their eye on the ball. Who were they?
Let's get back to Jeremy Corbyn.
Every time I shoot down your argument, you keep saying things like, let's go back to 2008, let's go back to 2010, let's go back to Jeremy Corbyn, let's go back to Gordon Brown. So just to clarify, we look at the economy by judging two manifestos, one of which contains costings and one of which doesn't, and we trust the ones who haven't told us what their costings are. We look at the national debt, and we trust the party that has seen that debt rise by almost double in their first 5 years in charge. We look at the economic performance that is predicted for either party, and we trust the one that isn't telling us where the money's going to come from over the one that is telling us.
Strong and stable.
You're a parody now. You're taking the mickey now.
Come on. Not at all.
Right. So just answer yes.
Fine.
Just say yes, Elizabeth. You should trust the party that's not shown you any costings with the economy over the party that's shown you them.
You should trust the strong and stable to negotiate Brexit for us, to keep this country secure. That's what you should trust.
The Brexit that Theresa May is opposed to.
Oh, she's not opposed.
Hang on, I think she is.
Because I do believe we are more secure in the EU.
Was that strong or stable?
That is doing what the people have asked her to do, and good on her for doing that, and putting her views to one side and going with the democratic view.
So is it strong or stable to do the opposite of what you think is best for the economy, which you just told me was the one thing we should take into account when considering how to vote?
It's strong to put your views aside and to do...
But her view is that this is really bad for the economy, and you just told me we should trust her with the economy.
No, she will do the best for us that she possibly can.
I love you, Elizabeth. You're fantastic. Have a bunch of daffodils. Michael's in Morden. Come on. A passport of purest blue, Michael. What are we missing?
Well, I don't think that it's such a big deal in so much as it's just, for me, I think it's just symbolism. I mean, at the end of the day, I know you're a staunch Remainer.
No, I'm a rationalist. So I probably don't buy into symbolism.
I listen to you every day. You really... No, but you don't buy into symbolism. But when people march and they've got the European flag, you've not got a problem with it. And simultaneously, that's symbolism. So...
But I think they're both pointless. Well, why are you telling me what I think about people marching? When did people march with the European flag? Do you know, I wasn't sure what the European flag was until the Queen wore that hat.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I mean, it's just symbolism, and it's just people feeling the need to identify with something.
So tell me how a different coloured passport changes how you identify.
Because it makes you know that you're different from everybody else with the European passport. So if you
Except
have
Croatians.
A passport... I mean, I'm old enough. I'm exactly the same age.
Except Croatians. You feel different from everybody else, but not Croatian.
I don't. I was dating a Croatian girl. I've been to Croatia. You know.
But you won't feel different from her because she'll have a passport that's the same colour as yours.
Well, Well,
so your sense of identity, is based upon wanting to feel different from other people.
No, my sense of identity doesn't.
What then?
Sorry, no, it doesn't make I want to feel different. But the fact that if the UK does change to a blue, it does symbolise the fact that it's a UK passport and not the European Union passport.
But it says United Kingdom on the front.
Yeah, but it doesn't, though. I changed from
it does.
blue to the... No, I understand what you're saying.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just describing something that's just real.
Yeah, you're describing a blue passport and you're trying to make it kind of like, it's quite petty to change it to the blue. And I understand where you're coming from. And I
don't even know if it's petty. I want to understand why you care.
Well, people care because it symbolises something.
No, don't talk to me about people. I want you tell me why you are going to feel different with a blue passport in your hand compared to how you feel with a burgundy one.
And do you know what? If I veer away from the topic, are you not going to cut me off?
Of course I'm going to cut you off. I want you to tell me how you are going to feel different with a blue passport. You can't start talking about the football.
All right, let me tell you why I feel different. I personally would feel a little bit different with a blue passport. And the reason being because it would make me know that I am affiliated to the UK.
And you don't know that now?
And I'm not affiliated to the 28 member states. And I know that you keep banging on about it, but do you know what? I'm a black guy, and I've been to Europe, and black people in Europe are
I just want to pick you up on one other thing. That's a valid point. I'm not disputing that, but it isn't what we're asking. At the moment, when you carry a burgundy passport, you don't feel affiliated to the United Kingdom.
Not really, no. I feel affiliated to 28 member states.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
You're being honest. I thank you for your honesty. It doesn't make any sense at all to me, but it's your reality.
No, but what I'm trying to say is that when if you voted to leave and you voted for whatever people have voted for, whatever their reasons and sovereignty, etc., then they want to naturally know that they have disassociated themselves from the 27 member states, and that blue passport is a symbol of that.
More than Article 50. More than Article 50, more than the referendum result, more than the actual act of departure. You need a symbol that makes you feel more unaffiliated than you do now with the European Union. Mate, like I say, I'm grateful to you for your honesty. I think that's nuts. I'm holding both in my hand. My left hand feels different from my right hand. Does it? I've got a blue one, I've got a burgundy one. One's got European Union written on it, one hasn't. All I want to know, Michael, is what that passport can give me. And you want the passport that will give you less. And that seems to me baffling.
What do you mean by give you less?
Oh, for heaven's sake, mate, you can't use a non-European Union passport to travel visa-free in European Union countries. Take that to the bank. David's in Epsom. David, what would you like to say?
Hello, sir. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to say that... speaking for myself, that Brexit is an opportunity. I'm an American who spends a lot of time in the UK, and I'm in the Christmas tree industry. And for my industry, Brexit is actually a great thing. Prior to Brexit and currently at the moment, I cannot import Christmas trees into the United Kingdom due to EU laws and not necessarily due to any specific laws.
David, mate, if you're yanking my chain, if you're pulling my leg, I don't know what an American figure of speech is. If you're kind of trying to...
I understand, sir.
Oh, you do? If you are, I am quite enjoying it. It is quite a good one, but I do need to establish for certain whether or not you're for real.
No, sir. I'm being completely serious.
Okay, so there are opportunities for American Christmas tree importers.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Currently, you cannot. A phytosanitary certificate is the agricultural inspection certificate that one needs to export Christmas trees to another country. And due to EU laws, you cannot import trees from North America. So essentially,
and how many trees? How many trees do you think you could get over here in a good Christmas?
Well, we could supply tens of thousands of trees to the UK market. Currently, most of the trees in the UK come from continental Europe, and so they're imported from one place or another. And
I like it. It's good. It's good for you. Surely though, that would have to, in the best case scenario, that would be taking place under World Trade Organization tariffs. So there would be tariffs on the imports, whereas as a Christmas tree consumer, I currently get mine probably from, as you say, continental Europe, so there won't be any tariffs on it. Is it really going to cost me less to have it shipped here from America with tariffs than it is to have it shipped here from Europe without tariffs?
Absolutely, sir. We can supply you with a superior tree at a lesser price and therefore provide a better product.
This is it. Give me some music. Give me something. This is just great. This is how I'm going to go. No, hang on a minute. How is it going to be cheaper if it's got to come all the way from America? Whereabouts in America are your forests?
Oh, we operate. We're from the border of Canada and the United States, so our trees are from both sides of the border.
So you got. So okay, and how long will it take? I don't quite understand how it can be cheaper for me to get a tree from America from the American-Canadian border than a tree from sort of Norway.
It would be shipped in a cargo container.
But won't it die? How long does the journey take?
No, sir. We have trees that
I still think you're hoaxing.
And they would arrive in spectacular condition.
Spectacular condition. Are you like me looking forward to the new Bill and Ted film?
To the new, absolutely, dude.
That's going to be a great movie because there's this little fly in the ointment of my enthusiasm for your plan. How does photosynthesis happen if the trees are in containers?
Well, the trees have already grown, sir, and so they're cut. They've been harvested and baled.
But so they're going to come over not in soil. They're going to be dead, as it were.
That's true, sir. There's a different set of laws for trees that come with dirt, but a tree
I just don't know, David. I love you, mate. Give him a round of applause. You're my favourite caller in weeks, but I still don't know whether you're yanking my chain or not. I don't know whether you're yanking my chain or not.
But I'm not yanking your chain.
You're not yanking my chain. Okay. Christmas trees. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. Helen's in Dagenham. Helen, what's going on?
Hi there, James. Let me start by saying I don't agree with what you say very rarely, but I listen to you every morning without fail driving into work, which I'm doing at the moment. Yes, I must tell you, we went on a trip up the Thames yesterday, right the way down, right the way back again. James, you have never seen so many building cranes. You've never seen so much construction, so many new buildings, office buildings, the most incredible buildings. And seeing it from the Thames, you see a sight you don't see normally if you're driving along the road.
I did it as well, weirdly, this weekend.
Going into a slump.
Did it from Tower Bridge to Richmond.
Well, this is my opinion. But
it's not an opinion, it's true. There is a lot of construction being done by foreign investors for off-plan purchases who are increasingly from places like China and Russia.
But why would they pick here if we're going into a slump?
Because the answer to that, Helen, is simple. It rests on the presumption of rational action. Increasingly, these people are, I guess, waking up to the fact that we really are going to jump off this cliff. But they've been making investments and doing their deals on the presumption that we couldn't possibly be that stupid.
And they won't pull out now, will they?
But that doesn't matter. Every recession sees huge quantities of empty office buildings. You know that, Helen.
Yes, I do know there have been empty office buildings, and there's been slumps and depressions. And while we have been in the
people have never. I can't remember a time. Can you remember a time when people have said, "I really want one"?
Really want what?
A recession.
Oh, good God, no.
Well, that's where we are now.
In your opinion?
No, not in my opinion.
51%
of leavers polled. It is only a poll. You can question but I speak to these people, as you know, on a regular basis, and they insist to me that they're quite happy being worse off. They knew that there'd be economic damage. They knew that their children might lose their jobs. They knew that there might be stockpiling of medicines. They knew that we might go into recession. They knew that they'd be paying more for their food. They knew there'd be much longer queues at ports and airports. They knew that flights would become a lot more expensive if they're allowed to fly at all. They knew all of this.
No, possibly, because these people, similarly to me, have lived through the last 30, 40 years. We've had the most terrible financial crashes in this country.
But we've never actively wanted one before.
And the EU weren't there. We were in the EU, and they didn't support us.
What are you talking about, Helen? What would you like the EU to have done in 1998?
1998 is what?
Well, it was the last global financial crisis that affected every country in the world.
Well, unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember the 1980s as well.
Yes, so am I.
negative equity was the
What would you
phrase.
like the European Union to have done about negative equity?
Problem. Terrible, terrible, terrible
Okay,
problem.
Helen. Okay, and you know why negative equity happened?
Go on.
Well, I thought you were helping me out here because people were buying property with borrowed money that they couldn't afford. So when the tide went out, everything fell apart. So ringing in to say things must be going really well because there's loads of building going on, built upon borrowed money and foreign investment. When the tide goes out, the point you rang in to say was evidence that Brexit wasn't going to be bad has ended up being the essential acid test of precisely why inflation of property prices has contributed to the economic meltdown that will follow. If it goes ahead. If it goes ahead. You're a Boris Johnson fan, are you, Helen?
Huh?
Boris Johnson fan?
I used to be till he built those stupid cycle lanes in the city.
Okay.
Edward is in Luton. Edward, what would you like to say?
Yeah, hello, James. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Edward.
Right, hi there. Good to speak to you last. I've rang in a few times. I wanted to take you to task on this question about the economic hit that you continually pressed on about regarding what the UK has lost with regards to this exit of the EU. And I'll set the stage by saying that I am an importer. I've taken a huge hit, and I do employ a Polish worker as well. Okay?
How huge a hit have you taken?
Well, an enormous hit. I mean, probably 30 or 40% of my revenue has gone. But
okay.
Can I start with
30 or 40%?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
and you voted to leave, did you?
My life, James, is not based on how much money I've got only.
No,
okay?
no, you're very lucky. Nor's mine. But a lot of people can't think about anything else.
Yes. And Mohammed bin, can I give you an analogy because you're a fan of it? Okay?
Yes.
Mohammed bin Salman has been feted by the Queen and the establishment elite, and signing 150 billion pound deals for our arms and weapons, which, by the way, our German neighbours have refused to do.
Yes, I'm going to hurry you slightly. There are a lot of people waiting.
It enriches us.
Yes.
It enriches us. Okay, it enriches all of us. Okay, and that's the reason why we've done it, because it enriches us. But
we should start dealing heroin then.
Well, no, I for one would gladly give up the sale of our Typhoon jet, which enriches BAE and the other systems, if it meant that children weren't continuing to be crucified or people weren't continuing...
Mate, I would as well. With respect, Edward, we did this on yesterday's show. I've got a full switchboard. I appreciate that you've struggled to get through in the past, but you're here now. Don't blow it. What's the point you want to make?
Right, the point I want to make is, along with lots of other European partners and lots of other European regions, the reason why the populist vote has risen in Italy and Germany and here, the reason why is because large swathes of the countries have been left behind, and the elite and the establishment, a la people who have lots of money...
Like the blokes who own the Telegraph and the blokes who own the Ritz and the bloke who owns the Times and the people that run the Mail and the people that own the Express, all of those pro-Brexit elitists.
And so-called Christian Liberal Democrat elite.
Yeah, mate, I'm really sorry, but I'm not learning anything from you at all. Reasons to be cheerful. Go.
Lots of those people in those large areas, like the north of England, Wallonia in Belgium, lots of areas are much happier at the prospect and the thought that there is going to be real change. There may be real change.
Why? Very briefly, Edward, give me your favourite example of the real change they're going to see.
Possibly, it might...
No, not possiblies, the certainlys.
You deal in possibly.
But I've got no reasons to be cheerful. You have. What are they?
Certainly, they have been listened to and have the prospect of being listened to.
What's going to improve in their lives?
I would imagine it's a possibility in the future that they will be listened to rather than left behind. Because
so what's going to improve in their lives?
The rise of fascism will occur again.
Oh, okay. It already is, mate, but it's rising among people who can't answer this question. Last chance, Edward. I'm not going to argue. Edward.
So you don't want to listen to them. You want them to remain the same. You want them to have the status quo. You want unelected officials in Europe to continue to govern the whole of Europe.
I don't know. Do you remember at the introduction when I said, let's avoid the empty slogans, let's avoid the meaningless soundbites, let's concentrate on demonstrable evidence? Mate, I'm not going to argue with you. I'm sorry. I'm not. No, I'm not, Edward. I'm not going to argue with you because I've set the parameters of the conversation. You give me reasons to be cheerful. You use words like possibility, imagine, left behind, far right, populist. I'm talking about the pound in the pocket. You can take a 30 to 40% hit to your revenues and keep bouncing along. I'll tell you now, you patronise the people in the communities you describe when you imagine, even implicitly, that they could take a 30 to 40% hit to their already paltry income and be anything other than poverty-stricken. They'll have a voice. They'll have a voice, mate, but they won't have a pot to pee in.
James is in Hackney. James, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. Well, I can give some insight into why all these the vets in the UK are Spanish. It's because they get very cheap training in Spain, and then they come over here and earn a fair wage, and that's been great for the UK. But like with a lot of EU migration to the northern countries, the southern countries have done really badly out of it, and have almost no young, talented people who want to be entrepreneurial and set up new businesses in Portugal, Spain, and Greece. That's not a great Europe to live in.
I don't know what question you're answering, mate.
Well, I'm answering the question that a bit of uncertainty, actually, and having people come here, work here, and then move back to these countries is not a bad thing. The idea that everyone
I see. Sorry. So you're
Germany and the UK.
Yeah, you're a Leave voter who's rung me up to tell me that all the people who are worried shouldn't be worried.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't be worried, but I'm saying from a British perspective, in terms of being a
It'd be good to have fewer vets.
No, we're not going to have fewer vets because they will qualify.
When?
You can spin it whichever way.
Well, I'm not spinning anything.
Within the 2-year period, well, the thing is, James...
How many vets are going to qualify within the 2-year period?
How many vets are going to be kicked out within the 2-year period?
Oh, you're talking about kicking them out now, mate. You're supposed to be telling people not to worry.
I'm saying not to worry because you're the one who's saying that they're all going to get kicked out.
No, I'm categorically not. I'm asking people how they feel, and they're telling me. And then they're reporting evidence-based observations about their futures. And you're perfectly entitled to tell them not to worry, but you're not really entitled to say, if we do end up losing an awful lot of vets, we'll somehow be able to replace them with people we've, trained ourselves. Where are all those people who want to be vets but can't be at the moment?
Then they are not going to come through. You're right. You're absolutely right. And that is why categorically there is no way that we can stop that. There's no way that the Tories
That's just words.
Can say... I'm afraid that's what politics is. That's what arguments are. They're words.
No, but they have to make sense.
That's how it works. Well, it does make sense.
They categorically, that isn't going to happen and they have to stop it. Let's start again, James. Let's start again. How can you offer... Well, actually, you can't, can you? Because you're just dealing with a guilty conscience now.
I'm not guilty, but I'm concerned. Don't get me wrong. When I put my tick on that ballot paper, I was concerned. And that's a good thing because, like you were saying earlier...
25,000 doctors and nurses thinking of leaving? Just sell that to me then as a good thing.
Thinking. There you go.
Yeah.
You know?
They weren't before.
Dance around once they've left. It's not going to happen. People don't leave secure work.
It's not secure. That's the whole point. I don't know what program you've been listening to. It's not secure.
I don't see why Spanish vets are going back to Spain where there are no veterinary jobs because Spain has been totally stripped.
But you rang up to tell me that it was a good thing.
Growth.
You rang up to tell me it was a good thing they'd be going back.
I'm not saying it's a good thing they'd be going back. I'm saying that we need a turnover.
But now you're saying they're not.
People to come for 2 years to learn.
You rang up and you began by saying that they would go back and it was good because we could train up our own to replace them. And within the space of 3.5 minutes of, to be honest with you, mate, really kindergarten level questioning, you've now started saying the precise opposite. And you're supposed to be the one offering comfort.
No, they're not going back. They're not going back straight away. But certainly.
But they are going back eventually, are they?
Yeah, they will go back eventually.
Oh, okay. Why would they go back to a place with no growth and no jobs, you asked a minute ago?
Because the points-based system will force a certain number of people to make that decision.
So we're going to impose the points-based system on people who already live here?
A points-based system on people who already live here? I don't think so. I can't see
but you just said that the points-based system was the reason why they'd have to leave. How can they leave if they're not already here?
Sorry, James. The points-based system is the reason why people will not continue to join at the rate that they have.
Oh, so they aren't going to... No one's going to leave then?
People will leave. People will turn over.
Okay,
part of this...
Mate, I think just in the interest of charity, I'm going to have to put you out of your misery now. But thank you.
David's in Croydon. David, who do you think this is designed to delight?
People like me.
Yes.
James.
Too many foreigners here, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's too many people in general.
Too many people in general?
Yeah, too many people.
Right.
So I've heard you say quite a lot before that if you look at the figures, then immigrants are net contributors to the economy.
EU migrants, not non-EU.
Right, okay. Yeah. So if we use that as like a good thing to aim for, why don't we just skim off all the individual cases where they're not net contributors and get rid of them?
Yeah.
And then we're left with
we've already
only
answered
the desirable
that. You've
people.
already heard that answered by the people you're actually talking about. They don't want to come to a country like that.
Well, then we don't need... If we've got a threshold of 25...
No, I understood what you said. You're just pretending not to understand what I said. We've spoken to all those people that you would, quotes, keep, end quotes. They don't want to come to a country where the rules are made by people like you.
Okay. They don't have to, do they?
No. So who's going to do the jobs they currently do?
Well, like what?
Mate, I'm not Google. I'm not Google, David.
No, okay, but...
So, okay, well, let's take the medical engineer that we spoke to. Let's take the medical engineer that we spoke to. Who's going to do that job if she now feels unwelcome, despite passing all the thresholds?
Somebody else from this country or...
Yeah, of course. 11:30. Well done, David. Just proving it without realising it. Used to be funny. Now it's just tragic.
Robert is in Sittingbourne in Kent. I can't remember a show like this one, Robert, and please God we never have one again. This will be the last referendum of both our lifetimes.
Right. Well, it keeps your programme interesting. Good afternoon, James.
Yes.
First of all, I'll say I'm not a conspiracy theorist, and I laugh out loud at most of the conspiracies. But I think we should be a bit wary and sceptical as well, bearing in mind what's happened in certain elections in this country in the past. Can I just point out, as far as I understand, this isn't like a general election where each vote is being counted and scrutinised by constituency basis. I understand I may be wrong, but I understand the votes for the referendum are going to be counted in a slightly different way. Am I correct in that? Do you know?
I don't know what you're I don't know what you're telling me. We've spoken to 2 election scrutineers who've said they will be working on Thursday and it will be business as usual. Whether
on a constituency basis.
Whether or not it's in the same rooms as it usually is, I don't know. But the same people will be observing, and we've spoken to them.
Can I just make a point? Sorry. There have been, I know we live in a democracy, but there have been cases of dodgy voting in council elections. For instance, Tower Hamlets is an example.
Yes, that was religious manipulation, the first time since the 19th century that anybody... And we've also had problems with postal votes in the past as well, most notably in Birmingham.
That was my other point.
Yeah, but guess what? How do you know about them?
Well, some of it's seeped out.
What do you mean it's seeped out? It's been reported, investigated, and prosecuted. That is the nature of our parliamentary democracy. And the Birmingham story was personation mostly, postal votes and personation, where I turn up at the poll and say I am Robert in Sittingbourne, and then I cast your vote for you, and you turn up. And if you don't turn up at all, no one ever knows anything dodgy has gone on. And if you do turn up and try and cast your vote and get told someone already has, then you bust it. And the postal votes. Yeah. I mean, how would one side be able to manipulate the postal votes more than the other side?
Well, you see,
why do you keep laughing when I pick a hole in your own points?
Well, it depends who...
Unless you're laughing at yourself.
No,
so postal votes postal votes are susceptible to manipulation. Let's just put that up there as a possibility.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not talking about the act. Yes, but
why would one side be more likely to do it than the other side?
No, I'm not. Yes, but we're assuming that these postal votes actually exist, aren't we? I mean,
oh boy. Okay, so now we're going to talk about postal votes that don't exist.
Well, I don't like the idea of so many. It was okay in the past when it was disabled people or elderly people, but when there's a significant proportion of votes that are being counted differently, let's say from the ballot they're not being put directly into a ballot box.
Why would the postal votes favour one side or the other, or the possibility to manipulate postal votes to get hold of your grannies and fill it in yourself?
No, my point is not so much the actual post, it's the people counting these postal votes. Are they under the same scrutiny as, for instance, the vote that goes into the ballot box?
No, they're not. They sit in a shed at the bottom of their own garden and just ring in the result.
Well, I think there's some... can I just point out...
No, mate, you can't. No. Because you've made 3 points and they've all been so ridiculously bad, I can't let you make another. It's not fair on all the other people waiting to talk to me.
Just very quick.
No, it's just not fair, because you should... Is it even worse than the ones you've already made, or have you been saving the best till last, like roast potatoes at Sunday lunch?
Be fair.
Go on, then.
All right. W. Bush, the dodgy Chads in Florida, that was a dodgy election. JFK, it's been documented, he got the mafia and the Teamsters to... because that was a very close vote with Nixon, wasn't it, in 1960?
Yeah, it was. JFK and George W. Bush. Absolutely incontrovertible evidence that everything's going to be rigged on Thursday. Where are we going next? Should we go to Barry in Hampstead? Barry, what's going to get better?
All right, listen, you are clearly the biggest Ramona on national radio. The history of the European Union and the single market is quite straightforward. We entered into the ERM back in the day as a vehicle to control inflation, to make tough monetary decisions on the basis of controlling exchange rate. Yeah, in economics, that you can either control your exchange rate or your interest rate. You can't control both. It's a neoclassical dichotomy. We famously busted out of the RM back in the day because it was futile. Europe is such a big, diverse area where all the economies are so different, all the cultures are so different, economies work at different speeds. Despite the failure of the ERM, they decided to then push forward and have a single currency.
Barry, mate, let me speak. I will let you speak. I just want to remind you what question you're answering. What's going to get better?
I'm going to get there.
Well, I have a lot of people waiting, and you're kind of telling me stuff everybody listening knows.
Okay. All right. Bureaucrats and bureaucracy and people in the public sector add nothing to the economy. They are paid out of taxes which are collected from people in the private sector. So just the idea of getting rid of a whole layer of greedy bureaucrats is going to make us better off. If I was negotiating Brexit, I would just show them the middle finger, walk away, pay them nothing, and wait for them to come crawling back. And if that means we have a period where people have to buy domestically and not import and export so much. I'm not talking about autarky. Tariffs are minimal in the grand scheme. That can only be better for the UK.
Okay. What was it you're going to show them?
What was it I was going to show them?
You said if I was in charge, I'd show them something. I missed it.
Middle finger.
The what?
I would just say, like, no, we're not paying you anything. We're gone. Ta-da.
Okay. And if I was thinking of signing a trade deal with you, and I said that last...
Listen, it's a two-way street. You know,
well, so is this conversation, hopefully. So now we'll go in this direction. If I'm thinking of signing a deal with you, and someone says, "Oh, he just showed his middle finger to the last people he signed a deal with and refused to meet his obligations," what would my attitude to you be?
What are the obligations they're pulling out of thin air?
The obligations that we've signed up for until 2019, until the next round of budget vote. No, okay.
Countries collectively.
All right, mate. Thanks for the finger. Very helpful. Lee's in Greenwich. Lee, what are you celebrating?
I'm celebrating that we're just out of it. I mean, bear with me, James, because I've...
Of course I will, mate. Go on. Fill your boots.
7 months to get through since Brexit, to put your myths and lies just like, because I don't know where you're coming from, and I don't know what you're so scared about. We're not going to sink. The British Isles are still going to be here. It's not going to sink.
Well, you mean geographically?
So I can't see what you're...
That's what you're celebrating. The British Isles is not going to sink. I can join you in that. I was never frightened that it might, but hey, great news. What else have we got?
Right, well, I'm in haulage. Everything we do is done through the EU. It's EU drivers' laws, EU this, EU that.
Did you hear what David Davis said about lorries this morning?
I didn't know.
Oh.
What did he say? We're going back to the old form, TIR and customs and things like that.
Yeah.
Stuff will still get in. Stuff will still get out.
That's to get out. You're going to have to go through customs to get out of your own country.
Well, they probably want to check things. But we done that in the 80s, so why can't we do that now?
Well, no, we can, but when they took it away, your industry generally regarded that as an improvement because it made journey times shorter and access to the continent easier. So I don't think you can celebrate that, but we're still definitely agreed that Great Britain is not going to sink. So what else have we got?
So I do UK work, so that don't affect me. So they decimated the haulage industry in this country because they brought in a driver's CBC.
Yeah, but you do UK work, so that doesn't affect you.
No, still had to get the driver's CBC to be able to drive a lorry. That's like saying to you, James, that board you got in front of you, where you do the fader, press the button for the ad and that, we know you can do it. You've been doing it for 10 years or however long it is. But what you got to do now, you've got to do a course on how to do that, and it's going to cost you £500. And you've got to do that every 5 years so you can carry on doing your job.
Yes.
That's from the EU.
And
the myth.
So you're celebrating the fact that there'll be less regulation in the haulage industry?
What, so someone that's been driving a lorry for
Mate, it's
30
not a
years,
trick
all
question, Lee. Come on. The world changes, the technology changes. We're celebrating the fact that Great Britain's not going to sink. So, look, we've got that. And there's going to be less regulation in Britain for lorries as long as they never leave Britain.
Right, now can I dispel some of your lies?
Well, I just want to find something to celebrate first, if you don't mind, because that is the question that we are all trying to answer.
Okay, there's opportunity.
Go on,
all right, so I can't buy a BMW now. I'm not going to get a Mercedes because there's going to be a tariff on it. It's going to be a lot more expensive.
Hang on, we're not celebrating now, are we?
Ain't there a gap in the market now for a Branson or a Sugar to go, do you know what? I might start my own car plant. Let's get back manufacturing back into the UK.
They were both very passionate Remain campaigners.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's a gap for someone that's got the money to invest and someone that knows how to make
So
money.
you're celebrating the fact that we can invent a new car and sell it into Europe for a lot more in tariffs than we could currently do now?
Well, no, can't we sell them, like, because there'd be no tariffs if people in England buy? What's wrong with making in Britain and selling
so
in Britain?
British cars for British people?
Jobs in this? No, come on, James. You said you give me 5 minutes. What's wrong with
You've had
securing
7
engineering jobs in this country? What's wrong with that?
Well, we haven't got the
And
people.
then someone said yesterday, food's going to go up.
It already has.
Right, so we can't grow food in the United Kingdom. We've got all them farmers that was on EU subsidies with fields and fields being told don't grow anything, don't grow anything.
Yes.
We'll just pay you anyway. Well, I'll tell you what, it's well out of the box. It's well out of the box.
No, it's well out of the box, Lee. I'll give you that, mate. But hang on. So in terms of what you're actually celebrating, it's a mythical car factory and British potatoes for British people?
I just don't see why we need Europe.
No, I know you don't, Lee, but I'm trying to work out what you're selling. I mean, I could tell you why we don't need Europe, but you describe it all.
Clegg said,
yeah,
2 million jobs are going to go the next day.
No,
I don't remember there being 2 million jobs.
We haven't left.
2 million people
we haven't
are
left.
unemployed.
We haven't left.
So why are people going to all of a sudden leave? You know, you're not telling me why it's going to affect them.
Because the trade agreement.
Put it to me.
Okay, let me try. I'm not here to defend Nick Clegg, Lee, and let you know it's. I suppose it's public service broadcasting, but the reason why jobs might be under threat are for the reasons that you yourself have just, without realising it, explained. In that if we can't build a magical car factory and find loads of British people who want to buy British cars, and I'm not going to suggest for a minute that last time we did that, British Leyland, it saw our roads polluted by the biggest piles of scrap that the motorways of this fine nation have ever seen. But if we can't build our magical British factory or find loads and loads of farmers who hadn't realised that they could grow more food, but Lee's here to tell them that they could. And it's completely theoretical. But if we can't build a magic car factory and find loads of farmers who didn't really understand what farming was, then our freedom to sell the stuff we make in this country to other countries, most notably our biggest customer, which is, Lee...
All right, so it's Europe. Find out.
Okay, so our biggest customer, we won't be able to sell to them without paying tariffs. If we have to pay tariffs, the margin that's left after the sale is smaller, and every time margins get smaller, you're a businessman. Okay. What happens to the workforce?
Right, all right, put it this way.
No, you have to answer the question, because not everybody listening is as clever as you, and they won't have been able to keep up. So when margins get smaller, what happens to the workforce?
Well, you've either got to let people go...
And that's why Nick Clegg warned about job losses. Now, what else can I help you with?
Right. So, another EU thing was the LEZ. That's EU, by the way. That came in 2008. That was Red Ken started that, yeah? It was every capital's got to have an LEZ. Now, O'Brien, I'm thinking...
A low emission zone. Again, for people listening who aren't quite clear on this. You know how many people are dying of pollution in London at the moment every year, don't you?
No, I'm not saying that, but you have to adapt. 2018, I've got a refleet. So I've got to find £750,000.
Where are you going to buy your trucks? Do you think we'll have our magic truck factory up and running by then?
Business, because put it this way,
You might go out of business, and you're confused as to why Nick Clegg said that leaving the European Union might cause us to lose jobs.
Hold up, the LEZ's an EU rule. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have the LEZ.
The LEZ is keeping people alive.
All right, why ain't Dublin got one?
Pardon?
Why ain't Dublin got
one? Well, then your own argument falls apart. If it's imposed by the EU, you tell me why Dublin hasn't got one. It's your argument that you're demolishing, Lee.
Right, no. When it comes to
mate.
2008...
No, tell me why hasn't Dublin got one? I don't know. Why hasn't Dublin got one?
They're probably more sensible, because at the time...
No, but if you have to have one, Lee, tell me why Dublin hasn't got one.
Because they probably said, we're in a recession, the businesses we got are struggling...
Oh, so you don't have to have one, then?
We're not going to kick them while they're down.
So you don't have to have one?
Dublin. No, we do, because we follow every single EU edit. It's like, why is they in Arrow?
Okay,
Go on, the mafia boss, why is he in Arrow? Because we can't send it to Italy, because their prisons ain't up to scratch. Now, you're a clever man. Where's Italy, James?
I'm
thinking that's
the end of your armies.
EU.
Pardon?
Is it in the EU?
Yes, Lee.
Italy in the EU?
Yes, it is in the EU, Lee.
Right, so how comes their prisons ain't up to scratch?
Mate, you got me here. I'll tell you what, I've never felt this much on the ropes in all my years of broadcasting.
You're not getting the point. We followed every single EU rule to the letter.
Okay, mate.
That's why people...
So, just to recap, because I'm late for the news. I'm late for the news. So we're celebrating...
All right.
What? Again? Just sort of in nutshell points?
It's not a mythical. I'll just say someone with a bit of insight might think there's a gap in the market. I'm not saying magical. Don't try and make me out to be an idiot. I'm not saying it's a magical
Top three truck manufacturers in Europe. Can you name them off the top of your head when you have to refleet?
Probably Scania, Renault and Volvo.
BAF, Mercedes and Scania, mate. I bet you're doing some cracking business over there.
Peter is in Finchley. Peter, what would you like to say?
Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. I'd like to give you a fact. I used to manufacture a product which depended on a pharmaceutical product that depended on gelatin capsules. The gelatin capsules were made in a factory in Kent. As a result of the EU, the factory was closed down.
Why?
Because let me finish, please. The factory was closed down. The reason was because a factory was being opened up in Spain to manufacture the gelatin capsules on the basis of subsidies supplied by the British government through the EU. So people in England lost their jobs. I lost a very good supplier of my capsules. And the people in Spain got their jobs on the back of subsidies from the British taxpayer. That is the reason, one of the reasons I voted to leave.
When was this, Peter, roughly?
When?
Yes.
About 15 years ago.
And was there anything to prevent you from buying your gelatin capsules from the Spanish supplier?
No, I had to in the end.
Okay.
Because because that was the only source of supply. Incidentally, the price went up.
When we leave, of course. Okay, can you carry on, please?
Yeah, because you've got plenty of opportunities, I haven't. What happened was that we had to buy the product. The price went up, the minimum delivery went up, and the product range was diminished. Hello?
Well, hang on a minute. You can't tell me off for interrupting and then go hello when I stay quiet, Peter.
No.
Honestly,
Anyway,
there's no pleasing you. Can I talk now or not?
You asked me a question, I've given you an answer.
Yes.
Now, please, continue the dialogue.
Thank you, Peter. It's very, very gracious of you. So there was nothing to stop you carrying on.
Sarcastic.
But no, it is very gracious of you to let me speak. I'm not being sarcastic. You're in a very bad mood this morning, Peter. I don't want to pry, but is everything all right?
That's my business.
Okay. Well, the gelatin capsules that you were buying from Spain, when we leave the European Union, you would have to pay tariffs on them, would you?
As a result of the increase in price, basically, I had to cease manufacture completely. So I lost my business.
To answer the question, if you carried on leaving the European Union, the price of the gelatin capsules that became prohibitive would have gone up even further.
Not necessarily, because I may be able to source and it is if, because I must admit that I'm out of that business now completely.
Yes.
But probably I could have sourced the gelatin capsules elsewhere in the world.
May I ask why you didn't?
At the time?
Yes.
because at that time it wasn't an option because the tariffs would have applied from other countries.
And that's precisely what's going to happen when we leave.
Well, not necessarily, because
No?
I agree with one thing you say. Our politicians here will mess it up. You've got people like Vince Cable, who sold Royal Mail and underpriced, and now is the bee's knees. Got Gordon Brown, who sold our gold at the cheapest price for 25 years, etc. The calibre of people we've got as politicians is rubbish. And funny enough, do you ever follow David Attenborough?
I'm familiar with his work, yes.
Yes. He did a very interesting programme about swarm intelligence, and the general election is now proved right, because what the general election has proven is that basically nobody trusts any of the politicians here.
What did the referendum prove with regard to swarm intelligence, do you think?
I think the referendum, again, was probably the right answer, and I'll tell you why. Another reason why.
So that was the opposite of swarm intelligence, then.
Pardon?
That was the opposite of
swarm intelligence is where the majority make the right decision.
Oh, I see. So the election result. So the election result was the right decision, then.
The election, in my opinion, the election result was the right decision because it indicates that people generally have lost faith in any particular politicians or party. So therefore, they have not given a mandate to any party, really.
The same in 2010.
Probably, yes.
Yes.
And the other thing is...
with respect, I am going to have to take some other calls now, Peter. Is that all right?
Well, of course. It's your programme. You can do as you please.
Thank you, Peter. I hope your day gets better, my friend. Rob's in Hull. Rob, do you know?
Hi, James. I'm happy with the points-based system purely for the fact that it is a system, a filter. And the reason why is when we allowed, almost unlimited EU migration, about 2003, 2004, I forget exactly. I worked in the pharmaceutical industry in a factory job in the labs.
I'm just going to pause you briefly and check that you know that we didn't have to do that. Lots of other European Union countries chose to limit movement from the accession stage, and you know that even now we could have insisted that people had a job or demonstrated the means to support them within 3 months of arriving here, or they could have been required to leave, but successive governments elected not to do that.
Yes, absolutely. Good. That's what I'm getting on to, because I was there, I saw it with my own eyes, when literally buses of workers came to the factory.
Yes.
And no one's blaming the people that came here. Of course, they want to come here to try and...
Well, I'm going to have to pause you there as well, because lots of people are, Rob, but I appreciate that you're not one of them.
Some people are, I understand that, and you're always going to get the nut jobs.
Well, they're not jobs, mate, are they? They are. That's the will of the people. And you know. But I appreciate you're not one of them. You've got legitimate concerns.
Yeah. Well, I choose to call them what I've called them. I won't
all right. Fair enough.
But literally over about the space of 12 months, all the terms and conditions got changed. The wages got slashed. Yes. All right. A lot of people were allowed to retire. The apprenticeship scheme vanished. So. It's not the fault of the people coming here to work, but that's what happens when you've got an oversupply of something. The value of that drops. Ergo, the wages dropped, and they're still dropped now. So what is going to happen, the only thing that can happen, is those businesses that want to continue to employ people and fight each other for labour, the wages will go up. Yeah. Those that can't innovate, they'll go bust. And that's just tough, that's life. So I blame the Labour government for doing that. And at the time...
But you do. I mean, I don't know if you took on board what I said. We didn't have to leave the European Union to do any of this.
No, and I'll tell you why I think we did.
Right.
Because if we tried to have a conversation about any of that in the interim period, we'd get shouted down as racist.
No, you see, you wouldn't, Rob.
It's not a case of we wouldn't.
No, you didn't, because I often get told that I used to do that, and I didn't. It's very snowflakey to complain that everyone's calling me a racist. Everyone's calling me a racist. It's nothing racist about it. Here's the question, though. This pharmaceutical firm that you worked in, perhaps presided over by the European Medical Agency?
Yes, it is. It is now, yeah.
Well, it's not now, is it?
Well, all right. Well, it might be for the next year.
How many jobs have gone to? I think is it Holland as a result of the EMA moving out of London?
To be quite honest with you, I'm not bothered because.
I know you're not, mate. That's fine, but you know that they have gone. And the idea that if we don't have a free trade agreement with our biggest marketing partners at the moment. Where are we going to be selling all the drugs that you make in this factory?
Yeah, I'm not disputing the fact that we're going to go through a tough period, but the reason I think...
Well, hang on, who told you there was going to be a tough period before June 2016?
Well, if people can't understand that themselves...
Well, I'm not asking them, I'm asking you. Who told you? Who told you prior to June 2016 that there was going to be a tough period?
Nobody.
Where was the bus? Where was the bus that said tough period on the side of it?
Sorry, James, what did you say?
I said, where was the bus with tough periods coming on the side of it? Why did Boris Johnson talk about sunlit uplands if he really meant tough periods?
No, right, anyone who's switched on knows that politics is just to sell it. They're all salesmen.
You've got to answer the question. Why did Boris Johnson talk about sunlit uplands if everybody knew he was really talking about a tough period?
Because perhaps there's impressionable people out there will vote for things that are true.
17.4 million of them, minus you, yeah, because you knew what was going to happen.
Everybody, all those 17.4 million knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, they all knew that sunlit uplands was a lie, the bus was a lie, that there was going to be economic damage. They all knew it was going to be a tough period, didn't they?
In a synopsis, why I think we left the EU.
I already know why.
No, a lot of people understood that, but the fact that there was no discussion
so a lot of people
letting everyone in or afterwards...
But, mate, we've never talked about anything else.
This is what you get.
Yes, but we've never talked about anything else. I've heard these arguments about immigration 7 million times on this programme. My entire world view starts with somebody telling me, a bloke from Hounslow, telling me that you can't talk about immigration without being called a racist. James, it's just not true.
These people are onto something.
Well, no, mate, it's you claiming that everybody who voted for Brexit knew that the people they were voting for were lying to them.
They weren't lying, they voted because we never had a chance to have that discussion. Every time we tried to say limit immigration, they got told.
That's not true.
They got told it was good for the economy.
That's not true.
It wasn't good for their economy.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not what we're talking about. You're claiming they all knew that they were voting for the opposite of what they told they were voting for. And you think I'm patronising. That's incredible. That's really incredible. But, you know, the writing's been on the wall for some time. Everybody who voted for Brexit knew that their lives were going to get worse. But it's the Remainers that are condescending and sneering. Incredible. 11:43 is the time, Rob. I wish you well. I really do. And, you know, I hope that pharmaceutical facility that you describe finds a way forward in the brave post-Brexit world where we will have to sell pharmaceuticals only into territories that aren't regulated by the rules that have been in place for the last 30 years.
Joshua is in Manor Park. Joshua, what would you like to say?
Morning, James. I voted exit, Brexit, whatever you want to call it, because of this particular aspect of sovereignty. And the way I understand sovereignty is ownership of inalienable rights. You know, I own my body, so I have sovereignty over my body. And if you're using it in terms of the country, then obviously we're talking about...
You don't, though, do you? If you commit a crime, you go to jail.
Well, this is the other thing that I was just going to bring into the conversation, and that is that the world that we live in isn't actually what we think it is. We live in... It's almost like the film The Matrix, where there are actually two universes operating.
Mate, you're the first caller on the programme. It's 23 minutes after 10 in the morning, not the evening. I mean, I love you like a brother, but I don't think we want to start doing Matrix analogies while people are still digesting their breakfast.
No, the fact of the matter is, obviously, the government's saying that we've always had sovereignty, but whilst it suited their purposes to allow the population to believe that we didn't have sovereignty, okay.
Well, you believed that. You believed that.
What?
That we didn't have sovereignty.
No.
So why did you cast your vote then?
I can't... Do you want the honest answer?
Well, of course I do, always, yeah.
Because I'm against the globalist agenda.
Okay.
And the EU is designed to take us
and when you
slowly into
a globalist agenda. And when you heard Theresa May describe that our future was going to be more globalist, how did you feel?
I felt pretty good about it, because in actual fact, what we're doing is we've taken ourselves out of the club, and we're now our separate country again. So we have got we're now amplifying our sovereignty, whereas before we were a part of a club that was actually taking us further into a larger European bloc, which wasn't, I mean, the agenda is to actually do away with nation states. That's the long-term agenda.
Well, do you know what? Maybe we should have stuck with the Matrix analogy, because, of course, the power of veto for every single member state means that as long as there's one country that doesn't want that to happen, i.e. us, it never would have done. Stephen is in Billericay. Stephen, what's going on?
Hi, Stephen. I'm James. I'm a first-time caller as well.
Welcome.
Thank you. I voted to leave, and I would still vote the same way, and I voted, I would say, politically rather than psychologically.
Oh, good. I've not got loads of time, but take as much as... Go on, fill your boots.
Sure. In our house, we're quite divided. My wife is strongly Remain, and we've had many discussions about it. And I'm one of these people who do the research. So I went out, and the more I read, I mean, ultimately I wanted to be in a reformed Europe. But the more and more that I read, the more and more and researched, the more and more I found that isn't really going to be possible. So first thing is the main reason.
I did tell you I was short of time. You haven't said anything yet.
Sure. Oh, okay. So protectionism. That's my first key thing.
Which you can cast as either a negative or a positive. Protecting our economic interests or damaging the economic interests of countries outside the Union.
I agree, and what I would like to see is that we as central countries within Europe, actually, put more onus on the World Trade Organization so that we can have free trade globally, so that everybody benefits. Rather than, we had the Common Agricultural Policy in the 80s and 90s, which meant that farmers in other non-EU countries were producing food that had 30% tariffs, whilst in Europe we had mountains of butter because farmers.
But we don't anymore.
No, we don't anymore. But then we move on to the next thing. We joined the European, the Euro, which has.
We didn't join the Euro.
No. Sorry, the European Union and the Eurozone countries within the Euro currency bloc, they've caused massive contagion. They let countries in. So Germany and France let countries such as Greece, Portugal, Italy.
But we're not in the Euro.
Spain. No, we're not in the Euro. But we ultimately are affected by those countries because of the contagion. And the reason...
But we would be whether we were in the European Union or not. We're leaving the European Union and we're heading towards parity with the Euro.
Well, but there's a bit of an argument there that we've just pumped in billions of dollars in quantitative easing, so effectively we're readjusting our currency to the actual value it is. And what you'll see...
To parity with the Euro.
But what you'll see in Europe, because they haven't revalued themselves and they're still pumping in through quantitative easing, that they will still have to go through that process. Inflation on the continent is insane. I went over, and it's not a currency exchange rate. A meal in Bruges was 144 euros for like a family of four.
Mate, you get it for 40 euros in southern Spain. I mean, this is part of the problem. I think is the lack of homogeneity.
This is the thing.
I am late for the travel, Stephen.
Again?
I'm late for the travel. So just to clarify, it's the fact that it penalises non-European Union countries, and the euro is a sort of disaster.
I've got loads of other stuff. I apologise. You've got too much. You've got too much things on.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll ring again.
No, well, I mean, give me a headline. Give me your greatest hit. Your favourite thing. The thing that would persuade everybody listening that we're right to leave.
I believe that contagion, that just in the Grenville fire, the closer that you get, and where you allow things that go negatively.
That's the best you got, mate. And I look forward to the next call. Tony's in Fareham. Tony, you are celebrating because.
I'm celebrating because I quite clearly saw what is happening across Europe as regards to. One third of the 27 countries now are economic basket cases. And interesting enough, you mentioned the gym earlier, James, which I regularly go to. I was in conversation with a French lady and a Greek man in the gym the other day. The Greek man was particularly interesting because he questioned me about which way I voted, and I obviously voted out. And he said, well, you've done yourself a favour. He said, because my country is going to take 20 to 30 years to recover from being in the Euro. And
we're not in the Euro.
EU. Sorry?
I'm sure he's a genius, but I'm interested in what you're celebrating. You're celebrating the fact that you said that a third of the countries in the European Union are economic basket cases.
Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, you mentioned El Pay earlier on, the Spanish paper, which is I mean, Greece...
But what are you celebrating? The fact that these people can't come here, the fact that Spaniards and Greeks can't come here anymore? Unless we need them.
I was in a restaurant the other day.
Oh, mate, listen, I'm fascinated by your social life, but I want to know what you're celebrating, and I don't want you to tell me what a Greek bloke you were chatting to in the showers said. I want you to tell me what it is you're cheering, because the reference to countries with poorly performing economies, all I can extrapolate from that, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, is Tony in Fareham is celebrating because there won't be as many Spanish people coming here looking for a job.
No, that's just, well, you took the words. I mean, if you'd have let me finish what I was going to say to you, the Spanish man that was working in my restaurant came to the UK because he couldn't get a job in his own country.
Yeah, so that's what you're celebrating, that people like him won't be able to come here anymore.
No, he will be able to come here. He wants to come here. They will be able to come here. That's not what...
So they are still going to come here?
I'm saying. So, you're assuming things before anything is ever put in place about the movement of people across. What you're saying, you're playing...
I'm asking what you're celebrating.
Well, I'm celebrating that those people will still be able to come here.
But they could come here before. You can only celebrate something that's new. What's new? What are you celebrating? What's changed? A great nation has been reborn, Tone. Show me the entrails. Show me the placenta.
Well, to my mind, it goes down to the economy, James, because our economy, unemployment figures have come out today. They've fallen again. Across Europe, youth unemployment in particular...
Tony, listen, I know it feels like you're being badgered. I promise you you're not. It's a simple question.
I don't mind being badgered.
No, but you're not being badgered. You're talking about the unemployment figures, you're talking about a Greek bloke in the shower, you're talking about the Spanish fella who served your paella, you're talking about a nice French woman who also you had a chat with, which we didn't have time to hear about. The country is going to change for the better. How?
Because we will not be tied to, first of all, to the euro, which has failed most of the...
I've got to go to the travel. I'm 2 minutes and 15 seconds late. We're not in the euro. It's 10:47. All right. I guess if you've got a hat full of Olympic gold medals, you can have a special dispensation on the programme. Matthew Pinson is quite right. I should not have used the word entrails when describing what is left after a great nation is being reborn. But I did get the placenta in there with old Tony in Fareham. I show me the placenta. You're wondering what the hell I'm talking about. It is the one newspaper line today. A great nation is reborn, and I'm just wondering what we're celebrating. Tony's celebrating. I still don't know what he's celebrating, but he's got a lot of friends at the gym. Nicky's in Hornchurch. Nicky, a passport of purest blue. Sell it to me.
No, my point is it doesn't make no difference to the passport colour, does it really? The bottom line is it represents more than that, doesn't it?
Go on.
Well, we've got 1 million plus migrants that have come from the Middle East into Germany and Europe over the past few years. Many of them from the intelligence services believe that have terrorist links or links to ISIS. And then...
Which intelligence services?
All the major intelligence. It doesn't matter which intelligence service.
Well, no, it does. Because I mean...
No, let's get to the point first, James, and then we can talk about that after.
Mate, I'll just be quiet. You fill your boots.
They'll all come to Europe through migration, whether it's economic migration or asylum seeking. They all get their British, German passports, European passports. And
how long does that take?
I don't know how long exactly.
I do.
Doesn't matter, does it? Do we know? Go on then, tell us.
7 years minimum, with quite a lot of restrictions in place.
Right, okay. So they get their passport, and then they can move around Europe freely. These terrorist fighters, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah? Okay, and then...
Why won't they be able to come to Britain?
Well, because they won't have a European passport, will they?
So we're not going to have any tourists anymore?
Well, of course we have tourists, but they won't be able to get in the country as easily as the gentleman said on the call earlier, while he's breezing through the queue of the EU queue.
No, but that's a queue, mate. That's not security that turns people away. A queue is when you wait a bit longer to get to the front. So if I've got a German...
You can't ignore the fact that...
Oh, sweetheart, it's not a fact. Let's just examine what you've said, Nicky. Nothing more, nothing less, okay? You think that by us withdrawing from the European Union and having blue passports, it's going to be harder for German people to come here on holiday?
No, it's going to be harder for terrorists that are disguised to come here and cause terrorist attacks.
So they come to the border and tell us that they're terrorists, do they?
Yeah, right, very funny. Look, put it this way, James. You've got a guy that commits a terrorist attack in Germany and crosses 2 countries in 4 days through the freedom of movement. Is that not ridiculous?
That's through Schengen. It's not quite the same as freedom of movement, but that's not the point you rang in with. The point you rang in with was that 1 million people who've been housed or homed in Germany, and in 7 years' time, some of them will be applying for European Union passports. Nicky, mate, you know that you've made a fool of yourself. It's not my fault. You've suggested that by pulling out of the European Union, it's going to be harder for European people to come here on holiday.
James, the freedom of movement, they'll be able to settle in any country that is represent the freedom of movement, which it would have been our country until we left the EU.
So now you're worried about people coming here to work, because you were supposed to be worried about terrorists.
Terrorists settling in the UK, they've got no right to be here.
Mate, they're not going to be stopped from coming in unless they've already committed acts of terror, in which case they'll either be dead or in jail. What you've got is someone with a European Union passport. When did you last go on holiday, Nicky?
Last year.
Where did you go?
Spain.
Right, and what did you show to get out of this country and into that one?
Well, you're talking so condescending. There's no need to be like that, is there, James?
There really is, because I'm not breaking through to you by being polite. So you've got a passport in your hand, you used it to go to Spain. Now imagine somebody with a Spanish passport wants to come here. What's going to happen?
James, listen, you can carry on having your breakdown over leaving the EU, but we're leaving the EU, get over it, and we'll all be fine.
Yes,
right?
OK.
You'll be much happier
Are you going to be able to answer any of my questions, do you think, about...
I've just told you why I think it's a good idea we get our passport back, and that's the end of the story. All right,
Nicky, mate, slam the phone down now and then do a lap of honour. That's the fashion today. Go on, mate.
I'm not going to slam the phone down.
Oh, good. Then you'll answer my question. How are you going to tell when somebody comes here on holiday that they're planning a terror attack?
How are you going to enjoy your Christmas dinner when you're sitting there still worried about us leaving the EU, James? You're going to have a nice Christmas. Forget about the EU just for one day and enjoy your Christmas day.
You know you rang in to talk about it. There's a pattern emerging here. Mirror, reflection, horror.
Anthony is in Rickmansworth. 11:57, Anthony, so you've got about 2.5 minutes. Fill your boots.
Hi, James. Yeah, patriotism. That's what I'm celebrating. I think.
Were you not patriotic before?
Yes, I was patriotic, but it's great to have the whole country feeling patriotic. Now, I know that a lot of people didn't vote for patriotism, but I think, you know...
But you were already patriotic. You can't vote for something you've already got, can you?
Well, yeah, because it's not about me. It's nice to see the rest of the country coming into a bit of patriotism. It's nice, a Churchillian speech by our Prime Minister saying to the rest of the...
What was your favourite bit?
Sorry?
What was your favourite bit?
Just a whole lot. I loved it.
But the bit you thought was Churchillian?
Just a whole lot. The way that she spoke, the way that she confronted Europe, the way that she said that...
When she said it's really important that we stay friends, we want closer cooperation, we want to be as close as possible.
Yeah.
That's confronting Europe, is it?
Yeah, well, that was what was so Churchillian about it. It was great that she was confronting, but at the same time being diplomatic.
Right.
She knew exactly what she was saying.
Just in terms of celebrating something that's changed for you as a result of hard Brexit, what is it that's changed for you, Anthony?
It made me feel proud. What's changed for me?
Why weren't you proud before?
Well, I was proud before, but it's made me feel...
So what's changed then?
To have our Prime Minister. What's changed is the rest of the nation are starting to feel proud as well. They're starting to feel proud of our great British heritage. They're starting.
Why weren't you proud of that before?
And the country wasn't.
How has our heritage changed as a result of a speech?
Proud. You say you're proud of our great British heritage and you're proud of this and you're proud of that. Well, be proud and stand up and say this is Britain. This is what we want.
I don't think I need to say this is Britain. I appreciate some of the callers today haven't been the sharpest knives in the drawer, but I think we all know what country we're living in.
Our poor people are suffering.
Yes.
Okay, and there's a lot of...
So you remember you're supposed to be telling me what you're celebrating?
I told you I'm celebrating
patriotism. But you were already patriotic.
No, but the rest of the country is becoming patriotic.
No, but so you're celebrating the rest of the country becoming patriotic?
Yes.
Right. Yes, well, I'm in now. I'm coming to that. Mate, I'm at that party. Yay. The rest of the country is becoming more patriotic. Hey?
Simon is in Brixton. Simon, what would you like to say?
Oh, there, yeah, I voted to stay in on environmental grounds. I thought a lot of EU laws are to do with the environment and they encourage us to be green. But then looking into it further, I'm actually a bit more pro-Brexit now. So if you look at EU law on biofuels, you know, mandating that we have to have palm oil in our diesel, that has led to deforestation in a big way in Indonesia. And I read in an exciting journal, Packaging News, France tried to ban disposable plastic forks and knives in restaurants, and EU law overruled them because they were lobbied by the packaging lobby. And I think the sovereignty issue, based on things like that, is really important. And the second thing...
Hang on, just to clarify, deforestation in Indonesia and not liking plastic cutlery.
Yeah, they're
perfectly good reasons.
Yeah,
where do you stand on gelatine capsules?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it does sound a bit mean, doesn't it? If we're not allowed to subsidise gelatine capsules in the UK, and then Spain does, and then puts the British company out of business, that does seem a bit wrong. But Spain shouldn't have been allowed to get away with that, should they? If we're not allowed to subsidise industry in the UK, then Spain shouldn't either. But I guess they don't follow.
What do you think the common agricultural policy is?
Well, I mean, that's a different issue. I mean,
no, it's not. It's subsidies for the farming industry.
Yeah, but that's universal. Every EU country is allowed to subsidise their farmers to a set level. We're not allowed to kind of subsidise one industry, say, bottle manufacturing.
Yes, we are. We've been all over. The car plants have EU subsidies. All over Cornwall, there's industries that enjoy EU subsidies. North Wales, in particular, is one of the richest recipients of one of the most biggest beneficiaries of EU subsidies. It's all. But anyway, back to cutlery and deforestation.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people were like, even sort of charities like Friends of the Earth are leaning towards, let's stay in the EU because of environmental law. But
what do they know?
Well, they are experts, but if you...
we've had enough of experts.
I mean, coming to my point, it was EU law that said, we must have 10% in diesel, 10% of it must be biofuel, and that has led to people burning down rainforests to grow biofuel to meet the EU demands, which is set by EU law. I mean, it's been overlooked. I mean, the second thing about sovereignty, a lot of people go on about the Human Rights Act. I remember Amnesty International, but I actually disagree with some elements of the Human Rights Act. The right to family life is used by criminal lawyers to stop people being deported. I've heard that from the people in the office next door. They were criminal lawyers, and they said, if someone's being deported, we tell them to get their partner pregnant, and then they can't be deported. And I've heard that from a county court judge as well.
Yes,
and I think people are rightly annoyed with this.
Well, and you can understand why. I mean, it would annoy me, but it's the problem with laws is that they're not perfect. So the reason why the right to a family life is part of the human rights legislation is so that if somebody commits a crime, you don't punish their children for it.
Yeah, but surely then
that creates a loophole, I suppose, if you can get yourself pregnant or you can impregnate somebody in the nick of time. It creates a loophole that would allow you to stay. But the loophole is the price you pay for innocent children not being punished for the crimes of their parents. And you're perfectly entitled to say, I don't care if the children get punished for the crimes of their parents. But if you, for example, if you deport the breadwinner from a family and the wife and 7 children are British, the burden falls upon the taxpayer.
Well, I would say we should close that loophole by having a British Bill of Rights, which gives us all of the rights in the Human Rights Act, except for that right, and that would close the loophole. Why not? Why not? Every country has its own.
What if you didn't get? How would you tell whether someone got pregnant by accident or on purpose?
That's an issue for the courts, isn't it?
No, mate, it's an issue for you because you're the one that's writing the new law.
Cheeky.
Go on then.
Okay, well, if I was a lawmaker, I would say, well, if you have no children at the time of committing the crime, then future children shouldn't be taken into account when considering your deportation.
So the woman who's pregnant, who's never committed a crime in her life, is left not only holding the baby, but without any support whatsoever from the man who's impregnated her.
Well, we have benefits in this country, don't we?
That's fine, as long as you're clear that the taxpayer would be paying for that, as opposed to the father.
I think the taxpayer paying for that would be
and of course she's being punished.
Being able to be deported, I think that fewer people would do it.
How many people do you think
recommended to do that? Would they? The criminal lawyers wouldn't be saying get someone pregnant to stop being deported. That loophole wouldn't work.
Well, you need to tell me how many cases there are of that happening where somebody's got pregnant between being arrested and being released.
I don't have the figures, sir.
Because what if it's 3? You still want to leave the European Union to punish those 3 people, or those 3 innocent women and those 21 innocent children?
Well, we do have 300. We do have welfare support for fathers.
So I'll do this to you. I'll do this to you. I'm just pointing out that most people who are very sort of pro deportation are also pretty much anti benefits, but you're clearly not, and I like that. Yeah, not you. But here's the question: second referendum.
Yeah, I think maybe. I think maybe. I think people. I remember this time last year.
No, not that. So but what would you do, man, in a second referendum?
Well, I think there's going to be two different options of Brexit. I think there'll be kind of leave everything or kind of have a bit of migration and send single market. I think there'll be two options like that on the table from the EU.
But the second option is what we've currently got. It would just involve invoking powers that we currently enjoy, but no one really told us about before the vote. So if it was another vote now, what would you do?
I don't know. I'd probably. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want.
You've got to vote. It's now. Seriously, the clock is ticking. I'm going to chuck you out of the voting hall in a minute. I'm going to chuck you out of the church hall.
I think I'd vote Brexit and hope there's another referendum on new terms to re-enter on better terms without these ridiculous rights to family life, which encourage women getting pregnant for no reason.
That is it for you. That's a man that you just can't get over that hump.
And the Parliament. Why should France not be allowed to ban cutlery, plastic cutlery?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. I mean, it's a should we say it's a slightly esoteric area of enthusiasm, Simon.
Jeff's in Bury. Jeff, what would you like to say?
Hi there. Great conversation this morning, but it all seems to be a bit one-sided.
Well, that's why you're here, Jeff.
Well, the business that we can't leave the EU. The free movement of people, I can't see why this comes into it. We get corned beef from Brazil. We don't have the free movement of Brazilians. I was in a close.
No, but we don't have the free movement of corned beef either, Jeff. There'll be tariffs in place. That's the trade-off.
Well, the corned beef is pretty cheap, tariffs or not. If you take,
okay, well then let's talk about cars then instead of corned beef to make the point a little bit more powerful.
No, let's take clothing shop. All the clothes I saw yesterday were from Bangladesh, other places, non-EU. They were dirt cheap in Primark. The thing is, it's a bit of a nonsensical position that the Remainers are calling from.
Because of corned beef?
That's just an example.
Or clothes. I was talking
to a guy yesterday who's just got some engineering machinery from the United States. We don't have the free movement of people from the United States either. There's no, but if he going on at the moment.
Yes, I mean, you put me in a slightly difficult position because you're operating from a fundamental misconception about what free movement means. It's in the Treaty of Rome. It's a three-pronged policy. You look for the free movement of capital, the free movement of services, and the free movement of capital will include the free movement of goods and the free movement of people. You can't have one without the other. So all of the things you cite, whether it's your friend buying engineering equipment from America or whether it's you buying your undercrackers from Primark yesterday, they might be affordable, but they're more expensive than they would be if there was a trade agreement in place. Such as the European Union enjoys as the strongest single market on the planet. And we've just opted out of it.
It's all been a stitch up since we joined the EU.
Now, that's a valid opinion, Jeff, but it's got absolutely nothing to do with what you rang in to say. Because what you rang in to say was, I just bought some cheap corned beef, so we don't need free movement of people. And the point is, if you're going to pay a 10, 15, 20% tariff on your car, you're probably going to feel a little less relaxed about the cheapness of corned beef. And even if you get away with not paying that tariff on your new Nissan, the government will be using your taxes to reimburse Nissan with that money, because outside of the European Union, we don't enjoy the free trade or the free movement of people or the free movement of capital. And that's why it's very hard to see what a good plan could look like, except the Nissan model, where they use our money that they said they were going to give to the NHS, and they give it to a company that's part-owned by the French government, Jeff.
Well, there's quite a few German states that are quivering over the automotive vehicles they send over here, and they want
yes, but they won't get it, Jeff, because the European Union's very survival depends upon the people that leave, i.e. us, not coming away with a deal that looks attractive from the perspective of the people who stay. And we're not going to fall out, but I know exactly where you're getting the message that none of these German companies will allow tariffs to be put in place. The German president or chancellor has said that they will have to take some sort of economic hit in order to protect the European Union. It doesn't matter what the head of BMW says, mate. Listen to the Chancellor of Germany. She makes the policies, not the head of BMW or Nissan or Mercedes-Benz.
The problem is all the soundings coming out of Britain now to the continent make us sound disorganised, weak. You wouldn't think this is a country. You may say I'm sounding jingoistic here, but you wouldn't think a country that had one of the biggest empires in the world not long ago can't organise themselves.
Well, you would have to look at how that empire failed, I suppose, and how it unravelled to conclude what you can learn about modern British politics from 100 plus years ago. And the reason why this country looks, as we can both agree, as if it doesn't have a Scooby-Doo what it's doing, is because it doesn't, my friend.
Well,
but good luck to all of us.
I think Angela Merkel will try and get the rest of the 27 group, or 28, to adapt the free movement of people. I can see that coming.
Well, unfortunately, another flaw in that referendum debate was that the notion of being able to adapt it in a way that you could only move to a country where you had a job offer in place was doable. But we won't be in that partnership anymore.
I think, unfortunately, this flawed referendum, as you know, if you voted in or out, we know it was advisory, but there was nothing at all on that slip that said it was advisory. It said, we will...
On the bill that Parliament passed, there was. So, I mean...
No, I'm talking about the slip we took to the ballot box. It said, do you want the EU to remain or to leave? Now, Cameron, quite clearly, didn't think he'd get the result he was getting. That's why he
Indeed.
He placed it this way. And that's why it went so quick, obviously.
I have to point out to you before you go that corned beef has gone up quite a lot in the last year. It's even dearer sliced per kilo. It's about £2 a tin, and if it's measured in dollars, as given most of it comes out of Argentina, it will have gone up in real terms by between 15 and 20% already, and that is likely to climb further next year, mate. So if I were you, Jeff, I'd stock up.
See, we've got cheap corned beef coming from Europe.
We won't have cheap corned beef coming from Europe. I think every single tin of corned beef on the planet comes from the Fray Bentos plant in Argentina.
Exactly.
Which means the fact that we've lost 16% against the dollar makes every single tin of corned beef 16% more expensive than it was last year.
So the European farmers obviously aren't up to it. That's why we've got to get it from outside the EU.
No, the corned beef is what you make in South America for historical and climate-based reasons. We've never made corned beef in Europe. Although there's me thinking I'd handed you a wonderful little bit of evidence as to why perhaps the corned beef example was not as powerful as you thought, and there's you handing it back to me, which is fine, Jeff. But if you read, no, it's not a question of agreeing, mate. It's a question of counting. The price of corned beef will go up. You just count it. You don't agree or disagree. It's not a matter of opinion. If the company that sells it to us is operating in dollars, it will go up. Catherine is in Suffolk. Catherine, what would you like to say?
Hi, it's lovely. I hope you're well. It's beautiful weather here.
Carry on.
We're very lucky in this country to have this thing called a democracy. However, I also think that you're not taking on board the fact that this EU vote is actually an advisory vote. So that needs to be kind of taken.
No, I am. I mean, just to clarify what the question was, very simply, it is likely that the EU referendum will be rigged. So it's not about what happens afterwards, it's not about what happens before, it's about what happens during the referendum on Thursday.
Well, I think that this process whereby the Electoral Commission do take the votes in and count them should certainly be made more transparent.
Well, they do it in public.
Why. Yes, why not?
They do.
Well, but where?
Well, you know, on television on the night of elections, where you see all those people in rooms with big piles of votes
coming up.
Yes.
But that in itself is just something that's on television with all little.
No, there are people in the room as well. There are official observers and representatives from all parties.
Counted the vote.
That's why, and that's why you can call for a recount if it looks really close, and you can see the piles growing and the piles.
There are lots and lots of places where all manner of votes can disappear. I heard from this man who was doing a postal vote, wherein he was requested to fold his ballot slip in a certain way such that his number could be seen through the window, but there was no way that he could fold his piece of paper in order to make that happen.
Okay, who was it? I mean, is this evidence of? I don't. you were sold to me, Catherine. I have to be honest. You were sold to me as a Remainer who believes in conspiracy theory, believes in rigging.
Yes, I do believe in it. I mean, you yourself summed it up most perfectly when you know the proposition was made that the Earth revolved around the sun. You know, that was a conspiracy theory in its day, wasn't it?
No, it was a scientifically observable fact.
No, that's
Galileo looked through a telescope.
But that you see, things remain as conspiracy.
Which had only recently been invented by Copernicus. And the Earth always had revolved around the sun, even when
he was in fact hounded, wasn't he?
Yes, because
and supporters of that were hounded and were called conspiracy theorists.
Well, they weren't called conspiracy theorists; they were called heretics.
That view conflicted with the state.
They were called heretics.
We have a view in this country that we have a democracy, and anybody who says, "Well, hang on a minute," is considered a conspiracy theorist. You yourself brought up the World Trade Center debacle, but yet you haven't mentioned the third building that fell due to office fires.
Okay.
Now, that's quite interesting.
I'm sure it is, but I think we'll wait to find out just how interesting it is for another day, Catherine. Just to be clear, where do you think the rigging takes place?
I believe that vote rigging takes place, yes.
No, but where? How do they do it?
Have you heard of the Freemasons?
No, what are they?
You have never heard of the Freemasons?
No.
Well, I can't believe that you can be there talking with any degree of authority on conspiracy theory without any cognizance of Freemasons.
Who are the Freemasons? Are they a band?
The Freemasons are a secret society which inhabits...
Oh, well, that's why I haven't heard of them.
...the belly of London.
That's why I haven't heard of them, because they're secret.
Sorry?
That's why I haven't heard of them, because they're so secret.
No, they're really not that secret.
But you just said they were a secret society.
Well, they consider their dealings,
Did they do the third tower? Did they do the third tower?
Sorry?
Did they blow up the third tower?
Well, I think that's a stupid question.
Sorry.
I absolutely refuse to dignify that with an
Fair enough. Did they kill Tupac?
Who the hell is Tupac?
I can't believe you're having a conversation about conspiracy theories and you're not cognizant of Tupac Shakur's assassination.
I'm sorry, now you're starting to ridicule me, which is absolutely the way that people go when
I know.
they see something.
When you claim that the Freemasons rigged the vote for the... Catherine, I'm afraid I'm going to make a stand on principle here and say it's not my fault that you're getting ridiculed.
No, it is you that's doing the ridiculing.
Absolutely, but it's not my fault. I would have to be... I would have to be... Oh, hang on, I've just been passed a memo. I can't talk to you anymore, Catherine. You've raised some very uncomfortable truths that my establishment masters will not let me continue to be aired. So I'm going to have to very, very politely thank you, and now I have to completely change the subject and talk about flowers. Thank you, Catherine.
Julie is in Frankfurt. Happy International Women's Day, Julie.
Well, thank you so much.
And you are an international woman. How very apt. It's fantastic. What do you want to say?
I've lived and worked in the EU for many, many years. I was at the Nouvelle Sorbonne in 1974, where I met Emma Thompson. I've worked since 1999 as a head of 5 international schools. I have a little insight into what goes on in living and working in the EU.
Well, so do we.
Yes, we do indeed. But are you aware that in the EU, in every...
You know, we are still... I've lived pretty much my entire life in the EU.
Well, I believe it's in the United Kingdom.
Which is in the European Union, Julie.
Well, fair enough. So I've lived in an...
Crikey, what sort of schools did you teach in?
Are we splitting hairs now, or are we having
on whether or not the United Kingdom is in the European Union? No, we're not. We're splitting hairs. It's. I don't understand. You're sort of claiming you've got a special perspective because you live in the European Union.
Yes, I do, because I know what happens when. Oh, do you really? So you know what happens in Switzerland, Italy, Germany, France. Every time you move round, exactly what you have to do.
I have visited all of those countries. I have visited all of those countries.
The last few
West
years
London.
have pontificated on just about everything outside your sphere.
What's the right answer? Yes or no?
Well, do you know what happens if you move to a European country to live and work?
Yes.
Okay, tell me what happens.
Well, you start off in one country, and then you move to the other one, and then you live and work there. under freedom of movement. Under freedom of...
about registration?
Well, the rules are different from country to country.
No, it isn't necessarily different.
But it is.
Different.
Yes.
But in France, Italy and Germany, there's a different process.
Well, precisely. That's what I meant by different.
People, do listen for a change, James. Listen to somebody who knows what they're talking about.
5 minutes ago, you were under the impression that the United Kingdom wasn't in the European Union, Headmistress.
No, I wasn't at all.
You called it splitting hairs.
Not at all.
No, OK, let's start again.
You're pathetic now.
Yeah, you're right, I apologise.
You are being pathetic.
I completely agree.
When you get a female caller, you absolutely love that opportunity to just...
You've got me. Bang to rights, because all the male callers that I've had today, we've rolled out the red carpet and tickled them under the chin.
Absolutely.
I couldn't agree more. That South African chap before, I couldn't have been more sycophantic to him if I tried.
Right, let's get down to facts and stop this silly school playground business going on at the moment.
Well, that's your comfort zone, not mine.
Really? I suggest you listen.
Well, you have to
talk. When you move to a country outside the UK, whether in Europe or Switzerland or Norway...
Switzerland's in Europe, so is Norway.
To register...
They're both in Europe.
...a local authority, which means they know who you are, where you are, and exactly what you're doing in the country. In England or in the United Kingdom, you're not required to do that.
So it's a British government rule rather than a European Union rule?
That's the point I'm trying to make.
It's a British government decision not to properly...
down a little bit and stop being a chicken little. And just listen to people who know what they're talking about.
Do you know what? I'm going to listen to people that know what they're talking about. I'm not sure you're one of them, but I'm going to be quiet for 2 minutes now and just let you speak. Go.
I've lived in Europe since 1999.
So have I.
I suggest I know far more about what's going on in Europe than you do.
But I've lived in Europe since 1972.
Oh, bless your little heart. And I've lived in it since 1956.
Fantastic.
And I remember the ERM collapse. And I remember all the pre-1975 politicians and everything that was going on then.
Yes, I bow to your knowledge of the politicians and everything that was going on then.
Because you weren't born, and you are really a very arrogant little man.
I'm 6'1".
Oh, well, I'm 5'6". Take me on.
Well, at what, Julie? Uno?
Whatever
Chess?
you like.
Julie, I bear you no malice. I bear you no ill will, but I am gonna stop you from embarrassing yourself further with the greatest of affection and regret. I've got no idea why you rang me. No idea at all. We tire ourselves out explaining how immigration rules were a Westminster decision rather than a European Union imposition. I don't know why you're in such a foul mood. If it's anything to do with me, I apologise, and I hope your day is on the up from this moment onwards. Anne's in Berkhamsted. Anne, what are you most looking forward to?
It's the Working Time Directive. So there are companies and organisations all over this land who have to record that people work, on average, 48 hours or less over a 13-week period.
Yes.
It's costing us all a fortune to do that, to record it.
Right.
And we're all sidestepping it because we either belong to other organisations so we can get our hours up, or we just ignore the whole thing. And actually, the whole legislation is a farce.
OK, I'm just going to dig down into it a little bit further. And the world may have changed since I signed an exemption to the Working Time Directive when I was a newspaper journalist. So what is it that you want to be able to do that you can't currently do?
I want to be able to work 2 hours or 100 hours, and that's my choice and not legislation.
Who is currently stopping you from doing that?
The European legislation on the Working Time Directive.
But I know lots of people putting in loads and most often lorry drivers, oddly. So what is it that you do? What line of work are you in?
Well, I'm in all sorts of lines of work. I'm a retired ex-director from the council.
And you want to be free to work 100 hours a week doing what?
Well, anything I want to do. I want to be free.
I know, but you've retired. So in terms of what would you want to be doing with those 100 hours?
So one of the things that I do is recovery management. So when an organisation is failing.
Yes.
And one of the things that it needs is manpower and my effort. And
I suppose what I mean is when you hit 49 hours, who is it that comes around and locks you in a box?
Nobody at all at the moment until
Right.
I do that more than 48 hours a week over a 13-week period.
Yeah, and then who
So it
turns up
will-
and tells you off? Because I know loads of people that are doing that.
Yeah, there are lots of people who are doing it. But if you wanted... So, for example, if I'm in the care industry...
think I prefer
which
the
might well
bat.
be, So
Yeah.
I'm in the care... No, it's nothing to do with bats. I'm in the care industry.
Batty.
And I have some people with some really complex, challenging behaviour,
Yes.
and I need to increase my staffing levels considerably. And
Yes.
somebody will say, "I'm sorry, but I'm over my 48 hours."
Yes.
And actually, that's not acceptable.
Oh, well, no, hang on.
And
You've changed your tune now. So what you're saying is that you want people to be forced to work more than 48 hours, not to have
no, I want to be able for people to say.
But what if they don't want to
"Yes,
work more
I'm
than
happy-
48
I'm
hours?
happy to put the hours in, but I can't at the moment.
But no, they
because
can
I'm
at the
over-
moment. We've just established
and the
that.
other thing is the bureaucracy, the recording. So I have staff sitting there.
Well, you
just
did have before you
recording.
retired.
Yes.
Yes.
But they're doing it now.
Yes.
People just sitting
Well, they're
there
keeping a
with
record of how
wasting
many
money.
hours they've worked.
How many hours people have worked.
Yes.
So
And if you don't
you're
keep that
wrong-
record, how would you know how much to pay them?
Well, the point is that they're actually not just saying how many hours they're working,
Right.
but on average if they're going over the 48-hour week. So this
Yes.
week I might do 56. And next
Yes,
week
because
I might
that's a
do...
protection for workers in that no employer has the right to order you to work more than 48 hours a week, but you are
But I
perfectly...
also-
But no, hang on, I need to
I
finish
also
this
have the right to work
one of us
any
doesn't
hours that I
understand it. Yes, you do. You have the right to do whatever you want. Your employer doesn't have the right to order you to do more than you want to.
No,
and they've
before the
taken
Working Time
48.
Directive-
They've taken 48 hours as the cut-off point. But anyway, if you were suddenly allowed to work 100 hours a week, talk us through what you do with them briefly.
Well, in my previous role, I probably did 16 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Well, and you didn't get arrested.
No, I didn't get arrested.
Well, was this
because I
prior to our
director.
European
Nobody-
Union
nobody-
membership? This was prior to 2003, was it?
Yes.
It was.
So the point is that
yes.
when I needed to put the hours in, I could. And
Yes.
then when I needed to go off for coffee because of stress levels, I could.
Okay, and now you can't. That's just not true, but have a wonderful day.
Bez is in Harrow, not the Bez.
James, hello, James, mate. You're very intelligent. You're very, very intelligent. You're very articulate the way you argue your points. Why do you have an issue with people being proud of a blue passport?
I don't have an issue with it.
there?
I have a failure to understand it.
Do you understand the royal family? Do you understand Christmas trees? Do you understand pride in taking a day off for a royal wedding?
Not,
Is it not the
I
same
understand
thing?
the pleasure of having a day off work, but pride in a
Do you
day off?
understand the pleasure?
Well,
No,
but also,
what
let's go
about
back to the
pleasure?
Christmas trees. How can you be proud of a Christmas tree?
It gives you a good feeling, gives you utility.
A Christmas tree?
You know?
That's not.
Yes,
that's not
absolutely.
pride.
It looks very pretty, right? So does a blue passport. No? You're silent. Oh my gosh, I've made James O'Brien silent. My word. You've made my Christmas.
Kevin's in Chigwell. Kevin, what would you like to say?
Oh, hi. I'm a Brexiteer, and everybody I know voted to leave. And I don't agree 99% of what you say.
Go on, but start at the beginning. What don't you agree with?
Everything.
Do you agree that Angela Merkel has told the German car manufacturers that she's going to put the unity of the European Union ahead of their immediate commercial interests?
Yeah, what they say and what happens in real life is two things. I'm 65 years old.
Do you agree that David Davis said on Question Time 2 nights ago that immigration might go up?
Right. What people don't... It's all about...
Do you agree that the white paper on Brexit published by this government stated that the British Parliament has always been sovereign?
Right. They had the Baroness on Nick Ferrari show.
Do you agree that the 27 remaining countries in the European Union are going to have the final say on what our trading relationship with them is going to be? Because you said you disagreed with 99% of what I've said. So out of all the things I've just reminded you of, Kevin, what's wrong?
You got it wrong? When I say 99%, I mean, throughout all your programmes I listen to every day.
Oh, OK. Well, let's start with today's. Just those 4 things there I've given you. Which of them isn't true?
Right. I'd just like to say first...
Kevin, you can't come on my show and say that I've been telling porkies, and then when I ask you to point them out, show me where they are.
What I was saying was about the risk.
No, you said that 99% of what I'd said was somehow something you could disagree with. So I want to know, out of the 4 things I've just given you, the Brexit white paper, the German car industry, the European trading arrangements, and who gets to decide what deal we have, which of those do you disagree with, Kevin?
Well, first of all, the German thing.
So you disagree with that?
Wait a minute. No. Merkel says what she said to the car manufacturers. Do you honestly think that the German car manufacturers are going to turn around and say, I'll tell you what, we're going to stick such a big tariff on our cars, you won't be able to afford to buy them?
Well, I'll tell you what, Kevin. I'll tell you what Matthias Wissmann, who's head of Germany's VDA Vehicle Industry Group, says. He's like the spokesman for the entire manufacturing motor industry in Germany. Everything must be done to allow the unfettered flow of goods and services. But there is one clear priority. We must stand together among the 27 EU member states. So that fox is dead. Let's move on to the sovereignty of Parliament one. Did you disagree with that? Did you disagree with that when I said that?
Well, our sovereignty. I didn't hear everything you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, hang on. How did you disagree with 99% of it then? You stay there, mate. I'm coming back to you. I'm going to Downing Street. Theo, what's the latest? Kevin is in Chigwell. He doesn't know anyone who voted Remain and disagrees with 99% of what I've said. So we're just trying to pick out, Kevin, what I've said today that you think is wrong.
No, I mean, when I said 99%, I mean, in general, listening to your programmes, over the years, I don't agree.
Well, let's do that then. What have I said? What have I said over the years that's wrong?
Right. Oh, lots of things.
I should pick one.
Oh, I can't think it off the top of my head.
Well, next time you ring in, don't make such a prune of yourself before you've even started. Give yourself a chance before you already look daft. So we'll nix your opening comments about 99% of things I've said being wrong, but you can't name one, and we'll talk instead about the positives. Come on, Kev, give me the positives.
Yeah, right. First of all, it's about this risk taking. This baroness, the Conservative baroness from the House of Lords, was talking to Nick Ferrari. Mate,
I didn't hear it. Talk to me about your thoughts and this show, okay?
Okay, right. I voted to stay in the EU the European Common Market in 1970s.
No, you voted to join it, mate. You didn't vote to stay in it.
No, to join it. That's what I meant. And it was a it was a common market. But the reality is they're trying to get a political union. They want from Brussels.
I've heard these fatuous. Give me the positives, Kevin. The positives.
Well, the positives is when we leave, it will be a risk. Of course, it's going to be a risk. But risk is all about life. You must have taken risks in your life, and you've got to where you are. Same as I have. It's same as any. Just take, for example, the Americans. They decided to put a man on the moon.
Positives, Kevin. Positives.
That's a positive. That's a positive.
What's a positive? The man on the moon.
Yes, I think so. The space race. Yes.
So positive of your vote to leave the European Union is the man on the moon.
No.
So give me the positives.
Leaving the EU. Okay, yeah. First of all, the positives.
Yeah.
We will control our own destiny. I don't care what.
We won't, mate. The 27 remaining members decide what our trading deal will be with the bloc we're currently
in. Don't worry about it. You're worried. You're a worrier. Everybody's flipping worried. They shouldn't be worried. The reason is.
Well, your mates aren't worried. They all voted leave. So tell me about them. Give me the positives. Positives.
Right. Leaving the EU. First of all, I think in about 10 years the EU will implode. And it will go down the pan.
No, that's not a positive, Kevin. A reason that your life is going to improve. How is your life going to... Okay, well, I think in 10 years the EU is going to win the lottery and we won't get a share. So we'll cancel each other out with that ludicrous crystal ballery. Now tell me, in your life, what's going to get better?
Okay, first of all, you say... I just heard what you said. Take the countries such as Spain, Portugal, Italy...
In your life, what's going to get better, Kevin?
In my life, I hope I've got a long life. The point is, we'll be free to do what we want.
In your life, Kevin, what's going to get better?
That we won't be part of the EU because it's going to implode. But in 10 years, it will just implode.
Kevin, I'm going to give you one more chance to tell me something in your life that's going to get better.
Yes, I won't be part of the EU. We won't go down the pan with them.
So I ask you for a positive, and you invent a future 10 years hence and claim that we'll be spared the misery that invented future might inflict.
Well, listen, if I'm in...
Mate, you've got to have more than that, Kevin. You rang a radio station. You rang a national radio station. And so far you've given me the man on the moon and a completely daft prediction of something that might happen in 10 years' time. Well, why did you vote to leave the European Union? How is your life going to improve, Kevin?
I voted to leave the European Union because I believe it's going to implode. That's what everybody else I know is. It's going to implode in a number of years' time, and we won't be part of it and dragged down. We will be above it. We will carry on a lot better. That is the reason. That's the main reason I voted to leave.
Okay.
Simple.
And if you're wrong?
if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I've taken loads of risks in life. You must do. Sorry, you must take risks in life. But don't get where you are without taking risks. We'll still be back in the Stone Age.
Kevin, can you just, mate, I apologise for this in advance. Can you just, for the record, state that you rang into the radio station, you spoke to one of my colleagues about the point you were going to make when you came on air, and there is no way that you have been staged or set up or arranged in advance or carefully selected to be put on air. You rang me to tell me what the positives of leaving the European Union were, right?
That is the main reason. The main positive reason is we won't be dragged down when it implodes.
Okay, thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Have a great day. And here's the thing, right? I'm sticking up for him. Marty's in Blackpool, Black Passport, Marty.
Yes, I think the arguments about you've made about being in queues for passports and all that. I've travelled the world, and it's never been a problem, whatever passport you got. But
Well, you've seen the queue that says EU nationals this way, everybody else that way, though.
Yeah, but the queue to the EU are just as big. In fact, even bigger. When I've come back to Manchester, the queues to go in the EU passport lane has been bigger than the rest. And it's what the passport represents. It represents the European Union. We're not going to be in the European Union anymore. So why would we need the same colour passport?
Well, we wouldn't need the same colour passport any more than we needed the same colour passport when we were in the European Union. There's a myriad of different colours in it. I'm looking more for the personal relationship between passport colour and identity, because this is what I'm being told I miss. So how does your identity shift when the colour of your passport changes?
Well, yes, it does, because it's saying that we don't support. We've decided to leave the European Union and all the institutes, and we're having our own identity, and I think that's quite important.
So, the colour, I mean, everything you've said is true. We voted to leave the European Union, but it wouldn't feel real if your passport didn't change colour.
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, you got about queues going into... the queues would shorten, surely, if you came back into this country, because there'd be UK passports and the rest would be rest of the world and EU.
Yes, you might get back into the country a little more quickly, although, of course, security, which is the other watchword of our age, would suggest that might be a little foolish. I mean, the fellow who killed the policeman outside the House of Commons had a British passport, didn't he? So we need to check everybody coming in. But the point really I was thinking about was how the passport works elsewhere in the world. So at the moment, we're not in Schengen, but we can move around Europe with a degree of ease that an American or an Iranian can only dream of, and we're going to be more like them afterwards. And what I can't quite get is the colour. I mean,
well, it doesn't matter what colour it is, because...
Hang on a minute, you just said it affected your personal identity.
No, but just wait a minute.
Of course.
Every passport I've had in the last 30 years changes its design, it changes its security features, and so it's going to change anyway. And, of course, technology takes over, and changes. So it's inevitable that it's going to change design.
Did your sense of identity change last time the design changed? Actually, when it moved from black to burgundy, did you feel less British?
No, I wouldn't say that, but it was a different age. We were in the... it was a common market, wasn't it, when we, now we're in the EU.
And will you feel more British when it goes back to being black? Or indeed, they might pick another colour. They might go with something a little bit out there, like yellow.
Oh, yeah.
But will you feel more British if you had a yellow passport or a black one?
It could be pink with yellow spots on, as far as I'm concerned.
And that would make you feel more British, would it?
Yes, it'd give me pride.
Pink with yellow spots?
Yeah, whatever. But, I mean, it's... I think we've lost our identity in the European Union. And I think we've...
How have we lost... Because, I mean, this is the point I generally get quite baffled. What identity do we get back now, then? Because this might be what I need. I might need a lesson in the benefits of identity improvement. How are you... I mean, what do you even mean when you use the word identity?
Well, who we are, our culture. You know, I think we've lost our culture.
Which bits do you think we've lost? What do you think we're going to get back?
A bit of pride back in our society.
But I'm really proud already. I don't know if I want to be any prouder.
Yeah, but
why are you not proud of this country?
Well, if you look at the other devolved nations in this country, like Scotland and Wales, they're really proud of the flag. It seems to be shunned upon, the English flag in this country.
We're talking about passports.
Yeah, but it's all entwined. It's
so what do you mean when you use the word identity? What do you mean?
It's, you know, have it been...
I honestly haven't got a clue, Marty. I'm not being glib. The sense that you're going to feel more British or more English when the colour of your passport changes is just eluding me, really. Is it just because I'm more patriotic than you are? I'm prouder of my country now than you are?
I think it's been drained from us since we've been in the EU.
Right. Why, I mean, how come I've managed to hang on to so much pride in my culture and my country? What, do you think that you should read more? I don't want to sound rude, but I read a lot. I read a lot of British writers, and I don't have the skills to read other writers in their original languages. But, I mean, as a student of Shakespeare, I find it astonishing that you think our culture has been in any way... What do you think we've lost? Just give me one little example of something that we've lost in terms of culture or national pride.
Well, I think, you know, we've lost... you know, our industries.
That's nothing to do with culture and pride, and we're going to lose a lot more as a result of leaving the European Union.
As I said, you're looking at it very narrow-mindedly.
Me?
I'm not. Yes, I think you're very narrow-minded in your views.
Okay. So, I mean, just to broaden my mind, something cultural, not industrial, but something cultural that we've lost, that we're going to get back now by changing the colour of our passports.
Well, you know, like, you know, where people used to go to, you know, festivals and things like that.
What sort of festivals?
Well, all sorts, you know.
Go on. What, like... Yeah, and the EU banned them, did they?
And community and...
I'm going to the East Anglian Country and Game Fair in a couple of weeks, down in Norfolk. Is that... was that... Because I went last year as well. What sort of festivals have been banned or stopped by European Union membership that we can get back now?
That it's been stopped. We've just forgotten about it.
Well, I'm going to it, mate.
Who we are, what we do.
We've got the posters up all over Norfolk. Well, I need something else, something cultural that's gone, because unless you can name a festival that just went because our passports were purple.
That's... You see, you're missing the wider view.
I'm so sorry, and I'm so glad you're here to help me see it. Just something cultural in terms of, you know, literature, art, music, dance, mime, macrame, something cultural that we've lost as a direct result of being in the European Union. Give me your best shot, mate.
You're missing the point.
Well, one of us is, Marty, but I'm just repeating back to you what you said to me about losing our culture. You feel we've lost our culture, so give me just something, anything at all. I'm late for the travel. Something we've lost, apart from, you know, festivals.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's just we don't celebrate our Britishness enough.
Right.
You know, we don't.
I've got to go to the travel. Okay. And being in the European Union stopped us from celebrating our Britishness. How?
It's not stopped us. We've just forgotten how to. You missed the point.
Okay. Chris in Essex in Billericay is absolutely right. I am enormously wound up by the fact that these people who voted for it in the belief that it would improve their lives are now being told by trusted independent sources that it's going to make their lives much worse. And it's a line I see a lot, so credit to Chris for taking our call. Why does it make you glad, Chris?
Sorry, James. Say again. What make me glad?
Well, the text you sent. I'm glad it's winding you up so much. You use the word glad. Why?
Because you spent 3 hours today, James, talking about.
But I'm wound up by the prospect of people losing their jobs.
No.
Yes.
But that you just spend every single time Brexit comes on running it down. You can't be positive. You can't.
Well, what's the positive here then? Men in manufacturing jobs who'd left school with qualifications no higher than GCSE were the most exposed to curbs on the flow of goods after Brexit. The Institute of Fiscal Studies said it should be worrying for the government that workers in the most vulnerable parts of manufacturing tend to be older and have skills specific to their current jobs. Give me the positives.
The positives are, as far as I'm concerned anyway, is that we will be able to make our own rules in future. We'll be able to run our country the way we want to run it. And we will have curbs on immigration. Not that I'm against immigration. I think it's a good thing. But we need to be in control of the immigration so that people that are at a lower end of pay scales will be able to maybe get an improvement in their pay in the future when we're out of the European Union.
Yeah, but you've just been told that people at the lower end of the pay scales are the most likely to lose their jobs completely, and you've written to me to say that you're glad. So tell me why you're glad.
I'm not glad about it, but that's in the
I'm
opinion
glad
of
it's winding you up so much, you wrote. So why are you glad?
I'm glad that you're spending so much time talking about Brexit, because I do actually find it quite interesting. However, you're obviously
what have I been wrong about?
Well, you're not necessarily wrong about anything. But you have your opinion.
So why are you glad that why are you glad that I'm being wound up because I'm right?
Because you can tell over the radio, James.
Yes.
Or at least I can tell how wound up you are.
Yes, of course I'm wound up because I really don't want these people to lose their jobs. So why is that making you happy?
It's not making me happy.
Well,
I don't
glad
want
then. Glad is the well, that's what's winding me up so much. The fact that they've been lied to and they're going to lose their jobs or see their wages cut. And you wrote to me to say it makes you glad. I want to know why. I want to understand your psychology.
It's just funny to hear you get so wound up about it, James.
About people facing unemployment.
No, that you're so wound up. You obviously have got a real bugbear.
Yes, I have.
Remaining bugbear.
No, it's not that. It's these people who got lied to, and they're going to lose their jobs, and it winds me up, and it makes you happy, and I just want to understand why.
How do you know they've been lied to? Wait 6 months. Wait 1 year. If in that time we've left the European Union, which we're definitely going to do, you can't do anything about that. Let's see what the economy does then.
Okay, Chris.
I heard all of this years ago, James.
Yeah, mate.
No, I heard this all years ago when we entered the exchange rate mechanism. You may not remember that thing. And then they told us that we needed to go into the euro.
No, that's got nothing to do with trade agreements. It was Gordon Brown that kept us out of the euro. Chris, let me read you some lines, and then you tell me whether or not you think it was accurate or inaccurate. So, July 2017, the free trade agreement that we will have to do with the European Union should be one of the easiest in human history. That's Liam Fox. I'm wound up by the fact that he lied to you. Now, why are you glad that he lied to you?
Why is he lying to us, James?
Well, because it hasn't been one of the easiest in human history, Chris.
But it will be, because Parliament has passed into...
Getting out
law.
of the EU can be quick and easy. The UK holds most of the cards in any negotiation. John Redwood lied to you. Why are you glad about that?
Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, go on.
Because Parliament put into law, which you know very well, that when we come out, the date that we come out of the European Union on March the 29th, 2019... all of our laws will be exactly the same as the EU, so we can enter into a trade agreement fairly smoothly. The only people that are going to mess up any trade agreement...
That's not true.
Well, the only people that are going to mess up a trade agreement is probably some region of Wallonia in Belgium that will vote against it.
About, Chris?
Well, that's why the Canadian trade agreement took so long to get through, because the region of Belgium... It was
about a 2-month delay on a 7-year process.
This is the problem with the European Union. It's too many layers of bureaucracy.
Right,
We're now going to be democratically...
Okay, but if they've got so many layers of bureaucracy, how is it going to be easy to do a deal with them?
Well, it won't be.
But you just said it would be. Literally 2 minutes ago.
Only because all of our laws and everything, legislation, are going to be exactly the same as theirs. If they want to
So it will be easy. So it will be easy.
They want us to foul. they want us to south, and people like you, Remainers like you, Remoaners like you, go on and on and on. You don't get behind the country.
I am behind the country, Chris. I'm behind the people who have been told that they could lose their jobs. I'm behind the people who have been told that they're going to be worse off. I'm behind the people who have been told that their freedom to move to 27 other countries is going to be arbitrarily. And do you know what else, Chris? Chris, do you know what else is really ironic?
What, you're getting even angrier?
I'm not angry, mate. I'm sticking up for you.
You're not sticking up for me. I can stick up for myself.
I'm sticking up for you, Chris, and you can't stick up for yourself if you don't understand what the battle is about.
Ian's in the Isle of Wight. Ian, what would you like to say?
Okay. If you're telling me we're paying £55 billion to leave the EU, that's 5 years membership fee. The net amount it costs us to be in the EU is $10 billion a year.
It's 8, but of course that's money that we pay because of the access, because of the prosperity that membership of the single market brings. So you can't really compare the two sums to each other.
No, I can, James. Because
well, I mean, you can. I mean, of course you can, but not logically.
James, for £55 billion, my friend, if we get a free trade deal with the EU,
we can't.
We can. So, why are we giving them £55 billion then?
Because of all the obligations and responsibilities that we already have, both to meet treaties and spending plans that we've already agreed to, and to meet things like the pension provision of MEPs and employees moving forward. That's why. This has nothing to do with the trade deal. Nothing
James,
at all.
How much of a dent in £55 billion is EU pension provisions going to make? I mean, come on. So, if £55 billion...
That's about 16%, according to Jonty, who did sound like he'd done his sums.
Listen, James...
I am, mate.
David Cameron told us we had a vote, and if it was 50.1%, either way, that was the result. We live in a democracy. Jean-Claude Juncker and Donald Tusk, they want a federal Europe. They want fiscal, economic, political union. This is not right. We don't want this. We voted against it, James.
They don't want economic union. I mean, you can't keep saying these words that don't mean what you think they mean, mate.
What do you mean? Don't think what I think they mean, James?
I mean, you keep using words and they don't mean what you think they mean. What does economic union mean?
No, this is what Donald Tusk and Jean-Claude Juncker say.
No, they don't. What do you think economic union means?
James. James.
Ian.
If you read the 5 presidents' report...
No, I want you to tell me what you think economic union means, that's all.
I don't know what economic union means.
But you're absolutely certain that they want it and that it's awful.
They've written it down, James.
But you don't know what it means. How can you not like something if you don't know what it means?
James, I want
Ian.
to be in this country. I do not want to be part of a federal Europe, James.
What does that mean, Ian? What does federal Europe mean?
A federal Europe means fiscal, economic, political union.
But we've just established that you don't know what those words mean. So what does federal Europe mean?
Does Jean-Claude Juncker know what those words mean?
I'll ask him when I meet him, but he's not here telling me that it's a bad thing or a good thing. You are. So what does federal Europe mean, Ian?
Oh, James, please. We've had a democratic vote. You're trying to make me sound like I'm uneducated.
I'm not. I'm asking you. I'm trying to make you sound like you know what the words you're using mean, which is why I'm asking you what those words mean. I'm not sure myself, mate. If you're worried that I'm being patronising, what does federal Europe mean?
Federal Europe means that we would have fiscal, economic, political union.
All right. I don't want to curtail your recovery. So I've asked you what economic union means, and you said I don't know. And then I asked you what federal Europe means, and you said it means economic union.
No, I didn't say that.
You did, Ian.
I'm telling you what's in the 5 presidents.
And I'm asking what's in your brain. I'm asking what's in your brain. What does federal Europe mean?
What do you mean? The federal Europe that Jean-Claude Juncker talks about? It means federal Europe means we all pay the same tax rate. It means that all our laws are the same.
Right. Well, then we move from the realms of not really understanding something to talking utter hogwash, Ian.
But no, you've lost me there.
I think that happened hours ago, possibly years.
Mark is in Hebden Bridge. Mark, what would you like to say?
It's going to be fine.
When?
Well, it will obviously take a long time. The European Union has been deeply ingrained into our legislation.
You're not joining in on my joke now, are you? You're doing exactly what I just said would be funny.
I think it's going to be fine. In fact, I think
even when you heard Gordon, when you heard people doing business with Europe.
There are swings and roundabouts.
The head of the German automotive industry.
Those are exporters as well, who are exporting perhaps into the EU, but also into countries which pay in dollars, not just the USA.
Right. And the head of the German Automotive Association?
And there were lots of people arguing for a devaluation. In fact, before the last general election, never mind before referendum.
No one in the referendum campaign says we need to devalue the pound. Vote leave, mate. Sorry, you can't have that.
Nevertheless, I think it's going to be good for us in the long term.
So that was evidence. Well, optimism.
The fact that apart from the devaluation, actually economically things are not going too badly.
We haven't left. We haven't triggered Article 50.
Yes, and I think that you're unlikely to get the plan that you're asking for.
So apart from the pound in our pocket being worth exponentially less than it was before the vote, everything's going well.
I think everything is going tolerably, and I think that there's...
Tolerably? I think has to go better than it did before. Better is what we were sold. Better.
Yes, and I think that as long as we carry on with this sort of quite negative line, I think the next general election will be grim for those people who did argue for Remain in the referendum itself. I think if there is a general election,
but you see what you've just done.
Earlier,
you see what you've just done. Carry on.
Labour is going likely to get very badly hurt.
No, Labour is in all sorts of trouble. But I tell you now, whether it comes as a surprise to you or not, Jeremy Corbyn doesn't want to stay in the European Union. That's Labour's big problem. It's not that he's the leader of some sort of backlash, Remain backlash. He envisions he wants to come out of the European Union so that they can do away with all rules regarding state intervention in industry and start spending it all on whatever the latter-day equivalent of Longbridge will be. But let me just run you through what you've just done.
Would it surprise you to know that in my district, in northern England, probably most Labour voters agree with Jeremy Corbyn? They don't agree with the Parliamentary Labour Party.
It doesn't surprise me at all. But then I do what I always do and ask them a couple of questions. And then things get very messy very quickly.
I just suggested,
a bit like I did with you.
Labour are going to be trying to argue something that their own voters in their heartland are not going to want to accept.
Again, you see, this is where I have to intervene with pesky facts. Labour have already said that they're not going to argue against the triggering of Article 50.
For as long as this carries on being about the plan, they will still look negative, and therefore they're likely.
Labour haven't done anything. Labour haven't done anything. I mean, you can lump commentators if you want into the category that you describe, but you can't put Jeremy Corbyn in it. John McDonnell has come out and green-lighted everything Theresa May wants to do without knowing what it is. There's no Labour Conservative battle here because there's no meaningful Labour presence on the political landscape at the moment. But just to clarify,
you've got a majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party arguing for the position of essentially Tony Blair, who is now re-entering British politics, that they would like in principle to be able to agree the plan, which is the topic of your conversation.
No, I haven't heard any Labour MP say that.
They want to be able to have this discussed out on the floor of the Commons.
No, well, that's the law.
And possibly a second referendum.
That's the law. No, again, I haven't heard any Labour MPs call for that.
Jamie is in St Bridges in Wales. Jamie, what would you like to say?
James, I've got a name for your cafe, mate. It should be James O'Crian.
That doesn't quite work as a food temptation, but you crack on.
The amount of moaning you do.
Oh, I see. You're being funny. Brexit. Yes, no, that's funny. Yeah, good one.
The amount of moaning you since Brexit.
Yeah, I know.
Is crazy.
What have I been wrong about?
Well, let's not get into that.
No, let's absolutely get into that, mate. What have I been wrong about?
Well, what you're wrong about is what you're talking about now.
No, we're not talking about now. We're talking about all the moaning since Brexit. What have I been wrong about?
Where do you want me to start?
Wherever you want, Jamie.
Well, you were blatantly wrong about the doom and gloom that everyone, the desperation everyone would be feeling.
But we both know that you're already floundering and you haven't even started yet. So give me something I've been wrong about.
Since Brexit, there's a matter that you're wrong about.
Go on.
The way the government has been able to instill a bit of happiness in the country since Brexit. Which I think
but what have I been wrong about? What have I been wrong about?
But I remember listening before Brexit, and
You didn't know, did
doom
you?
and gloom
Before Brexit, mate, I barely had a view. So since Brexit, all the moaning I've been doing, what have I been wrong about, champ? Or do you just want to do another funny joke before you go?
Well,
no? Come on, Jamie, mate, you're better than this. What have I been wrong about?
You wanted to know what you're going to do with your barristers, yeah?
But you missed that chance by being a plum. Simon is in Westminster. Simon, what is the appeal of a passport of purest blue with 2 words not on it that are currently on it at the moment?
Well, I think it's very significant. I think it's a metaphor for coming out of the EU. I think...
Why do we need a metaphor if we're doing it for real?
Because it's a symbol that actually the colour of the what we do with the front page or the cover is just up to us. It's the chip in the middle that's really important, and that is determined not by British law, not by EU law, but by international law.
Not anymore. We won't be getting involved in international law, mate. We want British laws for British people.
No, absolutely not. We are going to, and that's why I'm saying it's a metaphor, because so much of what we do now is determined by international law, not by EU law, not by British law. And the reason this passport is significant is because when we last had a blue one, it was purely what we did that was important. As long as it had our name and our nationality, that was all that's important. But in the 25, 30, whatever years it's changed, the main thing has changed is the significance of doing things internationally and conforming to each other, not according to EU and not according to local British law, unless we're dealing with local issues like education, health and police and things like that.
So you have smuggled in a negative while pretending to present a positive. I'm not stupid, Simon.
You're certainly not stupid, James.
Merry Christmas, Simon. How are we going to do this? I mean, do you understand what people mean when they say they will feel different with a blue passport in their hand compared to a burgundy one, or do you, like me, just sort of shake your head in confusion?
I think that if the EU had played its game correctly, it would have given us all a feeling of being local and national, while in the background being the EU, but it didn't. It things up with these inanimate objects in Brussels trying to play the EU card when in fact it's not an EU, it's an international world we're in.
That's an interesting point.
That's why this is so significant, because it really compares now against when we had the last passport, and life is completely different now, and that's the significant thing, not whether we're part of EU or not EU.
Okay. Although, I mean, in terms of trade, not being in the largest free market in the world is probably going to take a while to be good news.
That'll have sorted itself out, because
Will it?
The EU is not going to
Hang on, say that again. I couldn't quite hear the sound of you crossing your fingers when you said that.
I was crossing my fingers.
Okay.
Absolutely. No. Trade agreements are for bringing down barriers, not raising them.
Unless you're protecting the trade agreement that you've got and someone else has just opted out of, in which case it is arguably not going to be as good as the trade agreement you had in the first place. In fact, not even arguably, Simon. We won't fall out. Bob's in Walton-on-Thames. Bob, what are we celebrating?
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm celebrating us leaving Europe.
Yes. Sorry, let me be clearer. Why?
I'm going to tell you now. My main concern is not tariffs and trade.
No.
I've read up about these tariffs. With tariffs, we're talking about things like 5%, right? That's the sort of numbers we're talking about.
Well, I think the industry standard for the WTO rules that we'll probably have to operate under until our negotiations are complete is closer to 10. But if you've got a few quid, that will sound like a pittance. If you've got very little money, that will sound like a lot.
The pound dropped by over 20%, didn't it, after the announcement?
You're not celebrating that, Bob.
I'm not celebrating. No. I don't understand the significance of it, really. Anyway,
you don't understand the significance of the pound dropping?
I do not want to be ruled by who I consider unelected people in Brussels. I don't know who my MEP is. I don't know what party he or she is. I've never spoken to him. There's no... he's probably a UKIPper who wants to get out of Europe anyway. Therefore, I'm totally unrepresented. I believe the EU and the Euro are failing. They're definitely going to fail. I believe personally.
Yes, Bob. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I'm talking about the terms of Theresa May's speech and sort of concrete causes for celebration. You're perfectly entitled to your beliefs, but
I don't want to be tied into trade with Europe. I want us to negotiate our trade where we want to negotiate it.
Yes.
Not by some European in Brussels. Okay, that's important to me.
I don't understand, Bob. Why is it important?
Who we can't trade with.
Why is it important?
Because when we're told who we trade with, we're also told what sort of tariffs there might be. If we want to buy New Zealand lamb, Europe then tells us how much tariff we have to pay on it.
Yes, and do you know how that deal is?
To negotiate with New Zealand 1-to-1.
Okay, now, are you in business yourself?
No, I'm not. I'm retired.
Were you in business?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I work for a major airline.
Okay, well, you know how it works. Who's going to get the better deal? The person who's bringing you 530 million customers, or the person who's bringing you 60 million customers?
I don't believe your numbers.
Well, that's just the population of the countries, Bob. I mean, that's not even open to dispute. Well, but you can invent your own numbers if you want, if it helps. But who's going to get the better?
Trade with Europe, won't we?
Yes, but who's going to get the better deal?
It's marginally better if we stay, but I don't want to stay. Look, put it this way: if I was on RMS Titanic in 1912, going to New York across the Atlantic, and a big boat come alongside and says, "Your captain is driving your boat too fast. There are icebergs ahead. You could actually hit one of them and sink. Do you want to come and join us on our boat, and we'll take you to the next 50 miles or whatever, or to New York?" If I was on Titanic, and I believed the person that would come alongside, who'd gone out of their way to help me, I would leave Titanic and go on that boat.
Okay,
and I
Bob.
believe that Europe, as it is now, is the Titanic.
Right.
Okay? And I want to get out on our terms, not their terms.
Well, you can't.
Yeah? Because their terms, there's not enough lifeboats. Okay, therefore, I would rather get out prematurely under our terms.
Yeah.
If it costs us some money, fine. I don't mind. I don't mind.
No, you've done it, but I think with the Titanic analogy, you've won Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good analogy, do you?
Oh, I think it's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But you've got to trust in the other captain, though, haven't you? I voted and supported Labour all my voting life, which is over 50 years.
Yeah.
I now think that Theresa May is the best politician we've had in this country since. I don't know when, since really.
Horace Walpole?
She's an all-rounder.
Horace Walpole.
Better than Churchill, really.
Yeah.
Because he was just a war prime minister. She's an all-rounder. She's very good.
What do you think her greatest achievement was as Home Secretary?
She's not Home Secretary. She's Prime Minister now, isn't she?
Yeah, but she was Home Secretary for 6 years. What do you think her greatest achievement was?
They said that Churchill was the best Prime Minister we ever had, but he actually erected concentration camps in South Africa, didn't he?
He did, yeah, but what do you think Theresa May, she's the greatest politician ever, what do you think her finest achievement was as Home Secretary?
No, I don't know. I haven't delved into it. I didn't even like her then, actually, so I didn't really follow her much.
All right, so what's she done? What's she done exactly that makes her the best Prime Minister ever?
Making a clean break with Europe, and she and her government will negotiate the terms that we get our trade.
Yeah, and who are they negotiating with?
Sorry?
Who are they negotiating with?
Well, they're negotiating with the rest of the world, aren't they? And Europe.
And how many deals have we already got with the rest of the world as a member of the European Union?
We can't make deals. The only deals we can make now
got 50, Bob.
EU is through the EU.
50, Bob. Yeah, which is why I asked you 5 minutes ago, who's going to get the better deal? The customer who's bringing you 60 million potential clients, potential customers, or the country or the institution that's bringing you 530 million? She's going
to bring us 6 billion, isn't she? Because she's going to bring us the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Well, she is, isn't she? Let's be realistic.
But we've already got trading deals with 50 countries.
The EU.
We have to start from scratch, Bob. Do you know that?
It's a dying organisation.
Well, you can keep saying that. That's why the Titanic analogy was so powerful. But serious. But we've already got 50 deals.
Yeah.
And when we leave, we'll have none.
I don't want us to have to negotiate with 27 other countries before we can do a trade deal with New Zealand or Australia or.
But we have to make the biggest negotiation in the history of our country with those 27 other countries before we can actually leave the European Union.
No, we can leave. No, we can walk.
Okay.
We negotiate for 2 years, and if they don't have.
Can I ask you a question? And promise that you won't take offence.
No.
Can you just run me through your main news sources?
My main is television. BBC Television.
BBC Television?
You know, LBC. We listen to LBC all the time.
Yes.
I mean, I always thought you was about... Well, I always thought you were left-wing, but you're sounding very right-wing at the moment. But I could be wrong, but LBC.
I don't think you could be wrong, Bob.
I listen to the left-wing presenters on LBC, and also...
Who are they, then? Who are the left-wing presenters?
Well, I always thought you were. And some of the evening ones are, actually.
Right. But you know this is opinion-based radio rather than news.
Yeah, I listen to what people say when they phone up as well.
So where did you get the idea that we can just leave the European Union without negotiating?
Because we can.
Not because we can. Where did you get that idea from? Who told you that?
Theresa May, who I've got confidence in.
Theresa May told you that we can leave the European Union without...
Yesterday, basically.
Yeah. And then...
We could do that, and then we could, if we want to, we could reduce our corporation tax.
We'd become a deregulated tax haven.
No, I don't believe we will. That's a bit of an exaggeration.
Bless you, Bob. Paul is in Leeds. Come on, Paul, give us a positive.
I'll give you a positive. James, fishing. Not a lot of people actually understand that. Before we joined the EU, our fishing grounds went out as much as 200 miles out to sea. Since we joined the EU, they've been cut back to 12 miles. Now, we're losing about £2 billion a year in fish sales alone, never mind the jobs that we've lost. I mean, you're a much more intelligent guy than I could ever dream to be, but you know the jobs and the decimation in industries such as fishing, areas like Grimsby that have suffered. At least now we can get our fishing grounds back, and we won't have to throw all this fish that people are aware of, the EU quotas, all that's going to go. So that's
where are we going to? What are we going to do? I mean, I hope you're right. For the record, did you know that 60% of all fish landed in the United Kingdom is landed in Scotland?
Well, I didn't know that, but I don't think
they voted.
Leave, so
they voted to remain.
Not a problem, is it? I mean, for now, it's not a problem. I mean, Scotland might end up leaving in 20 years' time, but for the foreseeable future, because we're going to get such a good deal, Scotland won't want to leave, in my opinion. But you've got to give me one thing as a positive about the fishing. That's got to be a positive.
Well, it could be. I just learned this morning that...
You seem to be very negative. I listened to a few presenters on LBC, and you seem to be... total opposite of Nigel.
Well, that's because I deal in facts and evidence, mate, and he deals in lies and racism. There's not a lot I can do about it, really.
He would say the same thing. I mean, you are... I think your mind's a bit poisoned, to be honest, with all the...
That's the thing that facts do to you, mate. I wish I could somehow find a way to look at the world through rose-tinted racist spectacles, but I can't. I just deal in evidence and facts. And so that's why I said to you a minute ago, and it kind of took the wind out of your sails a bit, that 60% of all fish landed in the United Kingdom is landed in Scotland, and you didn't know that, but you still had a strong view and a strong feeling and a strong opinion, and then a fact just burst it like a balloon.
Yeah, but do you know...
that's kind of it, Paul, mate.
When you're feeling down and you're depressed and down, everything seems to be against you, and you look down on the ground, you walk down, your posture, everything about your presence is down. But when you're positive and things are on the up, and you're happy, your marriage is great, you've got a good job, but the kids are fine in school, you've got the positive outlook, things happen better for you.
We're getting divorced, Paul.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you look positive...
We're getting divorced.
Positive.
We're getting divorced.
Well, no, but you need to think positively. It's going to be...
All right, I'm thinking positively now.
Yeah.
It's not working, mate. Right. We're still leaving the European Union.
Yeah, but
are you in the fishing industry?
No, but I know people that have lost their jobs over it.
And I genuinely hope they get them back. I really do. Oh, they could move to Scotland. What line of work are you in?
Security.
How are things going to get better for you, do you think, when we leave?
I don't think it'll make a difference, because we provide security for electronic security, and I think most of the people who commit the burglary and crime in the UK are English nationals anyway. There's very few that I know of that people like Polish people don't come into this country and start burgling houses.
So how are things going to get better for you,
then? Fishing. Fish and chips will be cheaper.
No, they won't, though, will they?
Well, they might do. We're going to get £2 billion more fish that we can sell throughout Europe, and
we can't sell it. We can't sell it into Europe, mate, because we've just left the single market. If we do sell it into Europe, we'd have to pay tariffs. Come on, mate. Positive thinking, Paul.
If it makes
Paul, stop a minute. Stop a minute. Positive thinking and try again. Come on, get your demeanour. Look up. Your wife's great. Your kids are well. Everything's going well. You've got a good job. Positive thinking. How's your life going to get better?
Fish and chips on a Friday will be cheaper.
It's funny, mate. Yeah.
Rob's in Bedford. Rob, what would you like to say?
Hiya, James. Hiya. James, I've got a question for you.
And it doesn't work like that.
All right. Now, look, in light of the fact that I have Nostradamus' phone number, and in light of the fact that you seem to be pretty righteous in your belief, self-assured in your belief that we should remain in the EU, question is this.
I just said it doesn't work like that. You phoned in to answer my questions.
Well, I said, would you mind me asking you a question?
And I said it doesn't work like that. Well, let's keep it friendly, but I've spent 2 hours and 22 minutes asking questions.
I listen to you every day. And,
well, just answer my one first. Are you one of those people who voted for Brexit but didn't believe any of the promises that the Brexiters made?
I didn't believe any promises anybody made.
Okay, good. So you're what I've been looking for all morning. Your vote was based on what, Rob?
It was just based on my gut feel, on what I was going to ask you the question about, actually, which is this.
Yes.
I didn't vote for the chaos over the next 2 or 3 years. I think anybody with a brain would understand that on leaving anything, you're going to have a period of chaos. Okay?
But when people described that period of chaos, they were accused of endorsing Project Fear. David Davis said there will be no downside, there will only be an upside. In fact, all predictions... No, hang on, mate. All predictions of problems were poo-pooed and dismissed. So you don't get 2.5 years later to say everybody knew that there were going to be problems. People were maligned and insulted and condemned and criticised for predicting problems. So you can claim that you knew all along that this was going to happen, but you don't get to claim that everybody knew, because the entire campaign was built on dismissing and deriding anybody who said that it was going to be difficult.
Okay. Now, so I didn't build it on the next. So I didn't make my decision based on the next 3 years. I made the decision based on my children's generation, the next 20 or 30 years, and my vision of how I saw remaining in or leaving, and the vision of the UK of that future. So when you made your decision, what I wanted to ask you was what visions did you have on in and out? How did you see things in 20 or 30 years to come up with this self-assured sort of scenario? Because I did make my decision.
Well, I looked at observable reality, and I decided it was better than the unknown.
Okay, so what's your observable reality in the 30 years?
My life, my entire life.
Yeah. So, and what is that? Describe that. Remaining in the EU, how does your life change from now?
No. Observable reality. Observable reality is stuff that's already happened. So the freedom of movement that myself and my children would continue to enjoy, the economic growth, hopefully with a little bit of slightly more leftish redistribution of the wealth that we generate, but the economic growth which saw us continue to punch way above our weight. The cooperation on issues of security and possibly military that would ensure the continuation of the peace that has been unprecedented in Europe since 1945, when Winston Churchill first spoke about a United States of Europe, but obviously since the Treaty of Rome in 1957, when freedom of movement became essentially enshrined in European law. All of the things that I voted for were, in the simplest of terms, Rob, the stuff I already had.
Okay, James, did you see one military?
Pardon?
Did you see one military?
I knew we had a veto to any form of what people like to call a European army, but I prefer to describe as military cooperation. And in the context of a very strong NATO and strong relations with an internationalist American president, I would probably have encouraged British governments to veto any need for a European army. Now we've seen what Donald Trump thinks of NATO, and now that we're almost crystal clear about his enslavement to Vladimir Putin, I'm personally a little bit closer to seeing the need for a kind of sub-NATO, European-led military cooperation. But as I say, if we were in the European Union, we'd have had a veto, so the question's moot.
Okay, and did you see any increase in power of?
But I'm talking. You asked what my vote was based on, and I said what I already had. I wasn't looking in a crystal ball.
Okay, right. Okay, and I think therein lies the issue between Remainers and people who want to leave.
No. We've already established that you don't speak for people who want to leave, because lots and lots of people voted to leave after being told that warnings of chaos and turmoil were wrong.
Well,
you phoned up.
Lots of people who want to remain, aren't you? So why can't I speak for lots of people who leave?
Because you knew all along that there was going to be chaos and turmoil. You knew that Project Fear was accurate, but you decided that it was a risk worth taking. This should be clear to you.
I said I didn't fall for Project Fear.
Sorry, mate. When you came on the line, you said you knew that there'd be. Well, we can talk over each other, but the tape is there.
I think you have an opinion. I have an opinion.
No, I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion. There's no opinion. I described stuff. I described stuff that exists, Rob.
Well, I understand that, James. I do understand that.
Carry on.
And I appreciate the points that you've mentioned there, because I think they're very valid. And I can see your picture of the future.
No, you can't. No, I don't know what the future looks like. No.
Right, okay, bear with me.
You're the one that knows what the future looks like.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying to you is the complete opposite, actually. Okay. What I'm saying to you is nobody understands what the future looks like. Nobody can predict.
They do if we carry on as we are.
Well, no, because it changes.
Well, yes.
It changes. Month to month it changes. All of a sudden we've now got
none of the things that I listed. I've answered your questions. Freedom of movement, economic growth, peace in Europe, all of these things. If we continue as we are in terms of economy and trade and cooperation, all of these things stay the same. So the future is the present.
That's fine.
I voted to keep things as they are and hopefully improve them. But the improvements are based on hope, not upon evidence.
Okay, valid point. I take that. Well, my question was twofold: in and out. So, how did you see the future out?
I don't see the future out. I believe the experts.
So
I believe the governor.
Your opinion, just based on today, present. I'm not criticising you. You're based on today, the present time. How you see things.
Oh, crikey. I voted to remain, to keep things as they are.
Am I being silly? Sorry.
Well, you know you are, Rob. Otherwise you wouldn't ask.
Well, I was a bit sarcastic, actually. I don't think I'm being silly at all.
Well, sarcasm in the context of an intelligent conversation is pretty silly. So I'm answering your question.
It's the lowest form of witness, a unicorn.
Okay, you only have to keep burbling for another 60 seconds and we'll hit the news.
No, with respect. I'm only asking you a civilised question.
I've answered them all, Rob.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, that's a fair comment. I appreciate you answering the question, James.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, you voted to leave... Oh, Rob, come on, mate. You're going to answer... Has he really hung up? Oh, bless him.
Terry's in High Wycombe. Terry, what does he stand for? Or does it matter that he doesn't seem to stand for anything?
I just think that he stands for something that you are not. We're just so tired of people like you consistently having one outlook on anybody in the Tory party that you can't give a balanced view.
Well, I can. I spoke to several Conservatives yesterday. Yes. So why? Let's not talk about me, Terry. Let's talk about you. What do you like? What does he stand for?
He stands for politicians who think about the Leave voters.
The Leave voters.
Think about the Leave voters and the whole lot of things that Leave voters voted for. As far as you're concerned, it's only the Remain and the EU voice that should be heard. Anything else? I'm black, so I'm not racist.
No, no one's mentioned racist, or actually Brexit or the EU, except the last fellow. I mean, I think we can park that for the purposes of this conversation. He's obviously in favour of leaving. It's going to be difficult for him to keep happy the ERG and the man he's just appointed as an advisor who wrote the ERG should be treated like a tumour and excised from the UK body politic. It's going to be difficult for him to keep both of those constituencies happy.
No, it's not. That's what he's going in for, and that's what Leave voters want. But
this is what Dominic Cummings wrote, and this is his first appointment to Downing Street.
Whatever Dominic Cummings wrote, and he hasn't seen it, is not what Boris is saying. Look how many times...
But if I was going to give you a job, I'd look at your CV, Terry.
And
if I looked at Dominic Cummings'
when I was 20... It's completely different from who I am at 50.
He wrote this on March the 27th.
What did he... tell me that again, sorry.
Dominic Cummings wrote, you should be treated, talking about the ERG, you should be treated like a metastasizing tumour and excised from the UK body politic. You guys were too busy shooting...
Boris is just trying to bring people together.
Yes.
So that is one of the things he probably
So he's bringing together the tumour and the man who despises the tumour.
Well,
But anyway, we're getting bogged down in Brexit.
Any politician has to do.
Yes, exactly that. Listen, let's not talk about me, and let's not talk about Brexit. What does he stand for?
As I told you, I think he stands for the UK, and particularly for UK working class people.
Okay.
And that is what he stands for.
Okay.
Why
has he offered a tax cut?
I know you don't believe it.
Why has he offered a tax cut to people earning over £50,000 a year? And
what's that got to do with him standing up for working class people?
Well, I don't think most people's definition of working class involves earning double the national average salary.
But you see, that is what you are thinking. A lot of people.
But what do you mean by working class then?
Well, we are talking about people who are on the low end of the ladder, whose jobs are
well, exactly.
Really
so
jobs.
He's offered tax cuts to people earning more than double the national average salary.
Well, yes, but the thing about
what's he offered to people earning the national average salary, or what's he offered to people at the bottom of the ladder you just described?
How you expect him to answer all that on his first day in office?
I'm not. I'm asking you to. I'm asking you to answer questions about stuff you just said.
Well, I think he stands for them because he is promising them what they voted for.
Who?
And that's the one thing. He's promising them what they voted for.
He's promising who what they voted
like
for?
Other politicians and the ex-leader of the Tory party that was going to do their own business, whether the Leave voters wanted it or not.
Okay. I hope you're right. I don't really understand what you said, but it sounds a bit more optimistic than a lot of other people are feeling. I don't quite get how tax cuts for people earning over 50 grand a year is evidence of sticking up for the working class, but I suppose, hey, one day maybe everyone will be earning over £50,000 a year, and then that will be a tax cut for the working class. There you go. We could get there. We can do this. Oh, boy. Steve is in Islington. Steve, what would you like to say?
Wow, you've worn me out.
You've worn me out, mate. I've got to get through to 1 o'clock. You can have a lie down after this.
Right, I don't know where I've got to start, but I'll be perfectly honest with you, James. I am confused, totally and utterly confused. And the reason I'll tell you this is I'm not an educated man.
Oh.
Far from it.
Yeah.
But when people come on the phone to you and speak to you every day about leaving Europe and leaving the European Union, everybody else, including people like me, seems like a complete and utter idiot. They talk to you, and you're an educated man, they talk to you as if everybody that's voted no and voted leave don't know what they're on about. But the point I'm trying to make, James, is why were we ever given the vote?
Yeah.
The fact that we was given a vote, right, and most people that voted to leave Europe voted for probably, and this is my own opinion, on maybe 2 or 3 things. One was immigration, right, which is, you might not think it, James, but a lot of people do. Obviously, most of the 52% of people that voted probably thought like me that we are flooded with migrants, flooded to almost the point that the country can't take any more. We're also worried about our schooling. We're also worried about our housing. We're also worried about the National Health Service. But we're all deemed as being complete and utter idiots. The fact that we were given this vote was so wrong for all the reasons that you have been speaking about in the last year. You know, you look at the customs union, the soft and hard.
I think the biggest thing for me when I tried.
Know anything about it?
No, when I try and reach out to people like you, the biggest thing is that we had the rights and we had the rules in place to have much more stringent immigration regulations than the ones that we have, and subsequent governments elected not to impose them for 2 reasons, they would argue, I imagine. Number one, it wouldn't be cost effective. It would cost so much to do and it wouldn't save anything. And number 2, because having immigration as this constant Banquo's ghost at the feast, that they could constantly say all the things you've just listed, you're blaming on immigration. I blame them on bad government. But if I was running a bad government, I'd love the idea that people like you were blaming it all on immigration.
It is a bad government, but James, the point I'm trying to make is all the other issues, the parts that you're talking about, of the effect it is going to have on this country financially.
Yep.
95% of the 52% probably didn't know anything about this. You know, when I listen to you every day and I try to absorb what you're saying about, you know, hard and soft Brexit, hard and soft borders,
yes,
and customs unions and everything else that goes with it, It's way above our head, James.
It's not, mate.
It is, James.
It's not. Why are you listening every day, then, unless you understand what I'm saying?
No, because, James, I'm 56 years of age, but I'm still trying to learn. That is what I'm trying to
You have learned. The thing you can't compute...
I'm learning from you. But
yes. Thank you, mate.
James,
go on.
When I go... Look, I live in Harrow.
Yeah.
When I go down to Harrow, and this is not being racist, James, because that term is so easily used and very loosely used. When I go down to Harrow, and I've lived here for 30 years, I walk into Harrow Shopping Centre, and I swear to God, I don't know where I am. I've got Polish, Romanians, Bulgarians sitting outside coffee houses doing sod all day. I've got every nationality under the sun, and it's lost its identity. When I go into Northwick Park Hospital, and I went in there 3 Sundays ago because I had to go in an emergency, I walked into the accident emergency, as I said to your researcher, 120 people in there. I was lucky if I saw 3 or 4 white faces. It's okay if you live...
Now, that is racist.
No,
that last bit is.
It's realistic.
No, it isn't, because you're forming an opinion of people or their value based on their colour. There are people who don't have white faces who are just as British as you and me, Steve.
Perhaps there are, James, but if...
Well, no, they all are.
You go down
and that's... name me the European Union... Steve, mate, let's not do this. Let's do it nicely. Just tell me the European Union country that is populated by non-white people.
Couldn't tell you.
Well, have a go. Have a little think.
Say the question again?
The European Union countries, because we're talking about your reasons for leaving the European Union, and then you mentioned the fact that there weren't any white people in Northwick Park Hospital. So which European Union countries are essentially non-white?
Probably none.
So why are you talking about those people then?
All right. Let's backtrack.
Yeah, let's, mate. I'm happy to let you do that.
No, let's backtrack. But it is still a valid point, James.
Not in the context of a conversation about the European Union, Steve.
Yeah,
and I'm afraid that if you are judging people according to their skin colour, then you are, and I say this with love and reluctance, then you are indulging in racial prejudice.
But James is...
so I don't care what colour you are. Yeah, I'm never going to say to Beth at the end of the programme, we had too many black people on today, or we had too many white people on today.
But it's not all about... white people, white English people. We're going off tangent.
Well, no, you did, mate. I'm just reining you back in again, so crack on.
It's not all about the racist issue. It's just about the fact that the country has lost its identity.
What does that mean?
And that... Well, what does it mean? It means that what I've just said, that...
You've just said that you don't like seeing brown faces at the hospital.
Okay, no. Is it right then, James? Let's give another example. Right? I might be digging myself a big hole, but...
I'll pull you out, mate, I promise.
Right, but the point I'm trying to make, if you went down to my local, and I'll give you an absolute point here, if you went down to my local supermarket, I won't name which one it is, okay?
Yeah.
And one of my sons tried to get a job down, or 2 of my sons tried to get a job down there in a few years when they were in between university and going from college to university. At one point, James, there was 23 tills open, and 22 of them, okay,
yes, mate,
had Indians or Pakistani people.
But we're talking about the European Union, Steve.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, James, is this is where it's all coming from. And when I mentioned this to the manager, okay, the manager said to me, we have to reflect the local community. And the point I'm trying to make, James, and you're trying to, to a degree, defend me, but to attack me, is that right, James?
Mate,
that is why people have voted out of Europe.
Because we've got too many brown people on the tills in Harrow.
It's not about having too many, but when I was...
Well, what is it then, Steve? Just mate, slow down a little bit. Because if you're not complaining about there being too many brown people, why do you keep talking about the number of brown people in the hospital and the number of brown people in the supermarket?
The reason I'm saying that is, James, is because that is why people voted to leave Europe, because of Great Britain.
I don't disagree with you. No, it's not because of Great Britain losing its identity. It's because people are frightened of brown people.
No, it's not about it. No, James.
What difference does it make to me? Just help me out here, because I can kind of get my... just because I work on the phones every day, so I have no idea what colour anybody is. Why does it matter to you what colour the person that you buy your milk off is?
Well, it doesn't matter the colour that the person I buy my milk off, James. But what the point I'm trying to make is why people voted out of Europe.
I'm not arguing with you. They voted out of Europe because they think there's too many brown people in their hometowns.
Is it unfair then, James, to say that when I mention what I said about the local supermarket, that
and the hospital,
when I'm told, and the hospital, but let's go to the supermarket. When I'm told that we have to reflect the local community, is that not racist, James?
No, Steve.
Well, explain to me why it's not racist.
What, reflecting the local community?
Yeah, because it's basically saying, well, because there's predominantly more Asian, and because this is what the manager's told me, Steve.
James, you're Steve.
Because there's more, because there's more Indian or ethnic minorities in Harrow, we have to reflect the local community.
Right, well, possibly you misunderstood him, but if anybody in that supermarket was given a job based upon their skin colour, then the employer would be breaking the law.
Well, they did. Because
well, then you should report it to the relevant authorities. But did you? Crikey!
Very shortly.
Well, then let's return to my question, okay?
My son got a job.
I want you to talk to me about this. When I drop my little girls off at school, and in their primary school, there are Polish children and Romanian children, Albanian children, brown children, black children, children of Asian origin, children of Eastern European origin. When I explain, I don't need to, thankfully, but when you're talking to your children when they were younger, how did you explain to them that they should judge their friendship group according to those origins, and they should judge those people in their class differently according to what colour they were or where they came from?
And I never ever said to my children when they were kids how they should judge people.
So why do you want to do it with checkout assistants and patients at the hospital?
Because as far as I'm concerned, James, we have to a degree, fight back.
Against what, Steve? Fight against what, Steve? People? Checkout assistants and poorly people?
No, you're twisting your words there, James.
No, I'm not. I'm twisting your words.
No, it's not about that, James.
Go on then. So what are we fighting back against?
Well, what I just said to you earlier.
What? Brown people?
No, it's not about...
What is it then, Steve?
But James, is it fair that if you go into a local supermarket, as an example,
Steve,
and there's 23 tills open and 22... I'll pose one question before I go then, James. I will assure you of one thing.
Go on, mate.
If I went to my local supermarket and there was 22 white English, white Irish, white Scot behind them tills, I can assure you that the other nationalities would have something to say about it.
I can assure you they wouldn't, Steve. I'll leave you with one thought. Let's look at both of your supermarkets, the fictional one and the actual one. The one with 22 brown people on the checkouts and one white person, and then the one with 22 white people and one brown person. Do you know what I see in those supermarkets?
Yeah.
23 people.
Well, you might, James, but that's unfortunately getting back to the first point of this discussion,
which was don't call me racist.
No, it's why people voted.
I'm not arguing with you. I think you're absolutely right. People voted to leave the European Union because there's too many brown people in their A&E, and I can't help you, Steve. I really can't. Do you think it's going to be better now? Do you think there's going to be fewer Pakistanis in Harrow Sainsbury's as a result of us pulling out of the European Union?
No, I don't.
Well done then, that was great. Sharon is in Oxford. Sharon, what would you like to say?
Yeah, hello, hi.
Hello, Sharon.
Yeah, I'm getting disturbed about the whole way in which the whole view that if you want to leave the European Union, you're voting to leave, that you are racist. I'm a black woman, and I'm voting to leave. I just find it like what's happened is what is racism is being turned on its head. I find as a black person that the European Union's immigration policy, which is now the policy of this country, basically it's favouring the immigration, unlimited numbers of immigration, of predominantly white Caucasian people from within the European Union, and it discriminates against people who want to come from outside the EU, most of whom are not white people. And I think that, this whole idea that an Australian points-based immigration system applied to people from Europe and outside Europe equally, to say that that is racist, I think is madness.
But no one says that bit's racist. Well, it's the other bits. It's the picture of Syrian refugees marching through,
It's not even Croatia, is it? We're being held up as somehow evidence that we can't cope anymore, and it's the othering and the simple speaking. And also, you must recognise there's lots of people on the Leave side of the debate. I'm sure there's racists on the other side too, but on the Leave side of the debate, there's lots of people who would find what you've just said, we want fewer white people and more black people, quite problematical.
Well, the European Union's immigration policy, which is now the British government's immigration policy, is that we can have unlimited migration from the European Union.
No, I know that. I'm not disputing that, Sharon. I'm just pointing out that there are plenty of people. I mean, look, I can just look there now and find you a social media example of people effectively applauding. Again, legal reasons, we need to tread carefully. But let's just say there are plenty of people who would be very uncomfortable about the thought of more black people coming here and fewer white people being here who are on the same side of the debate as you are. It's not. No one's calling you a racist for that. They're just saying, well, look who's sitting next to you on the bus.
Yeah, of course there are. But, and I agree that that's the case. But I don't feel uncomfortable voting to leave. I think that the British government needs to make an immigration policy up that isn't racist and isn't just...
Here we go, I've got it for you. Charlie's been in touch. Charlie's just tweeted me while you've been talking. This is a white country, don't forget that. This woman who's on now is a racist because there is not enough black people, ? There you go.
I'm not saying... Yeah, of course people are going to say that, but the point is that I feel, personally, that we should be that anybody who wants to come to the UK, whether they're coming from Europe, or whether they're coming from Africa or America, Australia, or the United States or Japan, that they should be able to apply on the same application form according to the same rules, and that the best people who apply from across the world should be able to come into the UK on the simple rules. What's happening with the EU immigration policy is that whether you're unskilled, uneducated, criminal, a paedophile, you can actually come into the United Kingdom without being checked whatsoever.
Well, that's I have to stop you there on simply on factual reasons. I mean, the border checks on criminal records aren't better or worse according to where you've come from.
Well, it should, my personal view is that it should be wherever you come from. Basically, if you come from France, you should apply on the same form as a person from Brazil. And if the Brazilian person is seen as more necessary for the country or...
But we don't do that at the moment, Sharon. There's no...
Exactly.
And we could do if we wanted to. It would just mean everybody had to stay at customs for a hell of a lot longer. And
that's fine, we should do that.
Even for people coming on holiday.
Yeah, that's fine.
But this just doesn't make any sense, what you're saying.
It does make sense.
Okay.
It makes sense that if you want to immigrate to the country...
So how do you prove, when you're leaving Oxford, when you're popping over to France for a shopping trip in Paris, how do you prove that you don't have a criminal record?
Well, obviously I show my passport, the way in which you applied...
Your criminal record's not on your passport. How do you prove it?
The way in which you'd apply to immigrate, I had some friends move to Australia. They had to do a lot of checks. They had to show that they had the money, they had the skills.
Exactly. So I'm not asking you about moving to Australia. I'm asking you about popping to France. Popping to France for the afternoon.
If you, however that would be done. I've not travelled that much.
Okay. However that would be done. This is kind of the point I was very gently leading you towards. You haven't got a clue how it would be done, but you're absolutely certain that it could be, should be, and would be. I'm here to tell you it couldn't, it wouldn't, and arguably it shouldn't. Chris is in Ealing. Chris, a passport of purest blue.
Well, look, I don't know what all the fuss is about. I think basically this could have been on page 5, and why we bought a worry about it, I've got no idea whatsoever.
Well, hang on, you're supposed to be helping me understand people who think this is really special big day news headlines.
Well, I'm not going to get drawn into the same track some of the others came on, but the point is that new passports are going to get issued. Why not rebrand them blue? What difference does that make to anybody? It'll please some people, it won't bother others. It doesn't really cause a change at any cost.
No, but mate, I'm interested in the people who do really care, the people who used it during the referendum campaign. You actually had people saying, I really want a blue passport, and I want to know why. It's no good ringing me up and telling me that you're ambivalent about it. I want to understand the people who care.
I'll happily have a blue passport. It doesn't, I'm quite...
So will I. I don't care whether it's blue or bright green. I care what it does, and it's going to do less than my old one, which is slightly irritating. And I don't understand people who don't feel irritated by the fact that we're going to have fewer powers and privileges with our new passports than we had with our old ones, and all they can say to me in return is, yes, but it will be blue.
Yeah, but you're wrong, you see, because if I have a house in Italy, you have to go through passport control and passport check. When I come out of Italy, my passport is checked in a queue. I don't get any fast-track route because I've got a European passport. I remember long before all the free borders, You could go to a post office, get a 1-year passport, literally over the counter, and go to and from France on the ferries, because I lived out there at the time, like you, and to go to and from France all the time without a visa at all. You didn't need a visa.
I remember that as well. That was when I was a kid. We were in the European community.
But we
were in it. It was a British visitor's passport. You could only use it in European Union countries and Commonwealth countries. It had a list of them on the back. I think Belize was at the top, or Andorra.
It'd be quite easy for Europe, if it wanted to, as part of this, to maintain visa-free access for everybody.
Oh, no, you just don't get it, do you? The whole point about the Union is to have shared rights and privileges for every member state. They're not going to give them to non-member states, Chris. That is about as basic as it gets, my friend. But at least it'll be blue, yeah?
Rebrand England, go for blue passport.
Hey.
It means nothing to anybody.
Well, you can keep saying that, Chris, in the finest traditions of Brexit. You can keep saying that it won't change, nothing will change. We'll have all of the same visa-free travel that we have as members of it. You can keep saying it, but it never becomes true, my friend.
Well, it's true, but I've got an Irish passport anyway, so that's why I'm somewhat ambivalent. I can travel on both.
Well, hang on a minute. Why would you need an Irish passport? Why does that rescue you from the dangers of only having a British one, if having a British one isn't going to change at all?
Well, because it depends on what queue I'm standing in. I'll go down the shortest.
Well, no, but hang on. So you do have different queuing times according on whether you have a European Union passport or not. Because the whole point of your call in your house in Italy was to tell us that we wouldn't, that things were going to be exactly the same, Chris.
Well, I think generally speaking they will be. I think generally speaking, I don't.
So you think things are going to be exactly the same, but you're really glad that you've got an Irish passport, which will ensure that you retain the privileges attached to a European Union passport when you lose the ones attached to a British passport, even though you think things are going to be exactly the same.
Who doesn't take out insurance on their house?
Oh, Chris. Yeah.
But that's the point. But the idea is
May I? When I went quiet, I wasn't inviting you to keep talking. I was presuming that you'd realise the ridiculousness of the position you've arrived in.
Not ridiculous at all.
No, he hasn't.
It's just more common sense in more people.
Yeah, common sense.
You know, I'm not going to react like the others. It's a.
What do you mean you're not going to react like the others, mate? You've already made a much bigger muppet of yourself than the others.
Well, no, I think you've been making a muppet of yourself all morning.
Oh, I know you are, but what am I?
Well, exactly, but you have got the microphone.
I know you are, but what am I?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I think...
I know you are, but what am I?
Well, I just said you made a muppet of yourself this morning.
I know you are, but what am I?
Well, exactly, we can keep going down that route. But the point is, this is not the issue, and it shouldn't be the central issue. It's a blue passport. It's part of a rebranding. Who cares?
Muffy is in Fulham. Muffy, what would you like to say?
Good morning, Nick. I'd like to start off by saying that
it's James here, Muffy. I don't know if you want to review your position.
Review it on what?
You seem to have rung the wrong show. Let me guess. You're pro-Brexit and pro-Boris Johnson.
No, I want to talk about Boris and his wives and mothers, etc., that you've just been talking about.
Yes. Go on, then.
Well, I just have to start by saying that I'm obviously not his mother. I'm not one of his former wives or present wives, and I'm certainly not the mother of his love child. However, I do believe he can get Brexit finished on the 31st of October.
So, when you use the word Brexit in that context, what do you mean?
I mean that it'll be the end of our official membership of the EU, which we have belonged to for 46 years.
And how long will we be under their rules and regulations for?
Hopefully for as short a time as possible.
Hang on, you said hopefully. Hopefully. I was looking for something a little more substantive than that.
Well, I haven't seen, obviously, the deal or anything like it. None of us have.
Why do you want it, then?
None of us knows what's going to happen in Parliament in the next 3 days.
No, but the deal, as you say, you have no idea what's in it, but you're certain that you want it.
We have got to get out of the EU.
But why do you want a deal that you don't know the contents of?
Well, you keep talking about the bonnet and what's underneath it.
Well, we don't have to do that if you don't want to. Just talk about the deal and what's in it.
Not understand what's underneath the bonnet and still have a wonderful car.
Yes.
As it turns out, I do know what's under the bonnet.
Oh, good. What's in the deal?
I think there's a lot of stuff that's very good for the UK.
For example?
And it would seem, from what you've said so far this morning,
for example,
that you are very anti-government and anti-Brexit.
For example? What in the deal, the stuff that you think is very good for the UK?
Sorry, it's a bad line. I couldn't quite hear that.
All the stuff in the deal that is, in your words, very good for the UK.
If the deal goes through and we get our independence on the 31st of October,
yes,
we will remain
the stuff. Forgive me,
Europe as we have to.
I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but you said there's lots of stuff in the deal that is very good for the UK. I just wondered if you could run us through maybe the top 10.
Well, obviously I haven't read it all. None of us have.
Okay, the top one.
But as far as I can see, generally from what we're reading in the press, we will have a good relationship with Europe. We will be trading with Europe. We'll be allowed to trade worldwide.
I hate to break this to you, but if we were to leave the European Union on October the 31st, then within a year we could have no trading agreements whatsoever with the European Union. But I don't want to overcomplicate things. You were fairly clear that there's stuff
You are being very biased, Nick. You say these things yourself, and you have no idea that that's going to happen.
Yes, I do, though.
What do you mean you know?
No, I do know that that's a possibility.
It's a possibility,
yes,
of course.
But you know that there's stuff in the deal that's good for the UK because you've read it in the paper, so I just want you to tell my listeners what it is.
Well, I've already listed a few.
You haven't. You haven't listed a single thing that's contained within the legislation that's going before Parliament.
Independent country.
Yes, we already are.
Look, you are interrupting me all the time.
Yes, because you're not saying anything.
When you don't like what somebody is saying.
It's not that I don't like what you're saying. It's that what you're saying is gibberish, and I like my listeners too much to allow them to absorb it uninterrupted. So once again, you said, I think you'll remember this. You said there's lots of stuff in the deal that's very good for the UK because you'd read it in the papers, and I've asked you to name one thing that's written down that you believe to be good for the UK. I asked for 10 things, but I am being greedy, Muffy, so I will accept one thing right now, live on the radio.
We will be able to trade with not only Europe, but also the whole world as an independent nation.
Okay, and that's written down in the deal, is it?
I have no idea, but that's the idea behind it all.
Muffy, finally you've said something true. Say it again.
What would you like me to say again?
I have no idea.
Well, I've said it all the time. I've said it several times.
I could not agree with you more. Thank you for the call. It's Nick here, expressing enormous gratitude for your contribution to this programme. And there it is, the voice of Brexit. I have no idea.
Gary's in Hull. Gary, what's going on?
Yeah, good morning. I think that banana thing is really to do with the fact that we're not allowed to buy bananas from certain parts of the world. We have to buy them.
Mate, listen, that was light relief. We may well have a grown-up, serious conversation about banana-related policies at some point in the future, but if it ever looks like we're about to, you have my permission to take me out and punch me. What did you ring in to say?
Bananas in the first place. But anyway, what I wanted to talk about was sovereignty. And you're right, it is a very nebulous thing, and this is a feeling kind of thing. But I'll try and give you an example of why some people, they can't put it into words like you want. Now, which law is governed by Europe and all the rest of it. They have feelings. And you demonstrated very nicely and unconsciously a few minutes ago just how people feel. You said that this country could actually control the number of immigrants to this country because the EU gave us permission to do it.
Not permission, no. That's a law that we passed in our parliament.
Yeah, what you said was the European Union was able to tell us...
No, the rules are in place. As members of the European Union, the rules are in place.
Yeah, the rules of the European Union.
Yeah.
Whether our government actually enacted them is something else.
No, it isn't. That's absolutely crucial. That's what sovereignty means, and our government did enact them.
And the other thing...
OK, let's do the other thing.
I'll try and give you some... I'm just trying to give you some idea how people feel. And again, you're doing your usual thing. You're just being niggly, pointy, and...
I promise you I'm not, Gary. I'm very sorry if it feels that way, but you...
One of your things that you do, you feel that you're better...
Have you got an answer to the question that I'm asking?
Well, you will destroy them. And
I'm not destroying you, Gary, I promise you.
Yeah? Okay.
You're doing really well. Now, on the issue of sovereignty...
Just listen now. Just a couple of small other items.
Yes.
People think, well, why can't our government do this?
Do what?
Our government's chancellor, okay? Now, if you look at your gas and electricity bill, you'll find a 5% VAT charge on that. Our Chancellor cannot remove that because the EU says they can't. They've got to charge at least 5% VAT on gas and electricity. The other thing is, and it's been in the news...
And that all goes to us. That goes to our Treasury.
Well, our VAT on ladies' sanitary products, our Chancellor could not remove that because the European Union says you can't. Now, however you want to address this and say, well, our government could if they change the rules and the EU says we can, people's perceptions are that our government wasn't able to do it. It's our country. Why can't our Chancellor say, okay, no...
Gary, can I speak now? Do you mind? I don't want you to feel that you're being pilloried or hectored, but on the 21st of March of last year, David Cameron announced in the House of Commons an end to all VAT on sanitary products.
Well, that's not what I understood. I understood that what...
So what do we do now? Because I've just told you the truth.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
So, you rang in to make an argument based upon some examples that you thought would prove my position, and I don't really even have a strong position this morning, but you thought it would prove me wrong. And then I reached for one of these unfashionable things called a fact. I give you the date. I can even play you the footage.
Oh, sure you can. And I would really not want to find any alternative facts for you. That's an American thing. But
well, it's not, is it? Because you just did. You just came on with one. You just came on with an alternative fact. You said that we have to carry on paying VAT on sanitary products because of the European Union. And I mean, you have a point. Let's be fair. So the European Commission publishes proposals that allow countries to extend all of the things they can put zero rates for VAT on. It's a lot more than you or I realise. And your objection is that the European Commission publishes those proposals. But the example you've got, and I think you'd allow me to suggest that you're going to reach for the best example you can find, right? If you're trying to make a point, the example you've got is it couldn't be more wrong, my friend.
The example I was trying to get to in the first place was your expression, the EU allowed us to.
Yeah, well, I hear you, and I understand why that makes you feel, I don't know, overruled perhaps, or unsovereign, but if the best you've got is the sanitary product, and it's nearly a year since VAT came off them, I think. Simon in Egham, I think he is. Simon, what would you like to say?
Oh, hi there. Morning, James. Yeah, I'd just like to say, currently I'm agency working. You talk about uncertainty. Yeah. I've got to wait till 3:30 this afternoon to find out if I'm going to be able to work Saturday and Sunday.
Aye.
I get a flat £70 a day, self-employed, so I've got to take...
self-employed, but not self-employed, that horrible trap that many people are falling into.
Exactly.
And many people, of course, are being encouraged to blame on immigration.
Well, basically, whether I work 8 or 12 hours, until the driving work is finished, I get the flat £70. And my point is that it's a simple case with bodies, of unskilled bodies, of supply and demand, right? So the more people there is, the demand lessens, and therefore the wages are depressed. It's quite simple.
It's not simple,
unfortunately. As far as I'm concerned,
okay, so here's the job, right? It's currently that needs filling. You're unemployed. Who decides how much you get paid?
Well, if there isn't enough bodies to cover...
No, it's a simple question. Who decides how much you get paid?
Obviously, the bosses do.
Right.
But how much they can get, how little they can get away with paying people.
Yeah, that's going to be defined by minimum. That's going to be defined by minimum wage legislation. Not by...
No, because I'm self-employed, so it doesn't... I'm excluded from that because I'm self-employed.
So the way that your situation changes, you think, is if your company can't hire people?
Yeah.
And that's when things get better.
I can get another job somewhere else where the wages will increase.
Unskilled.
And I will be more worthwhile to the employer.
Unskilled.
Yeah.
So you think your situation is going to improve when companies can't hire enough unskilled labour?
Yeah, I do, James.
Okay,
yeah.
mate.
Because it's not going to get any better if the number of people available for the job that I'm applying for, it's not going to get better that way, is it?
It's only going to get better when you resist the culture of zero-hour contracts, which you can only do with collective bargaining, which you can only do with workforce unity. And the biggest enemy of workforce unity is looking at the fella next to you and thinking, well, the only reason I'm getting paid so little is because he exists. So your argument is
that's nonsense.
Well, it's not nonsense, Simon. It's historically sound, my friend.
Nonsense.
Okay.
Well, where is the union for me? Where's my union? Where do I start?
You tell me. What research have you made?
Where do I start?
You tell me.
I don't know. You're the big brain.
No. I'm not at all.
I'm just an unskilled body. Will you tell me where I start to make things better for me?
You don't start by blaming it on the Polish fella next to you, mate.
I'm not blaming it on them.
Yes, you are.
If we need to control the amount of people, I don't care whether they're
Did you hear
Polish, Brazilian or Indian.
Did you hear David Davis yesterday saying the numbers are probably going to have to go up to keep the economy buoyant?
Well, listen, James. To be
I am,
fair,
mate. I just ask you a simple question, Simon.
All I'm caring about is in this dog-eat-dog time we seem to be living in. I'm caring about this woofer, not all the other woofers.
Of course you are, and that is absolutely understandable. But I did ask you a fairly straightforward question. Did you hear David Davis talking about how immigration numbers may well have to go up, not down, in order to accommodate economic growth?
No, I put my CD in the car yesterday, actually, while that was...
It was the day before.
It was just before Magic Hour, wasn't it?
Day before.
Just, 5 minutes, 5 minutes before, yeah. No, I was listening to music because
So now you know.
The politicians.
Now you know that they're not even going to keep the promise on immigration, which we can agree to disagree, you thought would improve the quality of your life.
Well, I'm grasping at straws here, James, because I'm on the bones of my bum here. You know what I mean?
I do.
So I'm grasping at straws.
I do, and you know that I've spoken more than anybody else in the British media about zero-hour contracts, about workplace exploitation, about the plight of people like you. Yeah. And the reason why I can't get as much traction as I would like to get is because the people on the other side of the fence whispering into your ear, blame it on the immigrants.
Well, what do I do, James?
I don't know. I don't know, but I know what you shouldn't do.
Grasp for straws.
Well, no, of course you grasp for the straws, and of course I feel sorry for you, but if you're taking the wrong target, then you're only going to make your situation worse by making it worse for other people. And it's not going to happen.
I'll shoot for anybody right now, James, to make my situation better. It's selfish, but
it's not selfish. Fairly normal. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just here, and I hope this doesn't sound patronising, I am just here to empathise with you. It must be absolutely awful to be looking that way. But the way you shouldn't be looking, Simon, is down. If someone's got their boot on your throat, the chances are they're above you, not below you. Oh, yeah, but the more throats there are, the more boots there'll be on throat. No. The more unity there is, the more solidarity there is, the more union there is, the more power ordinary people have. And who's spent the last few years telling ordinary people that they'll get more power by having less unity? You can fill those gaps in yourself, I think, my friend. I wish you well, Simon. I got no beef with you, and I think I misrepresented you. I don't think you're taking any pleasure in listening to nurses and doctors and dental hygienists explain their misery and unhappiness. I don't think you are. You're clinging to the hope that if we carry on making life worse for them, it might get better for you. And that, actually, with the greatest of respect, is a large part of Brexit in a nutshell. Make life worse for them, and somehow my life will get better. James is in Merthyr Tydfil. Go big in Wales today. Very big in Wales. Blue passport, Simon. James, why so exciting?
Well, James, before you stop ripping me and being sarcastic and start blowing in the air...
You've only got 55 seconds left,
That's fine, I'm going to be straight to the point, mate, is that I'm happy that we're going to have a British passport back, and on the reverse, when the Europeans come across to the UK, are they going to be waiting for hours and hours and hours with their European passport, because they have to go through a different immigration gate as well? How's that going to work?
Well, I imagine it will be more difficult for them than it is currently, but I'm not sure because we haven't got any infrastructure in place and no one's told us what our borders and our customs posts are going to look like. That's a consequence of Brexit, mate.
No, it's not a consequence of Brexit. We've got our passport back, we've got our freedom back, and that's the end of it, James. So, unfortunately, you lost.
We've got... Did he put the phone down? Oh, rats. That's me. Owned and completely defeated at the altar of rhetoric because we've got our freedom and we've got our passports back. You lost. Michael is in Waltham Abbey. Michael, what are we celebrating?
Well, afternoon, James.
Hello,
go easy on me. I'm a small business owner, I've been for many, many years, and if I'm honest with you, the EU single market and EU regulations has done more harm to my company. It has been impossible for us to break into Europe. 80% of my trade is with India and China. To trade with those two countries is an absolute delight, especially India. Their go-get attitude is incredible. For us, we've been trying for 15 years to break into Europe. It's impossible. Small companies are laden down with bureaucracy. We have to have in-country presence, which makes things
tricky.
The cost of it.
I hear you. Just to clarify, when we leave the EU, it's not going to get easier.
No, but Europe is irrelevant to us.
Well, then,
whether we leave or not, we've been trying for 14 years to crack Europe. It's not possible.
What do you do? What line are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Telecommunications.
Okay. And that's a very crowded market, I guess, in Europe. But it is in the countries you mentioned as well, in China and India. I'm looking at things to celebrate. I'm happy for you.
Regulations.
No, I hear you. I hear you, and it's your field of expertise, and I bow to your expertise. I'm sure that the red tape, the regulations that you have to obey in order to do business in Europe, I'm sure it's a hell of a lot easier to flog stuff to China and India. But leaving the European Union, leaving the single market, is not going to change your life in any way or your work in any way, shape or form.
It will. It'll make life easier for us.
How?
Because a lot of the EU-wide regulations on telecommunications, a lot of those regulations will drop back for us. It's very complicated to explain.
But not if you're selling into a European Union country.
No, because when the current rules on telecoms from Europe into the UK and from the UK into Europe, there are very, very regulated, strangled rules. Once we leave, those rules will be freed up to trade.
They won't.
No, for us we will, because a lot of things like MTR will no longer apply to us. So the profits that we'll then earn on European traffic coming into the UK will be much higher.
Until we write our new trade deal with the European Union.
Which doesn't... Yeah, but that's a trade deal. That's not a regulatory deal.
Of course it is.
Oh, no.
Of course it is. It's an absolutely crucial part of any trade deal is regulations.
James, you just said to me, I bow to your knowledge.
I did. You're right. You're right. I will.
Industry is not quite the same as selling shoes to Spain.
No.
Okay, so a lot of the strangleholds that we currently have and the revenue we can earn from Europe is strangled by the EU. Once we leave that, our revenue streams open right up.
Okay, I will bow to your expertise. The only bit I don't understand is how you're going to be able to do business with the EU without obeying EU rules. But goodness knows, mate, after 2 hours and 45 minutes, if this even begins to sound a little bit like a reason to celebrate, I'm with you. Shall we pull a party popper? Michael is in Waltham Abbey. Michael, what are we celebrating?
Well, afternoon, James.
Hello,
go easy on me. I'm a small business owner, I've been for many, many years, and if I'm honest with you, the EU single market and EU regulations has done more harm to my company. It has been impossible for us to break into Europe. 80% of my trade is with India and China. To trade with those two countries is an absolute delight, especially India. Their go-get attitude is incredible. For us, we've been trying for 15 years to break into Europe. It's impossible. Small companies are laden down with bureaucracy. We have to have in-country presence, which makes things
tricky.
The cost of it.
I hear you. Just to clarify, when we leave the EU, it's not going to get easier.
No, but Europe is irrelevant to us.
Well, then,
whether we leave or not, we've been trying for 14 years to crack Europe. It's not possible.
What do you do? What line are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Telecommunications.
Okay. And that's a very crowded market, I guess, in Europe. But it is in the countries you mentioned as well, in China and India. I'm looking at things to celebrate. I'm happy for you.
Regulations.
No, I hear you. I hear you, and it's your field of expertise, and I bow to your expertise. I'm sure that the red tape, the regulations that you have to obey in order to do business in Europe, I'm sure it's a hell of a lot easier to flog stuff to China and India. But leaving the European Union, leaving the single market, is not going to change your life in any way or your work in any way, shape or form.
It will. It'll make life easier for us.
How?
Because a lot of the EU-wide regulations on telecommunications, a lot of those regulations will drop back for us. It's very complicated to explain.
But not if you're selling into a European Union country.
No, because when the current rules on telecoms from Europe into the UK and from the UK into Europe, there are very, very regulated, strangled rules. Once we leave, those rules will be freed up to trade.
They won't.
No, for us we will, because a lot of things like MTR will no longer apply to us. So the profits that we'll then earn on European traffic coming into the UK will be much higher.
Until we write our new trade deal with the European Union.
Which doesn't... Yeah, but that's a trade deal. That's not a regulatory deal.
Of course it is.
No.
Of course it is. It's an absolutely crucial part of any trade deal is regulations.
James, you just said to me, I bow to your knowledge.
I did. You're right. You're right. I will.
It's not quite the same as selling shoes to Spain.
No.
Okay, so a lot of the strangleholds that we currently have and the revenue we can earn from Europe is strangled by the EU. Once we leave that, our revenue streams open right up.
Okay, I will bow to your expertise. The only bit I don't understand is how you're going to be able to do business with the EU without obeying EU rules. But goodness knows, mate, after 2 hours and 45 minutes, if this even begins to sound a little bit like a reason to celebrate, I'm with you. Shall we pull a party popper? Lauren is in Kensington. Lauren, what would you like to say? What are we celebrating?
Hiya. I think an opportunity not to reset the country, but maybe to put some things in that we couldn't before that might help where we're going. So 2 things that I'd like to mention would be apprenticeships and NHS staffing. So none of this is struggling wholly because of the EU, but if we can get a handle on our immigration policies, there are ways to make it better.
Sorry, I just rewind slightly. I've got apprenticeships and the NHS staffing.
NHS staffing crisis.
And that will be improved by leaving the European Union because...
It can be. There is an opportunity.
Yes, how?
I think there are opportunities and threats. So with apprenticeships, right now, if I'm a company, I can spend a lot of money and time training up someone locally, or I can put out an advert and I can bring someone in from another country within the EU, no problems, already trained, can start the job, hit the floor, hit the ground running.
But if I was an employer, I'd want the trained bloke, wouldn't I?
You want the trained bloke, so you'd want the bloke from outside of...
Well, no, I just want the bloke who can start doing the job right now because I've got a vacancy that needs filling.
You would, and that's what all employers are doing, and you can't blame them, but there are no incentives, really, to train up apprentices when you have such an easy...
what sort of industries are you thinking of?
So much. Most industries...
No, but for example...
You need construction, building, for example...
Massive shortages in the construction industry. Massive.
There are.
Crying out for skilled workers, particularly, I believe, in the arenas of bricklaying and plastering.
Yes, because for so long, rather than training up local people, if you needed an extra pair of hands, rather than training up an apprentice... But
there aren't enough hands. There are vacancies, Lauren.
There are loads of young people. There are loads of young people who want those opportunities, but what they find is that they either have to travel really far for ridiculous places for practically no money, or they're finding that the vacancies aren't really open because they go to people within the European Union.
I don't want to labour the point, but if you speak to anybody in the construction industry, they are crying out for people, and they haven't got enough.
Yes, and I'm saying because historically that's what's happened, and now the EU also has their own point where they can no longer hand us any more labourers. Yeah. We now, the European Union, we're all...
But you know, the one deal is
young people being
that we'll still take in skilled labour. That's the whole point of the rhetoric of immigration control.
Yes, so I can further the point if you'd allow me. It's just the idea that historically, over the last, you can tell me how many years, but for many years, rather than training people up here, we have brought people over. So that is within Europe and outside of Europe. The difference, and especially the one that impacts the NHS, is that it's quite hard to get people from outside of EU to come and work in the NHS. So we've been very reliant, and this is our fault as a nation, bringing people over.
Where do you get that from, that it's hard to bring people in to work for the NHS from outside the EU?
Oh, it is. I work in the NHS. I have lots of colleagues, either who had to leave because they couldn't get their visas renewed, because the pay bracket they're at, it's hard.
That's a government policy. That's got nothing to do with EU membership. The government brought in this policy because, hang on, Lauren, it's important you understand this, because otherwise you might be looking askance at your colleagues for no reason. It was because of the immigration rhetoric punted by the right-wing press that they brought in a cap on how much you have to earn before you're allowed to stay here if you're foreign. Leaving the European Union is not going to make that easier.
So what I started off saying, these problems aren't 100% due to the EU, but we have an opportunity.
What percentage do you think they are due to the EU? Just roughly.
I couldn't tell you. There are so many different...
Because I would say that a Conservative Prime Minister deciding to introduce a limit on how much you have to be earning in order to stay in this country, independently of any outside influence, has absolutely nothing to do with EU membership, wouldn't you?
So it's not about it's the type of visas. So there are X amount of visas for 25,000, X amount of visas for 35,000, X amount of visas for 50,000, and this was happening before Conservatives.
Yes.
You can't blame it all on one.
And it has nothing to do with the EU.
But this is...
No, that's fine. I accept...
This is a way of limiting immigration. This is a way of them...
Well, hang on, I thought you wanted to bring in more people from outside the EU.
What I'm saying is, if we come out of the EU, there is then an opportunity for the immigration policy to be written out again, to be looked at properly. Right now, we have many people coming from the EU, and we have lots of public backlash. That public backlash has then led to governments saying, well, we can only mitigate this by making things harder for people outside of the EU. So I'm not saying we don't have skills in the EU or outside of the EU that we need.
Well, it's on the list.
We have to balance it out.
Yes, good. So lots to celebrate there. Ross is in Crawley. Ross, what are you here for?
Hello. I voted Brexit. I voted to leave. I'm quite happy with that, and I'll probably do it again. I agree with your sort of talk about, liking it to religion, being on both sides. But I just wanted, and
reassure a Remainer. Then you can have a crack at reassuring a Remainer.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure I can. Before I voted out, I ummed and ahed for a long time. I talked to a lot of people. I listened to a lot of things. I tried to listen to the other side more, actually, because I thought, well, I'm on this side. I want to really
so you had sort of made your mind up in advance then.
Yeah, well, that's when you say in advance, I started, think about it, and gradually came to that, and then I thought, well, I want to try and push myself.
Yeah.
Can I go the other way? But I think just for one thing, before I voted, people said, well, but what are you worried about the pound? Are you worried about this? And I said, yes, I think the pound will drop. I think we'll have this problems, those problems. Hopefully, it might be, for a little while. It could go on for many years. But the trouble for most people is, before the vote, how much were people's wages going up? The price of food in the last 10 years has jumped up, hugely. So, do I believe in a lot of the scaremongering about, what's happening? Yeah, I could see that.
It's not scaremongering. You can go into a shop and count
for a lot of years. But, we've had a tough time for the last 10 years.
Just to be clear, and this is no doubt me being all sort of condescending and dismissive and talking over you. Just to be clear, you have just rung in to tell me that the reason why you voted to be worse off is because we were already quite badly off.
I think it was that, as you've said, that hope and maybe that faith. But did we have faith in the European Union? Were we happy the way things were going, the way things were moving?
Were we trying at all to elect people who might seek to influence the direction of travel in Brussels, or were we electing a bunch of hecklers and comedians and sending them there instead, and then wondering why we didn't have influence in the European Parliament?
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things I'm not happy with, and I'm not.
But I'm not going to fall out with you because you've been very honest. You have effectively said, I knew we were going to be even worse off, but I voted for it because I didn't think we were that well off in the first place.
Yeah, and I think
I shake you by the hand for your honesty, but that breaks my heart. That's just one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
Well, I am someone who does try and look at both sides. Who does try and
me too.
But it is just weighing one horrible thing, and I agree with it was a lot.
I'm always sceptical of. Sorry, Ross. Go on.
Camps were horrendous.
They weren't.
I wanted to cry.
What was the biggest lie that the Remain camp put out, in your view? Actual deliberate, knowingly lying, like the bus with the 350 million quid on the side of it.
With the bus thing...
No, talking about the Remain camp, what's the equivalent lie, the most egregious lie that you can point out and say they knew that wasn't true when they said it?
Whether they knew it was untrue when they said it, but I think it was just the calling from many people about the state of the economy and what would happen.
Well, that is not. You use the phrase horrendous lies. So warning that the economy might tank and then arguing over the detail. That's not a horrendous lie. That's not like saying we're going to take 350 million quid and give it to the NHS. So what would be your big lie from the Remain camp that really sticks in your craw?
No, I think it was just the lie. It was the scaremongering and the pushing from all these senior people. So
there isn't one, is there, mate?
I get your point about the unicorns, but I think there is a way. Many things in life I've seen it. You can talk things up or talk things down, and I just think we need to try and be positive.
Okay. That's fine. I mean, you're right. Of course, that's what I mean when I say everyone should be praying that this is all wrong. But praying to make it better, well, that's religion.
John's in Chingford. John can help us out. John, what's a good deal?
Well, what we have now clearly isn't a good deal because 17.4 million people decided it wasn't and 16.14 million people voted for something other than that deal.
So what's better than what we've got?
David Cameron came back with.
I mean, I'm sure you're not just going will of the people, will of the people, will of the people, but we know that democracy can get... we know that democracy can get things wrong. So what's better than what we've currently got? What's the good deal?
Well, you've got to consider what we've got at the moment. 13 billion a year going in net contributions, and about $1 billion per annum in terms of the cost of EU migration, in terms of the services consumed by EU migrants. There's lots of figures around which back up the fact that migrants...
Well, that's just a lie, as you know. EU migrants have been net contributors for the last 20 years. But just tell me about the new deal that's going to be better than the deal we've currently got. What's it going to look like? When she brings it to the British public and says, this is what we've negotiated, what's going to have you cheering from the rooftops in Chingford?
Well, it's going to have three elements to it, isn't it? It's going to have money. It's going to have control of our lawmaking process, not being subject to majority.
But these aren't negotiations, are they? These aren't things that she's going to be negotiating. These are just the sound bites that were used as slogans during the campaign.
You just had the claim from the Liberal Democrats, for example. That
you're going to do that thing where you start having a conversation that I'm not part of. I'm asking really simple questions. Really. What's a good deal?
What's a good deal? Right, a good deal is free trade with our partners in Europe.
Well, we're not going to get that. We've already got it. It has to be better than what we've already got, John. I can't make this any clearer.
You're missing my point here.
Yes,
At the moment, we pay £13 billion a year to have that free trade deal, so it ain't free.
Yes, John. So you think that
£13 billion a year.
So a good deal would be one where the 27 other countries carry on paying to be single market members, but they tell us that we don't have to.
Well, we'll get it with something similar to the enhanced arrangement under the WTO, which is tariff-free.
Well, it's not tariff-free. You mean favoured nation status? That would put 9.4% on every car export, and I think you might be. I wouldn't want to accuse you of being wrong about anything. Yes, and as you know, the German CBI has already said that protecting the single market is more important than avoiding tariffs on exports into the United Kingdom, but a regional trade arrangement.
The British CBI said staying in the EU was the best thing to do, but the country didn't agree with them.
No, you keep coming back to that. Everyone can count. So I've asked you what would be better than what we've currently got, and you've described free trade, which we've currently got. Unless you are suggesting
£13 billion a year bill.
Right. Oh, that's fine. I can put that on my list. So the 27 other EU countries. No, hang on, John. The 27 other EU countries are going to carry on paying to be members of the single market, but they're going to let us off.
We're not going to be members of the single market, James.
Oh, I thought you just said we were going to have free trade.
Yes, you can have free trade without having access, without being a member of the single market. You can have access to it.
Who has that without paying, John?
I'm not saying we won't pay something.
I'm sorry, but you did.
It would be a lot less than £13 billion a year.
So the 27 other countries are going to carry on paying a lot more than we do for exactly the same deal, and they're going to sign off on that, are they, mate?
The single market isn't the only thing that our contributions go towards.
But it's the only thing you've mentioned.
Yes. No, it isn't the only thing I mentioned.
So what else have you mentioned?
You said that we have free access at the moment. We don't have free access. It costs us...
It's the only thing you've mentioned. What are we going to get that's better than what we've got?
Okay, we're going to get a 200-mile or median line order on our own fishing ground.
Yes! Fishing!
Yes, I
Beauty!
mentioned fishing, didn't I?
Yeah, that's it. That's all you got.
Go to Hull, go to Immingham, go to Cornwall, go to the western coast of Scotland, and you ask the fishermen whether they think that's an important thing that would be better than what we have now.
And in Chingford it influenced your vote because...
No, what influenced my vote was where the European Union
come on, I can't. I try my hardest.
The European Union wants to go down.
Carry on, John. So I've got this thing, right, and it's going to be brilliant, but you're not allowed to mention fishing because that makes you sound stupid. All right, free market, single market, money, payments, tariffs, net migration, none of that works, John. I'm live on the radio. I've got to come up with something good. No, I'm sorry. I've only got fishing.
Andy is in Mile End. Andy, what can you tell us?
All right, where do we start? 20 years ago?
Well, no, I'm starting in February of 2021.
20 years ago, company, right? Had a company.
Yeah.
Okay, employed British lads. I'll taught them how to do building work, etc., etc. Fantastic. We employed local. All right, then in 2000, 2001, all right, we started getting a lot of migration into the UK. And every young guy that came into the UK was a professional builder.
Well, obviously that's not entirely true, but we'll let it pass.
It isn't. No, that's the point I'm making.
Yes.
Right, but the thing is, no one cared. The government didn't care at the time, yeah, about our jobs, about our children, our mortgages, our bills. They didn't care.
Well,
cheap labouring. I don't know why they did it. Don't ask me why they did it. It was just too much. It was too much, too quick. We was put out of business, all right, along with other companies, local companies. They were put out of business. I can tell you that.
I don't doubt anything you're saying.
Sandwich bar. You talk
yes.
about the
who am I going to hire in February of next year?
Well, you employ local. You employ our children.
Why aren't they working? Why didn't they apply last time?
Why didn't they employ last time? Because they've got cheap labour.
So how much do I have to pay, do you think? I'm paying 23 grand at the moment. How much am I going to have to pay my sandwich workers?
You pay someone on their work.
O'Brien's Baps. I'm changing the name to O'Brien's Baps. I think that's got more of a ring to it. But Andy, I've heard. I'm not going to argue with you.
You talk about O'Brien's Baps. Yeah?
Yes.
You can go down to Morrison's, Sainsbury's. You can go down to any supermarket and get a sandwich for £2.
Well, that's why I have a very careful employment. That's why I interview. You see, because that's why I'm looking for enthusiasm and I'm looking for talent and I'm looking for a bit of spark.
You pay people on merit. You pay people what they're worth.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
So where am I going to get my staff from in February? And with respect...
over the last
hang on.
20 years,
when you say with respect, you're about to say something afterwards. So I said with respect, I'm talking about people who've still got businesses.
Well, I mean...
if I was really brutal, I suppose I'd say, why would I take advice from someone who went under?
Yeah,
but I'm not brutal. I'm not brutal like that. And if my business had gone under, I'd blame it. I'd blame it on foreigners. But foreigners.
You tell me why we went under, and I'll tell you.
I'll tell you why. Foreigners.
No, not just necessarily foreigners.
Well, what else?
It was the cheap labour of foreign labour.
Yeah, foreigners.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
It was,
foreigners.
I'm a foreigner.
Yeah, we're all foreigners.
All right, we're all foreigners.
But you're all right. I don't mean you. I mean the other lot.
No, what other lot?
Well, the other lot, the cheap lot.
No. You can't throw that at me, right?
I didn't throw anything at you.
Look, you're not going to twist this one.
I've got a sandwich business going bust, and you're talking about builders in 2002. This is not very useful to me, Andrew.
No, but at the end of the day, what happened then is happening now, isn't it? But it's vice versa.
No, well, I don't know what that means, mate.
What you're saying is you're caring about the people now. What about the people then? No one give a damn.
That's simply not true. I mean, I know that. I know that retrospectively, it's very, very seductive to claim that nobody gave a damn. But I was in this job, mate, and we talked of nothing else. I could open up my phone lines every morning, and there you would be complaining about Eastern... I think 2004 was the cut-off point rather than 2000, 2001. But these are exercises in hair-splitting. And I mean, to be fair, you haven't said they were all sleeping 15 to a room and this, that, and the other. I'm happy to accept that as... reality, even though I don't think it was. I'm happy for the purposes of these conversations to say, yeah, that was all true. It's got absolutely nothing to do with today. absolutely nothing to do with today. And also, I mean, are you telling me that if I want an extension built next week or next year, I'm going to have to pay a lot more than I currently do? Because they probably should have explained that when they were selling this policy as well, especially to people who are poorer than me, who maybe couldn't afford to pay a little bit extra to have a downstairs loo put in, or to have the cellar tanked, or to have the loft conversion done, or whatever it may be. I think if you're going to bring in immigration reforms designed to increase wages, you need to tell everybody in the country that their cost of living is about to go up. But you never like it when it's explained that way round.
Charlie's in East Grinstead. Charlie, what have you got?
Hello, I'm Charlie.
Yeah. Hi.
I'd say it's not rigged. I mean, I've been to these counts, and as a UKIP member and a Leave voter, I've been to the counts, and it's clear they're not rigged.
Why does 64% of your party think it is?
Well, that may be true, but that's because they're not party members. If you're party members, you go to these boring events.
Well, why aren't you reassuring the voters that it's not rigged?
I have tried. I've tried with my mother and father, who believe that it will be rigged. The only way
How did you get on?
Pardon?
How did you get on?
Yeah, on virtually every issue of our trade policy.
No, I mean, have you persuaded your mum and dad that it's not going to be rigged?
Yeah, they say it's going to be rigged, and I say no, it won't be rigged. I've been at accounts, and my mother's been at accounts, and she still denies it.
So you haven't managed to persuade your own parents?
No, despite the fact she's been at accounts.
All right.
But I'd say if there was going to be any corruption, the government wouldn't be stupid enough to do it on the day with so many people about, as you said. They would do it like they have done in this referendum to a certain extent by extending the voting date, which has allowed 480,000 people to register who are mainly Remain voters.
How do you know that?
Well, the website, they published the figures. How many people...
How do you know how those people are going to vote?
Well, it's most likely they're going to be Remain voters, because younger people are the type of people, and I know because I am a young person, to leave it to the last minute. Unlike...
But you're a Leave voter. You can't use yourself as an example.
Well, I mix with a lot of Remain
And just when we're on the subject of democracy, why would you prefer a system that had, or a vote on Thursday, to which these 480,000 citizens hadn't been able to have a say?
Because I think the media storm generated around the voting being continued has been to the advantage of the Remain campaign.
Yes, but why don't you want those people to have a vote? That's what intrigues me.
I want those people to have a vote, but I want...
Well, what are you moaning about then?
I want it to be within the limit, and I don't want the government to use the breakdown in the computer system to their advantage. What they should have...
But it's only you that's saying it's to their advantage, and you said, I'm a young person and I'm voting Leave. I mean, the figures support the idea that more young people... You're not representative of your own generation.
Young people are overwhelmingly pro-EU, and the government have used the breakdown of the computer system.
So what should they have done instead, then?
Well, they should have opened it for the 2 hours which it was down at the same time the next day, and that way it would have been most fair.
And how would they have told everyone that that's what was happening?
Well, I'm sure on the news they could have made a brief mention of it.
But I'm at work, I might not have seen the news. Surely you want the window, surely, we did this at the time, Charlie, and I came away, I'm afraid, persuaded that people like you have a problem with democracy.
I don't have a problem with it.
So why don't you want as many... I would have liked to have kept it open until the last possible moment, as many people as possible. The more votes, the bigger the mandate. What is the problem with that logic?
I would agree with that, but the government...
But you're not agreeing with it.
The government...
You're saying the opposite.
No, I am... Look, of course the mandate should be the biggest, but the fact is...
But just not with those 480,000.
Used it to their advantage to register as many Remain voters...
And as many Leave voters.
No, they didn't register as many Leave voters. They were...
I think it was impossible to know how people registering intend to vote, unless you've got some information that would prove we've got a conspiracy going underway.
Are you denying that young people are primarily the ones that registered in that 2-day period?
I have absolutely no idea.
What? Common sense would take that it was mainly young people.
Why?
You aren't going to get young people...
I'm 44. I'm incredibly bad at doing things on time. I'm the Douglas Adams school of deadlines. I love the sound they make as they whoosh by. But the central point remains, you're objecting to people having a vote.
I am objecting to
people having a vote.
No, what? In this...
480,000 people, and you're objecting to them having a vote, and you phone me up to talk about democracy.
Okay, yes, because the voting time was extended, which it shouldn't have been. I mean, under your logic, we'd extend it all the way up to June the 23rd. That's just to be practical.
No, I know it is. That's why we're not doing it. It was my ideal world scenario.
The 2 days. The government...
Because they could. It was practical.
Voting date to their advantage.
Yes, so Charlie doesn't want 480,000 people to have a vote because, under your own admission, I don't want to misrepresent you, you think they're going to vote the way you don't want. That's why. If you think they were all going to vote your way, you'd be all in favour of it.
But it's still...
Let me show you what impartiality sounds like. I don't know. Let me show you what impartiality sounds like, okay? I have no idea how this person is going to vote, but I passionately hope that they do. Can I do anything at all to ensure that that becomes more likely? Yes, I can. I can encourage them to register. I can make it easy for them to register. I can make it possible for them to register. A 2-hour glitch, is there any way I can absolutely reflect that completely in the response? No, there isn't. You can't say we'd do it for 2 hours at the same time the next day because it would have gone down again, you prune. It was the sheer weight of numbers that caused the collapse. So they had to do it in a way that would allow the system to stay upright. But remember, you don't know, Charlie, how anybody intended to vote. You phoned a radio station to say that you don't think 480,000 people should have been able to. And that really is another death knell for proper democracy. Dave, West Thurrock. Dave, what's going on?
Hi, James. Right, a couple of things, really. The first thing, really, I'd like to say you put a lot of faith in the media and polls, and most of the experience I've had over the years, and I'm, 62, so most of the experience I've had over the years, the polls are very often wrong. And also, the polls are designed, if you put out a load of bad stuff at the moment about Corbyn winning, etc., that's going to drive out Tory votes. That's what they want to do, is drive out Tory votes. So they're using you, they're using the media and everybody else tied up in it to try and get more people out to vote Tory. Can I also say, we'll wait till we get about 1 week away from the election. There will be then... who will be the best leader to get us out of what we voted for, which was get us out of Brexit, get us out of the European Communion.
When you say a week,
also, what
Dave,
world leader would we trust out of the three candidates? Would we go to Corbyn, who'd probably, if we had the Russians coming across the border for any such reasons, or anything in a world crisis, would probably just want to negotiate and try and talk to as many people as possible while it all happened? Or would we have Farron who would start praying? Or would we have Lisa May who would actually make some decision and have some sort of leadership, because she's the only one with any bits that we really need to talk about?
You mean the pro-Remain campaigner who's leading us out of Brexit, throwing a general election she swore blind she'd never hold?
I wonder if a lot of that as well with the Conservatives. I wonder if that
also, mate, because I'm late for the news. I just need to clarify one thing, Dave. You said we should wait until we're a week away from the election. When do you think it's happening?
I think it'll be as close as we get to the election. The two big messengers.
Yeah, you said wait. You said wait until we're a week away.
Any
Dave.
Situation where we might have to do something, and whether or not we're going to get out or we're not going to get out.
Dave.
The other things, I think the Liberals will be wiped out, and I think UKIP will be wiped out as well.
When you said we should wait until we're a week away from the election, Dave, when do you think the election is?
I don't believe what I read in the Daily Mail.
No,
and I don't
clearly
believe
not.
what I read in the Guardian. So they're all putting out different sorts.
Dave, I need to ask you one question, mate. Can you hear me, Dave? Dave? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm there, James.
All right, when you said we should wait until we're a week away from the election before we sort of start making any meaningful observations, when do you think the election is, Dave?
Well, I know we're getting close now, James.
It's a week tomorrow, Dave.
9 days, is it?
It's a week tomorrow, Dave.
Oh, all right, a week. So now this is what we're going to see, really.
Oh, mate, I've done my best. Tony is in Milton Keynes. Don't spoil it, Tony. What would you like to say?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to spoil it a little. I sent you a few tweets about you needing counselling under Rocky the King, and I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm a GP, worked in the NHS for 30 years.
Yes.
I know the value of Europeans in our NHS, and if they go, the NHS will collapse, and that is not hyperbole, okay? Now, also our biosciences and research at Oxbridge. That's just laying my cards on the table. But the reason why I've been hanging on and wanting to speak to you, and I am a fan of yours, James, despite my tweets, is that I am a leaver, and I left on a tide of national fervour, okay?
Right.
I saw the Eurozone, with its bailouts to Greece, the fact that we were the third largest contributor, I saw, if the euro collapses, another 10 years of austerity, having to clear up the euro mess. I wanted our borders back, especially the fisheries. I wanted us to be in a position where we could control our immigration, but it's dawned on me since then that the majority of immigration is actually non-EU, and Theresa May was absolutely conning us as Home Secretary. But that's aside. I am a card-carrying member of the Conservative Party. I did not want Theresa May as a Remainer. I do not like Philip Hammond as a Remainer.
Just let me pause. Let me just pause you there. You're covering a lot of ground, but you
sorry.
You just said that the NHS will collapse, but you still want to leave.
No, what I'm saying is if we do not get reciprocity with our Europeans and they, for some reason, are used as pawns and have to leave, our NHS will collapse, period.
Yes.
It will. The number of nurses, doctors, it will collapse.
Well, then we probably will get reciprocity. But on the question of money, I mean, just name a couple of countries that NHS workers have come from, a couple of EU countries.
Spain, Portugal.
Okay, and where were they trained?
They were trained in those countries, and
using the money that net contributors to the EU pay in, so that under the terms of net contributions and freedom of movement, we all benefit from the same pot.
Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing with you, James.
Well, what are you disagreeing with me on then, man?
Right, what I'm disagreeing with you. No, I'm agreeing that David Davis is a mess.
Yes.
Okay? But I see Philip Hammond as a moderating influence. The question I'm putting to you is, do you think your anxiety about the mess that we're in now, I don't believe that having a no deal is better than a bad deal is the wrong way to start the negotiation.
Yes.
Because if you're buying a house, if you don't do it like that, you're going to get walked over.
No, you don't. If you're buying a house, you get an estate agent or a lawyer to do it for you.
You know the point I'm trying to make.
I do, and it's a bogus point. I've heard it quite a lot.
You ask for more than realistically you're going to get. That's the point I'm trying to say. Now, all I want to finish with is saying, look, are you reassured by the fact that Philip Hammond has come out? I don't like the guy. I don't think we should have a Remain Prime Minister. I don't think we should have a Remain Chancellor. But there again, there's a lie about us having the 5th largest economy in the world. I don't believe that.
Just ask me a question quick before I die of frustration.
Yes. I've been waiting for 30 minutes, actually.
Ask me a question. There's 100 people waiting.
Are you reassured by Philip Hammond pouring cold water on the no deal is better than a bad deal because we would not intentionally impoverish ourselves?
But he's not in charge, is he, unfortunately? He's the Chancellor. I'm reassured by Philip Hammond generally because, like everybody who really understands the fact, he thinks we should be remaining in the European Union. But he can't do that. He can't say that yet, Tony, because of people like you.
Yeah, but I want us to leave, and I think we will survive. But
I don't want to survive, mate. I want to thrive. And you've mentioned immigration and fish. Man, honestly, we've got the right to stop people coming here for more than 3 months if they haven't got a job or a pot of cash in the bank. We've got that right. It's written down. It's law. They do it in Germany now. Did you still not understand that, Tony?
I do understand that, James. And as you put it in your inimitable way and your passion, I respect and admire. But there is an alternative view, which you may not disagree with, that actually Brexit could work, okay?
I don't want could. They said it definitely will. They said sunny uplands. They said we'll have our cake and eat it. They said there'll be no economic damage whatsoever. They said we'll all be better off. We'll all be rich. We'll be unhitched. It'll be a domino effect. France will be next and then Germany. They said all of that. And you still believe them. Rob's in Nice in France. Rob, blue passports. Thank the Lord. Thank everything that's holy. We've got our country back.
Indeed. Yeah, hi, James. Yes, I'm British. I live in France. But oddly, driving into the office and hearing that blue passports are coming back in a few years' time was one of the bright spots of the day. I mean, it's not the most important thing on earth, but...
How old are you?
Lose my Britishness. 50.
So did you ever have one?
Oh, absolutely. And I not only had one, but I travelled with it when it was cancelled because I had a US visa in it for about 8 years, and I had a pink one.
And you will feel different with a blue passport in your pocket compared to a burgundy one?
Well, I'm well down the road of getting a French passport, obviously, if I live down here. And I would have, had I had a vote, I'd have definitely voted to remain, but, life happens. So
what are we describing here?
I'm going to secure my European citizenship by getting a French passport, but that does do away with the British element of my heritage. So it's like an onion skin. At my core, I come from some village, some family, some region of England or Britain. And that element of Britishness, I kind of, it's nice. I like the difference of the British passport versus all the others.
I think possibly I could.
Germans or Americans in a passport line, you can see they're different passports. I find it kind of cute. The fact some are European or not, I haven't a clue what the real.
I can't get a word in edgeways, Rob. Thank you. I think I could probably be a bit like you. I could see it as a kind of. It'd be a bit like if Woolworths reopened.
No, I'm not going to. It's not like it's an element of the construction of my. I am proud to be British. I live in Europe. I describe myself as a Brit in Europe. When I'm in America, I describe myself as a European. And it's an element. It's a small element of my nationality. My nationality.
What did you think when you heard Johnny describing it as light grey and then slightly less light grey?
I'm not entirely sure I followed the logic. I mean,
he's colourblind.
I detest the venom of some of the people who are phoning in, and that aspect of, let's say, Englishness, I've detached myself from. I no longer describe myself as English. I describe myself as British down here, because the French see the English as a particularly sort of, as a group of venomous English right now. But the people I work with and live with here in Europe and in the south of France, they've got a soft spot for, Britain. We've been fighting with each other for a few hundred years. We'll probably continue to do so. But it's an element of my nationality. Just because I get a French passport, there's no way that's replacing.
No, but that's where I think that's where I hear you contradicting yourself, because I will be British even if they tell me that I'm not. Something as utterly immaterial as the colour of my passport impacts upon my sense of Britishness not a jot. And so it's weird that you describe it as being an intrinsic, inviolate part of you, and yet it is something so fragile that it can be influenced by the colour of a document in your pocket.
So if I was using the word intrinsic and inviolable, that would be with respect to it being a British.
Well, what would you use then when you talk about your sense of Britishness as being so permanent? Then can I use that word? I don't know. I don't want to.
No. I mean, maybe the colour isn't the hot point. The hot point is.
But that is what we're talking about.
Different. I agree, but it's the passport is different. It happens to be blue, but the whole layout, the format. I enjoyed having something which is particularly British. Now, I agree with the earlier comments about some of the words about.
I don't really understand you. I know, we're not obviously going to part on quite the same terms as some of my previous callers, but I don't understand what you think you're telling me, and I'm almost sure that's my fault. But it is going to make you feel different somehow.
I have an emotional affinity to the old style of passport.
But you're not getting the old style of passport. You're getting a brand new passport that will be a similar colour to one that we stopped using 30 years ago.
Yes, and which I won't be allowed to travel on because I have to use a French one when I enter an.
I'm even more confused, Rob. I'm even more confused now.
It's a symbol. It is purely
a symbol of what?
It's a symbol of the heritage that I came from.
Oh, but it was a different colour 80 years ago.
I wasn't around 80 years ago. I mean, you're asking me.
Well, no, but you weren't. The heritage that you came from is the very definition of things that you weren't around for, Rob.
Yeah.
So you just said it's a symbol of the heritage that I came from. So it was a different colour 80 years ago. That's the heritage that you came from as well.
I think the point.
I think you're just nostalgic, are you?
Well, that's probably a good word.
Yeah, which is why it's a bit like hoping Woolworths would reopen, which I completely agree with. I'd love Woolworths to reopen, and no, hand on heart, I'm more. Yeah, I'd be more excited about Woolworths reopening than I could ever be about the colour of my passport. But good luck, and I hope your French citizenship comes through soon. David's in Northampton. David, what would you like to say?
Good morning, James. Yes, I'm cautiously optimistic.
That's a great phrase.
I feel that, I respect. There's, I've voted to leave, but I hope things go well. I believe they can. Whether they will is another thing. But I see other countries in the world that trade and share with each other without paying annual tribute fees, without having erased borders, and without having a foreign court ruling on domestic non-trade issues. And I think we can do the same.
So, what countries are you looking at?
Every country apart from Norway and Iceland and Turkey that have special deals with the EU. All countries.
So we'll have less than them, will we?
Sorry?
We'll have less than them.
we're the 6th largest economy in the world. We'll trade...
I think we were the 4th when we voted.
Sorry?
I think we were the 4th when we voted. But no, I'm looking for the country, the model that you think we can emulate. Because you can say every country that's not Turkey. I presume you don't mean Ulaanbaatar or North Korea. So what sort of country, what trading model are you looking at first?
Okay, so we'll take any of the top 20 economies in the world, excluding Japan and Mexico, which have all got trade deals with each other via WTO or tariff-free. All countries in the world trade with each other via WTO tariffs or tariff.
And how many of them do 44% of their trade with the European Union at the moment?
That's not relevant to whether we can have an arrangement with a country without giving foreign control over. We don't need that.
See, again,
most of the other countries.
I just want you to name me the country and say we can be like them. Just one country.
Just one country. Okay. United States.
So we can be like the United States.
We can be like any of the countries in the world. About 178 countries in the world, James, trade with each other on WTO tariffs or a tariff-free arrangement. We don't need a foreign court, we don't need open borders, and we don't need an annual tribute fee paid to trade. It's not necessary.
Okay, that's good. We can be like America.
Or any of the 179 countries that I've mentioned.
Well, you haven't mentioned any. You've only mentioned America.
I mean, if you want me to go through a list, like,
Well, I kind of do. I mean, we've got big... The differences between us and America are too long for me to list. I understand what you mean about foreign courts having legislation. How will our biggest trading partner, our biggest market, change then after we leave it? And it doesn't. Obviously, you're not going to explain to me how it changes in a good way, but you're going to tell me why. I want you to tell me why I shouldn't worry.
Okay, well, I believe it's all linked to the WTO, James, because the European Union and all members of the EU, including ourselves, are members of the WTO in their own right. So they can't block trade. They can't say, you can't sell us X, Y, Z. There are tariffs, but they can't block trade.
Does America pay tariffs to trade with Europe?
I believe so, yes. They have tariffs.
You said we weren't going to, and then you said we're going to be like America.
No, I didn't, sir. No, I said we'd have WTO tariffs or a tariff-free arrangement. I didn't say...
Does America have a tariff-free arrangement?
They don't have a trade deal with the EU because they haven't managed it, because the EU only has trade deals with small...
Do they want a trade deal with the EU?
Andorra,
Canada.
And the entities like the Palestinian Authority. They haven't managed a trade deal with any notable economy.
Does America want a trade deal with the European Union?
Does America want a trade deal with the EU? Yes, I think they'd like to reduce tariffs where they can.
So they
have to speak with
Japan.
Entities.
Do they? What have they said recently?
Yes, the EU has finally managed to deal with Japan. Bravo to them. That's the only one of 2 countries the EU managed to trade in the top 20.
That's all good. I'll take that to the bank. Thank you. That's I think you're probably a bit brighter than I am. Some of the things you've said I don't quite understand, but we'll be like America, but with... Oh, I can't quite get that. Just help me out one more time. We'll be like America, but...
Countries in the world.
I know, just slow down. Seriously, your brain's working too quickly for me.
Okay, dude.
When we're like America, in what ways won't we be like America?
No, you're misframing the position, James. We'll be like most of the countries in the world that trade freely or on WTO tariffs. It's a very simple concept.
So how have we ended up being the 6th largest economy then?
That's a separate question to how we'll manage.
I know, that's why I'm asking you. I mean, if we're going to be better off, how high do you think we'll go?
Oh, the sky's the limit, James. I believe in our country.
Higher than first? Higher than top?
What? I don't think there's a number less than 1. It's an integer between 1 and 0, James.
Finally, something we can agree on. Samuel is in Archway. Samuel, what would you like to say?
Hi. I don't necessarily want to speculate on the motivations of people voting Trump, because
you don't want to talk about me, do you? Because that's the other thing.
What I want to talk about is, I think you are out of touch on Brexit.
Yeah.
You do. I voted Leave, and I don't think it's all about immigration. People aren't stupid. People did look into the arguments, and I just think you're wrong. I think you've been selling it as...
I respect that, Samuel. I really do. But, of course, you can only speak for your vote and how it was cast.
No, I can't. No, I can't. No, that's not true. There's polling on the issue. There's Lord Ashcroft polling, which suggests that immigration actually wasn't the number 1 issue. It was sovereignty. So there is actual polling on this. It's not just me saying...
I completely respect that. And we can do this another day, I promise you. But today I am talking about Donald Trump.
Well, you did say, that you all think we're out of touch, and you mentioned Brexit, and you mentioned it about being immigration. But I just think it's a complete lie. I mean, you can't just peddle these lies, and then when people come on air to talk about it, say, no, sorry, I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, so
You think it's dishonest of me to suggest that immigration played a massive part in the European Union referendum?
No, I don't think that's dishonest.
Well, that's all I'm saying, Samuel. I apologise if I haven't been clear enough.
You said...
I've made it... mate, I've got family members who voted to leave the European Union, and I can categorically state, as I've done on the programme many, many times, that they did not do so with immigration even on their list of priorities. So if you've heard me suggest that everybody who voted to leave the European Union did so on the grounds of immigration, then either you misheard or I misspoke. I couldn't bend over any further to make that point clear. However, the observation that casts votes or votes cast in both America and the Brexit referendum on the strength of immigration being the reason why their lives were not going as well as they had hoped, I'm afraid I can't ever step back from that because it's so demonstrably true. Surely you agree with that?
Well, I mean, look, there are people who voted because of immigration, but
yes,
lots of people
then we
didn't
agree.
buy into Leave lies. All
no,
right.
That's fine. That's fine. The point would be, with such a tight margin, that immigration settled it, whether you're looking at Brexit or America. You only need, 5% of voters in either of those contests to have done so, to have cast their vote on the basis of immigration, and you've got the result. Explain.
Well, I mean, I think that's true.
Mathematically true, isn't it, Samuel?
Okay. But what's really important is that white working class voters in states like Michigan and Iowa and Ohio, which are the Rust Belt states which probably decided this election, those people are really hurting. And when you get people, I mean, you haven't done it with Trump yet because it hasn't really happened yet, but when you get people on your radio station with regards to Brexit, and you kind of do these gotcha questions, and you make them look really stupid because...
It's not me making them look stupid. It's not me making them look stupid, though. And I feel...
Well, it is, because you ask these gotcha questions...
Well, they're not gotcha questions. They're questions that you should be able to answer.
No. I could ask gotcha questions of you. I could if I wanted to. Or of anyone else, of plenty of Remain voters. They might not be able to have the answer. That doesn't mean they're stupid, and that doesn't mean
they didn't win. They didn't win. I think if somebody tells me that they have acted in a certain way because of a certain thing, and I ask them to... So let me speak. Let me... We've both got time.
Can we take the laws one, where you asked that guy to name a law?
Yeah.
Right? You asked him to name a law.
One law.
Yeah, and he couldn't do it. And I think that's bad. But
he cast his vote without being able to do it, Samuel.
Principle that laws should be made in this country, or that democracy...
Then he should have said that.
All right, well, fine, he didn't say it, and perhaps he wasn't the most eloquent guy. But
it's not a question of eloquence, Samuel, listen to me.
Angry.
No, I get that, and I worry every day about how you address that. You point out to people that they voted under a misapprehension, and they go away angrier than they were when they voted under a misapprehension. How would you do it? I mean, doesn't it worry you?
I would say, look, well, I voted Leave, so I'm in a slightly different situation. But I abhor Donald Trump, and if I was talking to these, white working class voters in Michigan and Ohio and Iowa, I wouldn't call them stupid. I think this outpouring saying everybody's stupid is wrong, and I wouldn't say they were, a basket of deplorables. Lots of them are, decent people with real concern.
But the ones that are decent people...
All right, go on.
The ones that are decent people are not the ones that get described as the basket of deplorables. I mean, you're making me bend over backwards again. The whole point, the basket of deplorables is full of people who... I mean, you saw what the rallies were like for Trump. You saw what they were saying about Hillary Clinton, about her gender, the misogyny, the absolutely unapologetic racism, the bumper stickers, some of the slogans on T-shirts, the apologies for Trump's self-confessed sexual predation. I mean, these are deplorable things.
Okay, sure, but it doesn't do anyone
How do you distinguish
good.
then? How do you do it?
It doesn't do anyone any good to call them deplorable. I mean, look, many people have said deplorable things, but they might not be deplorable people. They're probably people who are hurting very much, who have been really screwed over by things like NAFTA, whose jobs might have gone to Mexico, and I'm not against NAFTA necessarily.
And if I
understand these people,
I'm desperately trying to understand, because what I would do there is what you would call a gotcha question, and I would say, how do you think that withdrawing from NAFTA is going to improve your livelihood in Michigan? And you would think that I was being unfair or unkind if I did that.
No, I wouldn't, because the way
that's what my gotcha questions are.
Say that law guy,
the
guy you asked name one law, it's all, come on, just name one law.
Yeah.
And you're not actually trying to get into his psyche or understand why he thinks what he thinks. You're just trying to get a nice viral video.
The viral videos are entirely accidental. And listen, I recognise a lot of your criticism, and I'm aware of it. And I do think we need to find a new way of understanding, and possibly I need to spend a little less time looking in the box of trolls and a little more time talking to people like you. But when you hear racism, when you see it, you really should say so, shouldn't you, Samuel?
Yes, you should. but you shouldn't say the people are deplorable. I mean, Donald Trump maybe, but when people are being racist, it doesn't do much good to say you're a disgusting racist.
Does it? I mean, what do you call them then?
You can say, well, look, you can say what you're saying is racist and it's wrong.
Yeah.
But when you don't even bother to try to understand, so why?
Oh, well, I don't know how much you listen to my program. Maybe you've just been confining yourself mostly to those viral clips. But remember that every one of those is a sort of 90-second, 2-minute extraction from a 3-hour program. I spend most of my working day trying to understand. Yes.
In the context of my kind of liberal friends who send their kids to private school, posting on Facebook, look, another stupid leave voter doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, and that's not my radio show.
Maybe you don't intend for them to be spread like that, but I think you know they will be.
Well, you can't. That's a free media. You can't tell people to stop spreading stuff they like, Samuel.
I'm not. I'm just saying what you say really often makes people more angry, and it's counterproductive.
I know it does, and I know you're right, and I don't know how else to do it. So, and I'm not going to put you on the spot with a gotcha question and make you give me advice on how I can do it. But if the analogy I usually use is this, okay? When my children are worried that there might be a monster under their bed, and I get my torch and make a big song and dance about showing them that there isn't a monster under the bed, and they go away happier and warmer than they were before. Usually when people ring me with specifically immigration concerns or claims that all our laws are made in Brussels and they're all rubbish and we need to get rid of them, I think that I'm getting the torch out and shining it under their bed. But you hear me clubbing them over the head with the torch.
Well, okay, in kind of defending you, I think it might not be you, but LBC, what it does is it posts these things on Facebook and it advertises them as viral videos, and you must know that all these people are going to share them and they're going to go laugh at the stupid leave voter. You must know it. Come on.
That's not something I'm going to argue with, but being able to
go viral, it's designed to make these people feel like morons.
It's not.
What it does,
it's not, Samuel. You'll have to trust me on this. None of it's designed to go viral. I can't believe how nuts all this stuff has gone, and I do worry, and you've articulated it really well, which is why I'm speaking to you for so long. I worry that intelligent, educated... I presume you went to private school as well, did you, or is it just your friends' children?
No.
See, come on, just a little bit of light-heartedness, Samuel.
Hold on. Can I just... I was raised in a council house by a single mother. I was born, my mum was 17 when I was born. I was raised in a council house, and I went to a comprehensive, bog standard comprehensive, and now I'm at university. I'm not privately educated.
Okay.
And for you to say that, I mean...
It was a tease.
Come on.
I was teasing you. That was all.
You know what you're getting at there.
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with going to private school. You're getting me mixed up.
Neither do I.
Good.
But I think you're trying to basically say you're just as out of touch.
No, I wasn't. I was praising your level of education. I think you're brilliant. I love calls like you. I wish I got more of them. It keeps me on my toes. It may even go viral. But here's the thing. Here's the real thing. If people are casting votes that they can't explain, how would you more politely, and it's a little bit of a commercial suicide to say you should try to be less popular, James, because you're making people angry. I work for a commercial radio station, but I recognise the truth of much of what you say. If you hear people being lied to and then regurgitating those lies and potentially doing themselves harm as a result of believing those lies, how do you help them in a way that doesn't make them resent you for holding up the mirror?
Well, I mean, I don't know whether you're talking about Trump or Brexit, because I voted Brexit, and I don't think... I think some of them were lies. I don't think...
And if you rang me and told me your reason for doing it was one of the things that was a lie...
Right.
How should I deal with you?
I think you could be politer. I don't think you should kind of dart in and interrupt them and say, no, can you just name me one law? I think you should just let people speak their minds. And I think if you kind of gently probe them, much more gently than you do, they would be much more receptive.
And I'd have many fewer listeners.
Well, perhaps, but I think ultimately you're doing more harm to your cause than you may think.
Yes. This is the argument that people who call out contemptible views are more responsible for the spread of contemptible views than people who actually endorse contemptible views. I'm very confused by that at the moment.
No. I don't think you're more responsible.
Or even vaguely responsible. That's the argument I'm hearing a lot now, is that people who are describing these attitudes as unacceptable or deplorable. In fact, you did kind of say that yourself. They're more responsible for the spread of deplorability, the spread of deplorable behaviour, than the people who actually excuse it or endorse it.
More responsible.
Well, they play some responsibility. Should we come back to this after the news? Because this is really good for me. I feel you should invoice me after this. Can we come back after the news?
Yeah.
Stay there. 12:31. Straight back to the switchboard, where Samuel has put forward a very credible, actually, and persuasive critique of some of the flaws in my presenting style. I accept much of your criticism, Samuel. Albeit that the clips get taken out of context, and sometimes if you've been sitting here for 2.5 hours banging your head against a brick wall, you might come out swinging yourself occasionally. Can I read you something from that article I was quoting earlier by Tobias Stone?
Yeah, sure.
And then just ask you what you think about it, because in a way it was one of the things that made me sort of feel a little bit less alone. Is that he just writes about history, so it goes right back through sort of popularist risings, and says the people who see that open societies, being nice to other people, not being racist, not fighting wars is a better way to live, they generally end up losing these fights. They don't fight dirty, they are terrible at appealing to the populace, they are less violent, so end up in prisons, camps and graves. We need to beware not to become divided, see the Labour Party. We need to avoid getting lost in arguing through facts and logic, and counter the populist messages of passion and anger with our own similar messages. We need to understand and use social media. We need to harness a different fear. Fear of another world war nearly stopped World War II, but didn't. We need to avoid our own echo chambers. Trump and Putin supporters don't read The Guardian, so writing there is just reassuring our friends. We need to find a way to bridge from our closed groups to other closed groups to try to cross the ever-widening social divides. Now, if you hadn't rung me today, I would have been patting myself on the back at the end of the programme today, thinking that I'm already doing all those things. What should I be doing differently?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of truth in that. But I think, sorry, what was the final line? Was it bridging divide?
We need to find a way to bridge from our closed groups to other closed groups. So that, in a nutshell, is why I work at LBC and not the BBC.
Okay, I'll address that. I don't think what you're doing is bridging divides. I think it's exacerbating divides. I mean, when I talk to people, I mean, off the top of my head...
what should I do differently, is the question.
I think I've already pretty much said what I think.
But that's the opposite of what this historian says. I mean, you're saying stop calling it out, stop saying it, stop countering popular...
I'm absolutely not saying that.
My apologies again.
I'm not saying don't call it out. I mean, I call it out as well. I saw someone being... Well, I don't want to kind of get on a moral high horse, but I saw someone being racially abused a few weeks ago, and I absolutely called them out.
You should get on your... You should say so. Be proud of that. Don't. It's not a moral high horse. That's just civilised behaviour.
So I'm not saying it to kind of prop up myself, is what I'm getting at.
No, I understand.
I think... I don't think there's anything wrong with calling people out, but I think the specific way you do it doesn't do anything to make things better.
But the clips that you see, remember, will be one a week out of probably 100 exchanges and calls, and I don't know why the ones that wind you up are also the ones that appeal to all your liberal friends. I think there's a sort of commercial imperative to all of that, but I've really enjoyed...
I think there's a huge divide at the moment.
There is.
Between people who live in London, like me, kind of London liberals like me, and people who live in, up north in Doncaster, in the working class, or in Boston, these places that massively voted Leave.
Yes.
And kind of jeering at them and sharing these things around, I think serves only to exacerbate that divide.
But then I'd read my newspaper. I read my newspaper in the morning, and I see people whipping these people up into hateful frenzies. Surely they're doing it. Surely the people who are whipping people up into hateful frenzies are doing a much graver disservice than those of us trying clumsily and perhaps often failing to diffuse the hatred. Because I promise you, Samuel, that's what I'm trying to do.
I'm not saying, James, that you're worse than Nigel Farage. In many ways, I'm on the same side as you, despite being a Leaver. I really dislike Nigel Farage. I think the rhetoric was disgusting, and I wrote up against it before the vote. I think what I would say is that if you're going to make these kind of really sharp comments that do diffuse people, it would be better to do it to people at the top of the campaign who are really making huge influence than it would to ordinary...
I do that as well. I don't know if you saw my interview.
I know you do. I saw your interview with Nigel Farage.
They tend not to come back.
Absolutely fantastic. But I think when you do it to people, to ordinary people, I mean, I've made this point. I came on here to say one piece, and I've said it probably about 5 times now. But when you...
Welcome to my world.
When you talk to ordinary people, when you talk to people who are scared and worried about their jobs, and you make them look like morons, as you do, because you're very intelligent and
it's also because they are being moronic.
Well, sometimes they are.
No, you can't make someone look like a moron unless they give you the ammunition that you need.
I'm not sure that's true, actually. I think you can ask a really good gotcha question that will get people looking like a moron, even if their point is actually quite a good one.
Okay.
And I think the fellow was making actually a fairly decent point. He was saying, I don't feel comfortable with these unelected bureaucrats making my laws. And I think that's a principled point that doesn't necessarily need to be backed up by evidence.
But I mean, the call you refer to, again, you didn't listen to it in its entirety. These people are generally adamant that there are loads and loads and loads of laws that they are hidebound by or restricted by or somehow suffering from. And when they can't name any...
There are some laws.
When they can't name any, surely that's pertinent to the conversation.
Okay, it's pertinent and it's relevant, but he was trying to get at the general principle rather than saying I know of all these laws.
And I don't.
If I said that I'm really against Jobbik in Hungary because they're a fascist party.
Yes.
And then some fascist supporter said, "Can you name one of their policies that will be terrible?"
You could.
I might not be able to.
Yeah, you would. No, that's a bad example. Everyone listening knows that you'd be able to name at least 6 off the top of your head, because that's the impression that you've given my listeners in the last 10 minutes. So that's a bad example.
Well, I don't know, but you know.
But the point stands. No, I'm very grateful to you.
I think people can get at general principles, and they might not be the most informed people, and they might not be the best educated, but they can think intelligent things, and I don't think it does very much good to just batter them because they can't get pieces of evidence that you know they don't have to have.
I think you're right, actually, and all I would remind you of is that 90% of my show isn't like that. The bits, I don't think you'd heard of me, had you, before these clips started appearing on your Facebook feed?
No, I had. I think you were very good at scrutinising Kaczynski on Newsnight. I think you're often a brilliant interviewer.
Turning into a bromance now. But you take my point. These clips are unrepresentative.
It does irritate me when you get onto these people who, as I've said several times, they're not the most educated, they're not the most fluent, and I'm not either. And then they kind of feel like morons. And it exacerbates the divide. I've said it several times, but I'll say it again.
No, you did, and I recognise it. And just while you're here, I'd read out some of the praise coming in for you. Give this guy his own show. Great caller. James, why are you apologising for being right? There you go. There's a little bit of support for me as well. And Samuel needs to listen to Mystery Hour, someone has suggested, which we'll be doing tomorrow from 12 o'clock. Samuel, thank you. I really appreciate your input.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And it is, it will come as a surprise to some people. It is something that bothers me as well. I actually have asked the relevant department if we could possibly do a little less, but that's the problem. If you get 4 million hits on something, or 2 million hits on something, 3 million hits on something, that's the way the business works. They hired people who do the opposite to me. They hired people who do the hate preaching, thinking that they'd be the ones getting all the millions of hits. So there's a little bit of me that thinks I have to continue fighting what I think is the good fight. But the one he refers to is the lad from Plymouth. I felt bad for him because he didn't ring in to have 4 million people watching the clip on Facebook. He rang in to have 810,000 people listening to him on the radio. But yeah, food for thought, I think, for me. Richard's in New Elton. Richard, what would you like to say?
Hello. Yeah, I'd just like to say that, first of all, I should explain, I'm half Spanish, half English, and so I understand both sides of the argument.
Sure.
But first of all, I'd like to say that Gibraltar is actually attached to Spain. So
you can drive there. You don't have to swim.
You can actually walk there.
Yes.
I've done it a number of times. And
does it depend on the tides? Is it like Mont Saint-Michel?
No, it doesn't matter on the... Yeah, I know you're joking, but it doesn't matter on the tide. You can actually walk through there.
So it's a land border, like Northern Ireland?
Yes, and I've walked past there without anyone checking passport or anything like that. Yeah, so... that's an important point to appreciate. So,
yes.
From a Spanish perspective, it's very humiliating that Gibraltar is under British rule, because it would be a bit like a bit of Cornwall being owned by the French, for instance. I don't think the British would take that very kindly if that were to happen. So you have to understand the Spanish perspective in that.
Yes, I do. I use the Isle of Wight as an example and imagining what if that had been populated, but still belonged to Spain. You understand equally, your half English bit, the fact that the massive majority of people on Gibraltar consider themselves British.
Most definitely. Yes. I've got friends who are an Irish friend that works in Gibraltar, and I can fully understand their position. You know, from my British side believes that Gibraltar should remain under British rule, and that's because the Gibraltar people want to be British, and also Spain gave away Gibraltar in a treaty about 300 years ago.
Yes.
But I think that it's a pity that both sides cannot work with each other to kind of appease the Spanish position without people in Gibraltar being worse off and not being nervous, because I do understand the Gibraltarians.
Yes.
They do want to remain British, and if I was in Gibraltar, I would want to remain British. But it's a pity that things cannot be arranged so that the Spanish flag could also be there without having any real power,
any deeper meaning, and arguably that would have been easier to achieve when we were in the European Union.
Well, I don't think it really matters.
But in terms of cooperation and mutual interest,
you can have a flag there, a Spanish flag. It doesn't need to mean anything. But I suppose from a Spanish perspective, they would feel.
I'm about to say to you, come off it, mate. The average Spaniard isn't going to have the cockles of his heart warmed by the mere presence of a flag on the rock. And then I've remembered I'm living in a country where the colour of a passport.
I can tell you from a Spanish perspective, I think that would appease many of them to say, oh, look, it's...
Yes, of course I have to believe you, because I live in a country where people apparently consider the colour of their passport to be more important than the ease through which you can use it to get into other countries.
But that's important when you're proud of your country.
Yes,
that's something that's an approach that you take. If you're not proud of your country, then you don't care on the colour of your passport.
Oh, come off it. You'd be proud of your country. You don't care about the colour of your passport. Were you not proud of Britain when your passport was burgundy and you suddenly become proud if it goes back to being blue?
Well, I used to prefer the old colour, and I am proud to be British as well as proud to be Spanish. And
can you be both in the modern world? Can you be both in binary Britain? Are you allowed to be proud of being British and Spanish? Because your Spanishness involves your European Unionness as well, and that makes you a traitor.
Yes, but this is the irony. I wanted a united Europe. And I'm half Spanish, but I voted for Brexit. So it's quite ironic, really.
Ironic's one word. What happens to Gibraltar if they do bring back the full blockade? Presumably that's unlikely because it would damage Spanish economic interests as well. But what happens if they bring it back to kind of Franco-style foreign policy?
No, I think all this is just political posturing. The British are doing what the British do, and the Spanish will do what the Spanish do.
Yes.
And I think in the end...
They might not be mutually acceptable. Michael Howard is already talking about war.
Yes, but that's just the press just twisting his words. He didn't specifically mention...
No, he did. He did. On Channel 4 News last night, he said, I think that using the Falklands to remind the Spanish what we're like is a good idea.
Well,
come on.
He didn't mention, but he didn't say. Did he actually mention the word war? That we're going to go to war with Spain over Gibraltar? Because I don't think anyone who's got any common sense seriously believes that. There's no way.
I don't think anyone who's got any common sense seriously believes that, Richard. But I'm afraid you've just reminded us that there's a massive shortage of common sense abroad at the moment, and that may be proof of it. Just to clarify, because I do want to have this conversation as well. And I've only got a minute left, but I don't want you to feel that I close you down. Tell me how the colour of your passport affects the quality of pride that you have in being British.
Well, it's just I think that what this country lacks is people being more proud of their nation. I'm Spanish, so I understand. Spanish people are very proud. I'm
going to push you. I've only got a minute. In terms of how the quality of that pride changes if the colour changes, because I can tell you now, my pride in my country won't be changed an iota by that, even if my passport was lime green with pink dots on it.
I think the problem is there's so much political correctness in this country, and you don't have that in Spain.
Are we playing bingo?
People want to express their frustrations with the colour of the passport. In
right.
Spain,
so you will feel less proud of your Spanish heritage because you have to keep a European Union passport than you will of your Brit.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh.
I'm already proud. I'm already proud to be Spanish. When I'm in Spain, I'm not frightened about being politically correct. If something's black, I can call it black. In England, that's not the case.
Well, what can't you call black in England, Richard?
Well, in England, we're so politically correct.
Now, go on. Just tell me what you can't say. Tell me what you can't say.
There's so many things.
Well, just give me one.
Careful. If you've been listening to the LBC recently, you'll see.
Mate, we've got presenters on LBC who've been publicly endorsed by former leaders of the Ku Klux Klan, and you're telling me that you can't publicly say things that you want to say.
Well, it just gets ridiculous.
Give me an example.
Well, there was a program the other day talking about, or yesterday talking about, you cannot say chairman. You have to say chairperson.
No, but Richard, you can. You just said chairman. The people who do these stories are doing it entirely to infuriate you. Chairman, 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 chairman. Mankind, 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 mankind. Why do you believe this?
Sorry to interrupt, but in Spain, they don't even talk about these kind of things because this is just silliness. And what
in Britain, they don't talk about these kind of things until the newspapers print them and rabble-rousers get hold of them, and a bunch of silly students in the middle of nowhere who've tried to ban the Daily Mail or change the vocabulary of teaching get given about 1 million times more attention than they deserve, Richard. But just before you go, because I'm late for the news, what is it you can't say in this country that you wish you could?
Well, there's many things. If you start talking about race, for instance, you'll get called a racist.
Go on then. What can't you say about race?
In Spain, you wouldn't be called a racist when here in this country you would be called a racist.
For what? For what sort of comment?
When you say simple things like, oh, there's too many immigrants in this country.
That's not racist.
People exactly. But in England, I've been called a racist. And this is the irony. I've been called a racist because I said, yes, there's too many immigrants.
But you're one of them.
England in some parts of London, I've lived in East London, in some parts of London, England is no longer England. And when I've said that, I've been called a racist. And I say, well, that's funny enough. I'm not 100% British. I'm 50% British.
No, I know. But I mean, you're part of the problem then, because you're only half English.
No, I'm.
No, but you just said parts of East London aren't English anymore. You're only half English.
I'm British.
No, you're half. You're half, mate.
Well,
so if we're diluting our Englishness in any way, if we're diluting our Englishness in any, I'm sorry to interrupt, Richard. If we're diluting our Englishness in any way, then being half English is surely the most perfect proof positive of your point.
Well, you could argue that.
I'm not arguing that.
Argument is that
it's true.
I respect British values. I want to live. When I'm living in England, I live the way the British live.
Yes.
I work the way the British
Except
work.
that you're half Spanish, mate. You probably eat, I don't know, anchovies or something, don't you? I mean, that's not the British way. Patatas bravas. We call them chips, my friend. How dare you dilute our culture in this way? You're quite right. There are parts of this country that aren't even English anymore. Some of them are half Spanish. Simon in Basingstoke. Simon, what would you like to say?
Yes, good morning, James. Well, I'd like to start firstly with the IFS's prediction. Prediction's not a fact. Did the IFS predict the 2008 crash? Don't think they did. Neither did the OECD, the IMF, the Governor of the Bank of England, or anyone else.
But that's, I mean, a bit like saying we should never listen to weathermen again because Michael Fish got the hurricane wrong.
Well, if the hurricane had almost destroyed the world's financial system, then I would disagree with you.
It was quite destructive. So give me the reassurance then. So because they have failed, and I think the 2008 financial crash is pertinent to a conversation, but it's very different from what the OBR and the IFS do in this context. In this context, they look at what we know and analyse what we should do. You know, Simon, as well as I do, why the OBR was set up. And it is absolutely not to predict crises. It's to look at the facts before us and speculate or extrapolate about a path forward. So I'm sure you're a lovely bloke, but I am, I guess, minded to trust people who've spent their entire lives examining and studying things, none of whom are infallible. Why should I trust you more?
Well, I was working for a credit reference agency in the UK prior to the crash. One of my main clients was RBS, and in a meeting in 2007, I asked the CEO of the company had come, because it's actually the particular credit reference agency was owned by a US company. The company was Equifax, and I actually asked in the meeting, "Are you worried about the mortgage crisis in America?" And got some very dirty looks and said, "No, we're not worried about that at all."
This is why we should trust you on Brexit not being economically damaging to Britain.
Well,
because Mark Carney, of course, was the only central banker in the world to call the financial crisis, wasn't he? And he's our central banker, and he says Brexit's going to be really bad.
Well, Mark Carney didn't predict it. Not Eddie George, the prior Bank of England governor, did indicate he had some concern.
Mark Carney was running the Canadian Central Bank at the time, and he's also pretty much regarded as the central banker who coped best with the aftermath. But let's not get bogged down in that. Let's get bogged down in the reassurance. So, in terms of, the Office of Budgetary Responsibility, do you remember when that was set up?
Yeah, I do remember that, and there's a particular point about that was quite interesting.
Just remind us when it was set up, then.
Well, it was set up in 2010, I believe.
To do what?
It was to provide a basis for the government to make predictions for...
No. Quite the opposite. It was set up as a direct antidote to Gordon Brown's economic forecasts, which were often perceived as having a political flavour, as if he was using forecasts to pursue his own political points. So George Osborne set up the Office of Budgetary Responsibility in complete independence to promote more trustworthy government, because their work would not in any way be influenced by politicians. Which is why I quite like it. Now tell me why I shouldn't.
I agree, and I think...
Hang on, you can't agree, because it's them that are warning that we're heading for the biggest financial crisis that we've seen in decades. Forget 2008, mate, that's going to look like a walk in the park.
No, because I can agree, because the OBR themselves stated that they did not feel that they could have a high level of confidence in their predictions.
No, they didn't. They said, obviously our predictions aren't going to be infallible, but it's set up to be politically independent, and they predict disaster. So we all hope they're wrong. Why? But there's a massive difference between faith and understanding. Faith is hoping that they're wrong. Faith is crossing your fingers and hoping that your magic unicorn arrives by Christmas Day. Understanding is completely different. What makes you think you understand the world's markets, the international economic situation, better than the Office for Budget Responsibility do? Or John Redwood?
Well, if I can interject, James, what I would say was that the banking crisis occurred. None of the...
We're going back to the banking crisis. The OBR was set up after the banking crisis, Simon. That's why I'm really interested in them. So what makes you think you understand things better than they do? Because I envy you.
Right. Well, James, what if you'll let me actually say something? What I would say was that economists place far too much faith in the models that they use.
Yeah. Again, final time, mate. What makes you think you get it better than the Office of Budgetary Responsibility?
Because so far I've been more correct about what's happened than they've been.
So you saw all this coming, did you? You saw the crash against the dollar and you voted for it?
Yes, I did.
You saw the 16% fall. You saw the $1.5 trillion that we've already hemorrhaged. You saw the 5% rise in food prices. You saw the appalling performance against the euro, and you actually voted for it.
Yes, I did vote it.
Okay, that's fine. At least you're honest.
And also,
why?
Our economy in the OBR forecast, which you put so much faith in.
Not putting faith in the forecast. Putting faith in the expertise of the people that wrote the forecast. It's slightly different, precisely because it was set up to avoid political influence. So, just why did you vote to be poorer? That's all I want to understand. If I can get my head around that, then we're laughing.
Right. Well, are you going to let me speak, James?
Oh, Simon, you've spoken more than I have.
Well, I don't think that's actually true.
Okay, Simon, well, we'll count later. Just tell me why you voted to be poorer.
I voted for the independence of my country, and I voted to be out of a grouping of countries which are facing a cataclysmic financial crisis. It's highly likely that the Italian banking system will collapse this year. It's highly likely that we may get another country leaving the European Union.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again. Why did you vote to be poorer? Because you just told me you knew all this was going to happen. I didn't. I presumed things would be bad. I had no idea they would be this bad. You did. Why did you vote for it?
Because in the longer term, we will be better off.
How longer term?
I say 3 to 5 years.
Isn't that a forecast?
Substantially better off.
Isn't that a forecast?
It's a forecast based on a long period of experience of being right.
More experience than the Governor of the Bank of England, more experience than the Institute of Fiscal Studies, more experience than the Office of Budgetary Responsibility. Forecasts are awful unless you're making it yourself based upon, well, what? You voted to be poorer. You think we're going to be better off in 3 years. Mate, we won't even be out of the European Union in 3 years. But good luck. Helen is in Gosport. Helen, what's on your mind?
Well, the reason so many people have become Brexiteers is because they've been living with your cruddy, electric, shiny, non-working box for decades, called the EU. and many of those people have been reading the Court of Auditors reports.
Just to push you for detail, if I may,
the EIB.
The economic performance of this country since we joined the common market has obviously been unprecedentedly high. It's far from perfect, but what do you mean by cruddy? What are you pointing at when you...
I'm just quoting you, that's all.
No, you're not.
Well, you've just said a cruddy box, and I said the cruddy box that I've been living with...
So what are the negatives that you've been living with?
Well, for example, all these billions that the auditor of the Court of Auditors repeatedly says, for example, about the European Investment Bank, and he keeps on calling for proper professionals. I'm going to his words, not mine.
So here's the thing. There's a website called Full Fact. No, you have to listen to me, because I've explained several times you can't come on the radio and repeat nonsense that you've swallowed from a right-wing newspaper.
No, I'm reading the NAO.
Here is the website, Full Fact. Recognised as independent, is the EU's budget signed off by auditors? Claim is it hasn't been signed off for years. The auditors say the accounts have been accurate since 2007. They have historically recorded significant errors in how money is paid since their first audit in 1995. In the most recent year, they found a significant part of the EU's spending was largely error-free for the first time.
I haven't made any comment about that. What I'm saying is that the Court of Auditors auditor on the EIB audits keeps on calling for proper professionals to be employed at the EIB to be able to distribute the money that we've all been pouring in, and furthermore, to make sure that those receiving all the monies are capable of actually spending them in a proper manner. But the real reason I rang up is that I very much hope that Theresa May will resign gracefully and quietly and get somebody in.
The EIB auditors
get on with the job.
are external auditors, as you know. 2012, the Audit Committee, in consultation with the Management Committee of the EIB, agreed to the renewal of KPMG's initial 4-year term as Group External Auditor for the additional period of 3 years in accordance with the international call for tender process concluded in 2008. But you know all this. So why has Boris Johnson resigned?
I don't know. I'm not Boris Johnson.
Why has David Davis resigned?
What I would imagine, because I'm not David Davis either, I would imagine he's fed up with being undermined.
How has he been undermined?
Seems to be the case. Because one of the papers that was fished out over the weekend, apparently, was one which he had not seen before.
Yes. He's had 2 years in the job. What would you point to as evidence of what he's done well?
I'm not David Davis.
No, I know you're not, but you're an admirer of David Davis and you think he's been undermined. So he's had 2 years in the job. What do you think his greatest hit has been?
Getting on with his job in the most difficult of circumstances.
So what has he done? As he's done the job, what has he done? You can't just say he's done the job. You need to point. You need to point to the result of the job that he's done. What do you most admire? What is the achievement of David Davis?
There is no result to be done until the negotiations are terminated, and it's foolish of anybody.
So why didn't he come up with a negotiating strategy?
We have not even
2 years. That's all I'm asking. Just tell me something good that he's done.
I will pass a comment on that question.
Good.
When the negotiations have been started.
But he won't be there, so you're not going to be able to say he's done well in a negotiation that he's not part of. He's been in a job for 2 years. I want you to tell me what he's done during that 2-year window that you find impressive. Actually, you don't even have to find it impressive. You could find it rubbish. Just tell me something that he's done.
Well, what do you think's rubbish, then?
I don't care whether it's good or bad. I just want you to name something that he's done in 2 years.
He's got on with his job.
Yes, what's he done?
I don't actually work in his office, and what he...
No, I know. You live in the country. That he's a cabinet minister. It's not. So what's he done, Helen? What's he done?
If you are working on preparations for any sort of negotiation...
What's he done, Helen?
Whether they be...
So you don't work in Philip Hammond's office, but you know he's done budgets, don't you?
Whether they... Yes.
So what's David Davis done?
When he has published his budget, and Davis, as yet, has not got to the point of publishing where...
Why not? He's had 2 years.
...points are. Because the negotiations have not yet started.
The negotiations started when we triggered Article 50. They started 18 months ago. So I'll ask you for the final time, because I don't want to embarrass you unduly. What has David Davis done?
Because it's
What's he done?
Question.
What's he done?
It is an irrelevant question.
Oh, I apologise. John's in Basingstoke. John, what would you like to say?
Well, I'm in the house building and office refurbishment and have been for over 20 years now. And I remember when I used to work alongside a lot of Polish, Russian, Lithuanian, and they was on similar wages to what I'm on, what I was on at the time. And they used to earn their money. They used to live in like a house with maybe 10 of them in there, send all their money back home and build a house at home.
Yes.
And the problem is now is like I'm still on the same wage I've been on for the last 10, 15 years, and I'm self-employed.
Yes.
I have no regulations. You know, I have nothing to... I have no pension, I have no savings, nothing at all. And everyone keeps saying about, well, we're blaming immigration all the time, but the fact of the matter is that they can bring in three foreigners, pay them £40, £50 a day to do the same work that I could do.
Well, that's illegal.
Well, it's illegal, but it happens all the time. It's a common practice with the big
But it's illegal.
companies.
So the problem is the law being broken, not the people being exploited by the lawbreakers. But anyway, let's park that for a moment, because it's a well-known red herring. I'm not blaming you for swallowing it.
It's not a red herring.
Well, it is a red herring. The people who are being paid less than the national legal minimum wage it doesn't matter where they're from. They're victims of crime. They're victims of exploitation. So when they're not here, no one's sweeping it under the carpet. We're just calling it what it is, a crime. It's got nothing to do with the European Union membership. They're breaking the laws. They're breaking the rules.
The thing with it, though, is
just wait a minute. Just wait a minute. Let's stop them all coming now, right? Free movement is.
I'm not even saying.
No, I know you're not. That's why I'm saying theoretically. Let's stop all these... Well, Russia's not in the European Union, but the Lithuanians and the Romanians and the Poles. What do you think will happen to your wages if that supply of legal labour... I can't... There's no point talking about illegal labour, but I understand why you went there. What do you think? What do you think is going to improve for you?
Well, I don't know at the moment, because the fact of the matter is...
Well, you did ring me to answer that question.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, Jay, is I am absolutely lost, because...
Yes. Why do you think leaving the European Union is going to find you or help you find yourself?
Well, because the last 10 years, nothing's changed. If nothing's changed for the last 10 years, I'm
looking forward. Well, it could be worse than the status quo, John. You could have voted to make things worse.
Yeah, but James, me and a lot of my colleagues who do the same work I'm doing, we are willing to take the chance.
Yes, and
to maybe sacrifice our own jobs to take a chance to see what happens.
You're willing to sacrifice your own job to see what happens?
Yeah, honestly, because I'm at the point now where I rent. But James, this is the thing. I rent. I have no savings. I have no pension.
No, I've got nothing but sympathy for your situation. I'm just fascinated by how you think losing your job. How is losing your job going to make anything better?
Because
John?
James, my job at the moment and my wages I earn at the moment are not improving my life. My life is still getting worse and worse.
But why do you think things are going to get better if you haven't even got that job?
But what else can I do? If my wage is what I'm earning now, my job I'm earning now.
Well, the answer to
not improving my life.
No, I know, but
we're
we're dancing around it. I mean, first of all, if I was right wing and lazy, I'd say, well, there's nothing to stop you changing and getting a better job. But I'm not right wing or lazy, so I'm not going to patronise you by saying that.
You're on about upskilling and stuff all the time.
I'm not. I'm telling you what the findings are among people who are in similar situations to yours.
I'm highly skilled as well in my job.
Well, what really?
Yeah, honestly, I'm highly skilled.
But your minimum wage?
No, I'm not minimum wage. I can earn £150 a day.
Well, hang on. I thought you were getting replaced by unskilled labour on £50 a day a minute ago.
Yes, because what they do is they can bring in 3 people for the same wage as me.
But then you're not doing skilled work then. I don't want to dig into your CV, mate. You're not making a great deal of sense.
Right,
all I want to know, all I want to know from you, John, is how do you think things are going to improve for you?
Right, well, just give us 30 seconds. I'll explain.
Good.
So what I'm saying is, what happens now on the jobs is they bring 3 people in for the same wage as me, and then I have to go back and redo their work for them on the same wage. You know, and I'm getting.
When they're not here, you won't even have that work.
Well, but it's like I said, I'm willing to take the sacrifice and maybe have to change my job or go on benefits.
Why can't you do that now?
The status quo. I don't want to do that. I want to try and fight to try and earn more money, but In 15 years, it's not changed. Nothing has changed.
But John,
That's
you're
the biggest problem with everything.
either you're not hearing me or I'm not being clear
I'm hearing
enough.
you, James. I don't think you're hearing me a great deal.
Well, no, in 15 years, nothing has changed. There are some illegal, unskilled workers that do your work, even though you're a legal, skilled worker.
Yeah, and like you said, we'll just sweep under the carpet. It's still going
no
on.
one's sweeping anything under the carpet. I've completely
The government
acknowledged.
is. Everyone is.
Well, how can you? You're on national radio saying it out loud, John.
But James, all we get is Remainers listening to the programme all the time. They don't want to listen to. They don't want to listen to me because I'll be called a Nazi or far right or that's what happens all the time.
Well,
whenever you say anything
forgive me,
against
John.
anybody, you just get labelled.
What have you said that you think might see you labelled a Nazi?
Because I said that that's what happens all the time. So I've said about we should have less immigration.
Yes.
So straight away people just be
and that is what I'm asking you. How is that going to improve your life, do you think?
I don't know. That's
Right,
what
well,
I'm
there
saying
we
to you.
got there
I
in the
don't know,
end.
but we
There's no
can't
shame in ignorance. It's just a really silly thing to do. If you're terrified or really unhappy about how things are now, you voted to make it worse.
What do I do about it? Do I just carry on the way it is?
Well, I've told you what you do about it. The politicians that you voted for think that you should get a different job or get some new skills or move. Do like Norman Tebbit said, get on your bike. But you voted for those politicians, John.
I did, but no one else.
Jesus, man. You voted for the ones that have told you that if you're not happy with what you've got, you get on your bike and you move somewhere else. You haven't voted for politicians that would have got you trade union protection. You haven't voted for politicians that would have clamped down on the exploitation of illegal under minimum wage labour. You haven't voted for the politicians that think there should be protections and regulations in the construction industry greater than what we currently have. You have voted for the people that want to take away what little you already have, man.
No one listens to us.
Oh, heavens above, John. I've just been listening to you for 10 minutes. All you've done is whine. Paul's in Chelmsford. Paul, what are you going to put on my list?
Hello, James. Please go easy with me, mate. I would ask Sajid Javid to bring back the death penalty.
What, in the budget?
No, on this list of European rules.
Yeah. I mean, it is a budgetary requirement, but I suppose given that the bats and the washing machines and the working time directive hasn't gone very well, you want to bring back the death penalty?
Personally, yeah. Because correct me if I'm wrong, James, your knowledge is probably far superior to mine on this, but I'm sure it's the Europeans that don't allow us to hang people.
When did we abolish it?
I think it was called, wasn't it under Tony Blair's government? The last working gallows got taken out.
The death penalty was abolished under Tony Blair's government.
No.
Well, that's not what I asked. When did we abolish the death penalty?
In the 60s.
And when did we join the European Union?
73.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a very different world, James. We didn't have the same level of terrorism as we do today. Vile crimes.
I know. It's the suicide bombers are the worst, aren't they?
No, I'm not talking about suicide bombers. I'm talking about
the ones that got shot
in
Streatham and London Bridge.
So
who would be top of the list?
My mouth. I rang up with a legitimate point, and
here you are making it. I love it. Why are you getting Why are you being such a snowflake?
Because
who would you kill first?
What do you mean? Who would I kill first?
Who's the best?
Like Rosemary West.
I think she's dead, isn't she?
Okay, there we go. Have a good day, James.
Self-awareness, eh? It's not always pretty.
Mervyn is in Bow. Mervyn, what would you like to say?
Hello, James. How are you?
Very well, Mervyn.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons many people in her party advised her that as she had a commanding lead, it would be a good time to have an election.
You're not going to win any prizes for that one, Mervyn.
No, right. Other than that, she had Sturgeon, who I consider the flea on the tail of the dog trying to wag the dog, which is the UK. As the person
that probably needs, to be fair, mate, that needs a bit of work as well.
Oh, right. Yeah, she said she needed a mandate because she wasn't elected. So if she gets elected, she's got a mandate. That shuts her and Clegg and everybody else up. So that's that one. As far as Brexit is concerned, you want to know why Brexit means Brexit. Is that correct?
Go on.
Well, I believe that's because it means leaving the customs union, leaving the single market, and also getting control of the borders back, and getting out of the clutches of the ECJ. I know it's not part of the EU, but it's also associated, and by Brexit, we can avoid their overruling and daft human rights regulations.
How are we going to do that?
I don't think get an English Bill of Rights.
How are we going to do that?
Well, get an English Bill of Rights.
Okay. What have we got at the moment?
Well, we've got command by our courts that could be overruled by Europe.
We've got a Human Rights Act that was passed in the British Parliament.
Yeah.
You just want it to have a different name.
I call it the Human Wrongs Act because it works better for tourists and criminals, if you ask me.
Okay. I mean, I just sort of, for the record, I didn't. But you remember when she was trying to get Abu Qatada deported?
Yes.
And she decided
It took 10 years.
Pardon?
It took 10 years, didn't it?
It took 3 years, because at the beginning it was pointed out that it is not British policy to allow suspects to be deported to countries on evidence that was secured through torture.
Yes, I remember that.
So when she was Home Secretary, you'll remember as well, that she was told that if we could get the government, Jordan I think in that case, to confirm that they won't use the evidence when they put him on trial that was secured through torture, then they can have him tomorrow.
Yes, I remember that.
And then she spent 3 years dancing through the pages of the Daily Mail and the Sun, at the end of which she told Jordan that if they agreed not to take evidence that had been secured through torture, they could have him tomorrow. And that's what happened. So it was 3 years, with the greatest of respect, Mervyn, it was 3 years playing into the ill-informed and quite deliberately warped worldview that men like you have.
Why is it warped, James?
Well, because I've just explained to you that the Human Rights Act that you think is such a massive problem did not prevent her from doing the biggest deportation that people cite as evidence of why the Human Rights Act is a problem.
Didn't we have the same sort of problem with Abu Hanza, who eventually got banged up in America?
Again, I mean, that's got nothing to do with the European Union, our extradition deal with America.
But
otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to send that other fellow.
Yeah,
but anyway, mate, you carry on by all means. What was Nicola Sturgeon again? A flea on the what was it?
I think Miss Sturgeon is a flea on the tail of the dog, which is trying to wag the dog, which is the UK.
Right. Scotland is in what?
If she throws a lot in with Corbyn and puts him in number 10,
mate,
she's going to be dictating too much.
Yeah, that's the one, Mervyn. Brilliantly played. So why are we having the election again?
Well, so she's got a mandate, which
right, but mandates aren't important because Nicola Sturgeon's got the biggest mandate in the United Kingdom, but you've got precisely zero respect for her, politically speaking.
Why has she got the biggest mandate?
Well, because have a look at the seats in the Scottish Parliament.
Yeah, but they're outnumbered by the seats in this Parliament.
Oh, mate, alive. She's not in this. Nicola Sturgeon's not in this Parliament.
So why should she have a seat at the Brexit negotiations?
Why should she have a seat at the Brexit negotiations?
Yes.
Because Scotland is in the United Kingdom, Mervyn.
Yeah, it's part of the United Kingdom, and we voted as a whole to leave.
We have a devolved Parliament in Scotland that represents Scottish interests. How long will it be, do you think? Because you've clearly been successfully persuaded that Scots are your enemies, but I'm presuming you don't like European Union migrants much either.
I'm not saying Scots are our enemies. I'm saying that the SNP is our enemy. No, the SNP is our enemy.
But you're a big fan of mandates.
What mandate?
Oh, mate. Yeah. Brian is in South Shields. Brian, we're down the rabbit hole. Are you the March Hare or are you Alice?
I'm just a simple guy with a simple opinion.
Go on.
I love this country. Whether we're in or we're out, it's my vote. That's that.
Yes. Same here. Actually, that's a pretty neat reflection of my position as well, Brian.
Yep. But I did say to your researcher, I don't think that exit was ever on the table. I think I know you say it like that. I have my reasons. There are things I would say to you that are my own personal opinion, but it's not PC to say, so I'm not going to do that. All I will say is if we were to take the government at its word, and that if we leave the EU, it's doom and gloom, and we're going to have money's going to go, and we're going to close this, and we're going to close that, and you can't have your pancakes on a Tuesday, and all the various different things that happen. As a government's first responsibility is to protect the people, I can't believe they would ever allow that to happen. And there's just something in the back.
But that's different. That would be a vote to leave being followed by a sort of renegotiation or a second bite of the cherry, something that would enrage a lot of people. But that's not the same as claiming that it's rigged. You sure? I mean, it's 1-0 to the riggers.
I don't think it was ever on the table.
I don't understand what you mean. So there's no way on Friday that the vote will be to leave. You just don't think it's going to be allowed to happen, which means you think it's rigged.
At all.
Well, then you must think it's rigged.
Well, to me, rigged would mean that there was an intent to change the votes as people came in.
Well, you're saying it's not going to be allowed to happen is an intent to change the votes of people.
In fact, you know what? You're absolutely right. I think my terminology is wrong there. I don't believe that if we were to put ourselves in the level of danger that our government is to say we would be in, that their first responsibility would allow that to happen in the first place. And therefore, on that basis, I have to think that
fair enough,
it wasn't going to happen. I speak to a lot of different people, all the guys I work with. We work for a company that has come out recently and said, we really, we're not going to take a side, but we want you to vote in. We had a business brief that said, we're not going to take a side, but we want you to remain in.
But that's your employer telling you what they think will be best for their company, and not necessarily, therefore, for you. But that's the inference, isn't it? Yeah. Ford did the same yesterday, didn't they? To tens of thousands of people. Yeah. JCB have done it from the other side. The bloke who runs JCB, and albeit that he did get a big fine from the EU for breaching some competition laws, but he did it as well. So we're going with rigged. We're going with, if it doesn't go the way you want it to. Well, actually, you haven't told me whether you want to remain or leave. Actually, you just think it will be rigged.
I'm an Exeter.
Okay. So we're looking for that elusive Remainer who subscribes to. I'm going to call it a delusion, Brian, but we're not going to fall out, all right? Because either you are deluded or I live in North Korea. And I prefer the idea of you being a bit deluded, mate. I think that's fair enough. It's not too rude.
Shane is in Southall. Shane, what would you like to say?
Oh, yeah, I'm one of the people who voted out. My main reason for doing that is because of the way the European Union was created. This all started off with the EEC, which was a free trade agreement. Of course, as time has gone on, they've changed, rules, brought in new laws, etc. And before we knew it, we were in a super state.
What's the opposite of super?
Well, obviously not much. Not many people in it, but of course...
what's the opposite of super?
Sorry?
What's the opposite of super? I'd go with rubbish.
Well, yeah, but I mean...
let's not fall out, Shane, but I do want you to put some flesh on the bones of what you've just said. So let's start with the laws you don't like. What are the laws you don't like?
Well, it's the thing. What I'm saying is, it's came from a free trade agreement, which is the EEC, which is basically the Trojan horse.
With respect, mate, that's just a mantra, because inside the Trojan horse, there's lots of soldiers, and now you're going to show me the soldiers. So what are the laws that you've been forced to obey that you don't like?
Well, no, what I'm talking about, I'm not necessarily naming laws, I'm talking about the changes.
But you just said that.
Came along.
Tell me about the changes then. Which changes?
Well, there's all the, you're talking about going from, the 1970s right the way through.
But that's a calendar. What are the changes that you don't like?
Well, it's basically the... where you had people, I can't remember the name of the politician now, but, you had things like the Maastricht Treaty.
And what did that change?
Well, it was basically, it was giving our power away.
But what power?
Well, sovereignty.
Well, British Parliament has always been sovereign. It said that in the Brexit White Paper.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've given more power.
Well, what power?
To Europe.
What power?
Oh, it's they basically...
The power to do what?
And, they decide what we're going to do.
Can you name a law or a power or a change?
To tell you the truth, I can't. Not at this moment in time.
Could you name any when you voted?
Can I? Sorry?
Could you name any when you voted?
Any?
Powers, changes or laws?
What, that I voted for?
Yeah.
I didn't vote for any of them at all.
But you said that you voted because we'd lost powers, there'd been changes, and you didn't like the laws.
With Brexit?
Yeah, so could you name any of the laws, powers and changes that influenced your vote when you cast your vote?
No, I can't put my hand on them at the moment.
Could you then, do you think? And you've just forgotten them?
Well, yeah, but all I know is that our powers have been given away to Europe.
But you can't tell me what the powers are?
No, not offhand, no.
Or ever?
Maybe not.
Second referendum, Shane?
Never. No.
Why not, mate?
No, because, the way I see the European superstate is it's a control system to control all the countries within.
Would it be better if every member had the power to veto any single item of legislation? Would that make you happier?
I think it would be better if each individual country could actually
veto absolutely everything. If every individual member could veto every single bill in the European Parliament, if every member country had the power to veto anything significant, anything big, would that make you happier?
Well, that would probably be something, yeah.
Yeah, because we have that power.
Right, okay, but that still doesn't change the facts
No. It does change the facts, Shane. It absolutely categorically changes the facts because it was something you didn't know and now you do know. So it has changed the facts. Do you know what it hasn't changed?
Go on.
Your feelings.
No, the thing is, if it was done properly, instead of making little changes all the way along, without us realising.
Can you name some little changes?
Sorry?
Can you name some little changes?
No, not offhand, no.
Okay.
But, you're talking about a whole a period of years going back from the 70s.
Full of changes and powers and laws, not a single one of which can you name.
Well, no, I can't.
Okay,
but we all know the situation we're in now. They all came from a free trade agreement. Now we're in a European superstate. How did we get there?
But you just keep saying that, Shane, and it doesn't mean anything. You don't even know what superstate means. You didn't know that we had a power of veto, and you can't name a single law change or power that you're unhappy or happy about. But hey, it's not about feelings, though, is it, Shane? It's all about facts.
Well, the fact is, we've gone from a free trade agreement to European superstate. That wasn't told to the people at the beginning.
But you don't know what those words mean, Shane.
Yeah, I do, actually.
Okay, so what's a European superstate?
Right, so we go from the free trade agreement, which is the EEC.
Which involves the 4 pillars of freedom of movement being one of them.
Okay. That's what we were told in the beginning. There was no mention.
What does European superstate mean, Shane?
Well, basically, it's a fascist superstate controlled from Brussels. Yeah. Because the simple fact is, if you want to control all the countries of Europe...
Mate, when you say the simple facts, I mean, simple fits, facts just doesn't. It's a fascist superstate controlled from Brussels that's introduced a whole raft of laws, changes and powers, not a single one of which can you name.
Okay, well, so I can't name the laws. Maybe you can. But the thing is, I don't like the fact that we've gone from one thing to another.
Yeah, but you don't know what those things. You don't know what those things are, and you could easily be informed. You've chosen not to be. I've just been informing you of loads of stuff. I've just given you loads of new facts, and after every single one of them, you've just repeated to me, we've gone from a free trade agreement to a European superstate. I'll tell you what, though, Shane.
Go on.
We've gone from a free trade agreement to a European superstate.
Robert's in Medway. Robert, Kent. Now, you must be celebrating. What are you celebrating, Robert?
I'm celebrating the fact that the reset can finally start. That.
So what do you mean by reset, mate?
Reset. Well, I'm one of what you would call the working poor. And for the last 20-odd years, I've seen my wage go down as I've changed companies and been made redundant or sacked or whatever over the last few years. So therefore, the foundations are being laid at the moment for the new future. Whether it's good or not, I don't know. And
hang on, you can't celebrate that.
Well, it's the foundations.
What is it? What is it? What is it about the European Union that you think has led to your wages stagnating or your redundancies being delivered?
It's numbers of people. It's not. I hate that word immigration because I think it's used as to make it a nasty word.
Yes.
It's the numbers of people, and it's the fact that a warehouse can be built in Kemsley, yet 60% of the employed are employed through an agency that bring certain people into the country, and that's not really a major issue if it was done fairly and offered to the local people. But
did you apply?
And yes, I did. I got the job, and I then dismissed a few years later. But I now work for somewhere else.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
You're celebrating the fact that that warehouse that employs 60% of agency staff would have to employ people like you, but it did.
I'm celebrating the fact that the possibilities for the new beginning to start and for the equilibrium in the wage system at the moment, which only seems to be going down when it comes to unskilled labour.
No, you know that's for everybody. That's not just unskilled labour.
Yes.
Wage stagnation right across the board. My favourite example is the Daily Express, where my friends and former colleagues have spent 10 years trying to get a pay rise, and they haven't had a penny out of a bloke that was one of the big funders of Brexit and routinely takes millions out of the company himself. Just listen, this is going to possibly be a bit... If you don't want to answer this question, just tell me to clear off, all right? But what do you think, just off the top of your head, what do you think an unregulated or a deregulated tax haven is?
It's a nightmare.
and that's what Theresa May is saying will become if the EU don't do what she wants.
I'm not completely opposed to it if there is proper regulation, but obviously
proper regulation of a deregulated tax haven.
Exactly.
So you're celebrating something that you described as a nightmare appearing on the horizon of our country because reset.
That is only if the European Union want to be absolutely nasty.
And can you think from history of an example where the majority membership of a club have offered a better deal to a minority non-member than they enjoy themselves?
Well, as a lot of financial industries and a lot of
Can you think of an example of when, you know, the people who are in a club, paying to be in a club, and numbering, you know, 27 out of 28 or 460 million out of 500 odd million, 440 million out of 500 odd million. Can you think of circumstances in which they will say to the junior non-member, you can have a better deal in our club than we've got?
Well, you know the answer to that is no.
But you're celebrating.
I'm celebrating, yes, because the simple fact is that we have to make a change. And as you keep on saying, and this is the thing, I disagree with some of the things that you say, but I love the principle that you put forward, and I love you, man.
I love you, Robert. I really do. I really do.
But it is, for me, looking forward, inside the EU, I can only see things getting more depressive, house prices, rentals going up, but wages is the one thing which we can control the descent into whatever you like to call it.
Oh, mate, listen, you know, I'm glad you. I don't think you could be more wrong. I really don't. But at least we can keep it civilised. And you know what my politics are. Call me a champagne socialist or whatever you want. I care a hell of a lot more about people like you and the financial situation you described than I do about people like me. And I know that's a little bit mad and possibly counterintuitive, but I'm going to be all right. I hope that I'm wrong and you're right, and that there is some sort of reset here. But it's our biggest customer. It would be like, I don't know what line of work you were in, but it would be like cutting loose your biggest customer and then having to cold call lots of new people who you've never had deals with before and offer them something that's better than what they've got with their existing clients.
Anyway, there is a sorry.
That's all right. Right. No, that's all right. Hey, look, I couldn't do whatever it is you do for a living. I'm pretty certain of that. So there's maybe just spouting and speaking. That's all I do.
Well, you do a good job at that because you get me irate all the time.
Yeah, well, just don't get angry. Get informed. Seriously, get informed.
No, that's why I love you, man.
All right, Rob. Take it easy, mate. We cool?
Yeah, we're always cool.
We're always cool.
I disagree.
And still, even after that.
Even after that.
And that's why we are where we are, my friend. At 14 minutes after 11, but at least we can keep it civilised.